pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur.
Sampai bila nak kalah?
Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat, ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita. Untuk melakukan serangan yang sebenar, tarik nafas yang panjang kerana terima magic kuda.
2-1 dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat mudah.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MPL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MPL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MPL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MPL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MPL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemaskini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda. kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Musim baru, line-up baru, jersey baru. Jersey telah menjadi topik hangat sejak hari pertama MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 bermula. Namun, apakah pendapat pemain dan penonton tentang jersey musim ini? You rasa jersey mana yang paling lawa?
JP Niners lah.
Jersey rempit JP Niners. Macam Mun je. Saya rempit.
Paling lawa Barakuda. Tahu kan dia punya yang buat baju ni Choi. Choi ni baju dia memang lawa.
Sejujurnya Todak.
SRG. Bagi saya KGE lah.
Judgement dia lain daripada lain. Apa least favourite jersey?
Paling bawah sekali, I rasa I letak King Empire. Dia nampak e-sport. Tapi e-sport tu maybe 3 tahun lepas punya design.
KGE paling kurang.
Oh,
King Empire. Orangnya handsome. Jersey-nya kurang sikit.
Barakuda.
Saya rasa Bounty kot. Dia design macam 90-an.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Hey, come on. Okay. Power Gazer. Satu sekali Jedoin dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Edge fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 41! Backline already, and they're running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just no way for him to run. Just...
Kita kata ada satu buah reward di Malaysia membuat pergerakan dari Liga terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumpah.
Menang, kalah, pressure, harapan, skill, stay, dah ready. Kalah, dihentak, dituntut semua untuk peminat.
Spotlight
melambangkan satu sosok tumpuan.
Tumpuan untuk melakukan yang terbaik.
Tumpuan untuk menjadi seorang role model.
Pelaburan, pengorbanan, semuanya.
Sorotan itu penting. Ia membuatkan kita percaya.
The supporters will witness our fights and our struggles.
Memikul harapan untuk mempertahankan kemenangan.
Menjadi cabaran terbesar untuk mencapai matlamat kami.
Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita.
Harapan masih terpahat di hati.
Untuk menjadi juara.
Meneruskan legasi kami.
Di bawah cahaya, semuanya menjadi lebih jelas.
Underdog, kuda hitam. No, kami adalah most ambitious.
Cahaya impian telah menerangi pentas ini. Kejayaan bukan lagi dongeng.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Ay. I'm a rockstar.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Moontalk. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
The time has come for the final week of the MPL Malaysia Season 13 regular season, where we will be officially closing off festivities and finding out which teams move on into the playoffs. Welcome, you're watching the English broadcast today for our Seru Saturday, where I am Staffa and I'll be joined on the desk today by both Gideon as well as Terrence. How you doing?
I'm feeling good here, and for the final week, we are looking at the final grind to actually qualify or maybe even secure the placements to maybe for playoffs. But of course, season 13 for the regular seasons, you know, we're closing to the end. It is going to be a very, very emotional moment for me, to be honest here. What do you think, Gideon?
Emotional? Well, I think it's going to be stressful for some of these teams.
Okay.
Into playoffs. Like, let's talk about Hawk for a second, because if the stars align perfectly for the bottom four, there is a potential, opportunity for some other teams to maybe take their spot.
Yeah, it's gonna be quite tense right now, because for a lot of teams, they've already been able to secure their spots here, but there's also many teams who are going to be playing around that bottom four, as you mentioned, to make sure that they're able to stay in MPL. Let's have a look at the schedule of our matches today. We got 3 of our final 5 matches happening all today. It's gonna start off with RSGMY versus Bounty Esports, followed up by Todak versus Monster Vicious, and closing off the day with Homeboys versus Barracuda.
Well, this is going to be an interesting day for some of these teams here. Bounty Esports fighting to survive for their relegations here from getting relegated. But I've heard a rumor as well that Todak is bringing in someone new for today's match. So be sure to be looking forward to that. But of course, in case you guys have missed out over the weeks here, this is the current standings for MPL MY.
Yep. Just to keep in mind, everybody from 4th all the way to 6th place are currently very close in contention with each other. King Empire luckily has 1 single aggregate point to separate them from the 4. However, in these small situations, let's say MV gets a 2-0, let's say other teams are able to start catching up and Team Hawk is dropping the ball, it's going to be stressful, right? Because even today, our very first match with RSGMY, they want to be able to secure themselves a higher spot during the playoffs, so at the very least, they don't have to fight SRG in the upcoming playoffs on that second round.
A terrifying prospect, considering just how dominating SRG has been the whole time. Teams do not want to be in the seeded spot to have to face up against them earlier on during the playoffs. Of course, while RSG is going to be competing for that sort of position, though, their opponents in our first match of the day, Bounty, currently at the bottom of the standings. They desperately require a clean sweep if they want to even hope for a chance of moving on into next season.
Yeah, this is, you know, in the condition that if Bounty Esports gets a 2-0, this game means that they will stand a chance to make it into the top 8, provided the other teams do not take a single win by the end of this week. So it is going to be a very, very risky, you know, or I would say an emotional moment for Bounty Esports fans, in particular for today, because right now this match is going to be what decides whether they make or are they going to break. So this is something that I feel like, I don't know about you, Gideon, like I feel like this is kind of sad. This is emotional for me.
Well, it's just the nature of competition, and more importantly, so we have the internationals just around the corner. So hopefully you guys are topped up on our favorite telco company. It's Hotlink.
Yep, if you guys are looking to secure lightning fast 5G connection for your MLBB games or enjoy superior 5G network latency and smoother gameplay, all of this is achievable only with Hotlink. So make sure you guys scan the QR code at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, and speaking of, you know, a lot of things as well, I feel like when it comes to getting skins here, my personal favorite is gotta be the recently new Moskov skin. That's something that I really like a lot. Unfortunately, I'm not a Moskov player, but I really like the designs of it. I really wish they actually make more about it as well.
I don't know. These are high effort, high octane skins, and I don't know. I don't know if they really want to have well, at the very least, get the banner. Wait, is it called the banner? No, the ID tag.
The ID tag,
The shiny, bright new ID tag. I don't know how many of those they're going to be giving away, because at the end of it, eventually, if they keep giving it out, it comes a little too special.
Now, speaking of relegations as well, we are also going to be talking about teams that are going to be entering MPL MY Season 14 here. Of course, congratulations to Red Riot for winning the MLO series, and they are going to be the ones that are coming in towards MPL MY for Season 14 to replace whoever is going to be knocked out or 10th place by the end of this week.
Just a little bit of a recap for those of you watching and are still a little bit confused about the MPL MAL situation. 10th place in MPL is confirmed relegated into MAL, and first place from MAL, in this case Red Riot, will be confirmed a spot going into season 14 of MPL MY. As for 9th place of MPL, they still have a chance, but they're gonna have to play against 2nd place of MAL, and the winner gets to move on into the next season.
So why go through all that trouble when you could just win 2-0 today and maybe keep yourself out of the 9th place position, especially considering that the MAL, the top 2 looking right now, are pretty decent, and I think they will put up a pretty okay fight.
Yeah, they've been putting up a strong fight. We've been seeing competition really flare up around here, so none of these teams want to be forced to move downwards. But here, we're going to talk about Bounty Esports. This is their final hunt. The conditions that have to be met are very tight. They need to clean sweep RSG. They need Monster Vicious and Niners to both lose 0-2 in order for them to move ahead. There's still a chance if they're able to at least secure victory of moving on into 9th place. But as you said, it's pretty tight.
Oh boy, I'm genuinely worried about this here. But again, you know, it is the nature of competition. I agree with you here, Gideon. And seeing how this is going to be in the hands of other teams as well, Bounty Esports is in the worst possible position that they can be. Because now, again, they must win 2-0 to get 9 points to tie it with 7-8. So means that if they lose a single game, means that they are going to be potentially fighting for 9th place if they're lucky. If they're lucky.
Well, I think at the end of the day, right, this is a precarious situation to be in, and worse yet, a lot of it is out of their control, even if they do get the best results on this best of 3. So again, a lot can be said about RSG MY's overall performance, but I do think that Bounty have a pretty decent chance. It kind of depends on the coin flip of what RSG MY we are getting today.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of shaky performances from a lot of our MPL mainstays throughout this season, where teams that should be stronger haven't been exactly performing consistently, and teams that should be on paper weaker also showing us hidden potential. Either way, let's just have them speak for themselves. We got an interview here with Sora Payung.
So, kita orang dah secure playoff. So, untuk next plan, mungkin kami akan lebih fokus pada gameplay kita orang. Kita orang tak akan fikir untuk dapatkan nombor 3, 4. Just dapat secure playoff pun dah cukup dah untuk kita orang. Disebabkan placement untuk playoff berdasarkan ranking, nombor 5, 6 ataupun 3, 4. Bagi saya macam kami tak perlu fikirlah untuk jumpa dengan tim yang mana. Sebab dua-dua tim kita orang akan lebih prepare lah. Sebabkan kita lawan KJI, kita dapat 1 point walaupun kalah. Lawan Homeboys pun dapat 1 point. One of the management ada cakap pasal it's either we win today or we learn today. So saya rasa macam benda tu jadi spark lah dekat player. So player macam tak ada pressure. Saya rasa itulah kunci kita orang punya kebangkitan. Sebab tak ada pressure, kita orang sama ada akan kalah ataupun belajar.
Always a good spirit to have. You go into every game thinking that either it's a chance to win or it's a chance to learn something. And those experiences make a big difference. We've already seen how old players match up against newer players on this stage.
You know, to be honest, I don't know about him because he feels like, hey, you know, it doesn't really matter who they face off here. For me, if I were to be playing into the playoffs here, I don't exactly want to seed myself in a way where the first match where I could be facing off against SRG. So that's something that I don't want to put myself in.
Well, I mean, as long as they make it through the play-in stage, they will have a double elimination once they get past that. So even if they do lose against SRG in that second round, that's totally fine. It's still okay for them. They can still make a lower bracket run. I think at the end of the day, even if I was in Sora Payung's position, I would much rather have a team that's ready to perform up on stage, right? Because yes, you could say you can learn as much as you can, and you want to be able to get the best out of the experience as possible, but you still need points, and I definitely think that RSGMY, one of those teams that could have done much better up on stage for the earlier weeks.
I agree with you. I think RSGMY as a team right now is not in a comfortable enough position that they can say, let's get the points we need to secure a better placement, better seeding in the playoffs, right? They really need all the experience they can get when they're playing in the Land of Dawn here so that they can actually figure out the synergy that has been missing to show slightly more consistent gameplay. Because we know that RSGMY is a former champion. They have a lot more hidden potential than we expect. So very excited to see what is going to happen in this first match. Let's go ahead and welcome both RSGMY and Bounty Esports onto the stage.
RSGMY! Still recognized as a formidable contender for the title, the Malaysian Raiders enter their final regular season match with serious intent. Deploying their strongest lineup, they aim to walk the talk and maintain momentum heading into the playoffs. Here comes RSG Malaysia!
Bounty Esports.
Teetering on the brink of relegation, the Bornean Hunters are gripped by desperation. Their only lifeline lies in winning this match convincingly and hoping it's enough. Now, the real question is, can they rely on the players other than Panda to lead the charge and secure a victory? With relegation looming, it's a do or die for Bounty Esports. Introducing the coach and analyst for both teams, escorted by Head of League Ops Cedric, who will ensure fair play and professional integrity of the match. From RSG, we have Sora, and from Bounty Esports, we have June. With that being said, the match is about to begin for the final match of today for both teams. Let the match begin!
Our first match of the day, RSGMY versus Bounty Esports. Just on paper itself, we would say that RSGMY is the better team. But what are you expecting here today, Gideon?
Well, I'm expecting that RSG should technically be able to get a 2-0 if they are playing at full form. And considering that Sora Bayong has already won the coach apparel difference here, it all makes sense. Leather shoes, full turtleneck on top of having the blazer, and slacks, man's looking fine.
Hey, speaking of blazer as well, we've got to talk about another guy, and what I mean by the other guy is we have to talk about the R factor here. What do you think? You know what I'm talking about? R factor, another guy is dressed up pretty good. He dressed kind of beige as well in suit.
I see where you're coming from. Let's hold off on that, because if we're talking about being dressed up nicely, right, we gotta talk about the brand new challengers arriving in the Land of Dawn. The highly anticipated new characters of the MLBB X King of Fighters 97 collaboration are now unveiled, and their collab skins already arrived from the 24th of April. We got popular characters such as Kyo Kusanagi for Valir, Mai Shiranui for Masha, as well as Terry Bogard for Paquito, all of which have been bringing their unique fighting techniques to the Land of Dawn for the ultimate showdown. We've already gotten to see so many players showing off these skins, so what are you guys waiting for?
Much to behold, and more so, I'm pretty sure that you've seen them in your ranked games as well. Doesn't feel very good when somebody is dominating you with a cool-looking skin. Adds a little bit more salt to the wound.
Personally, Terry Bogard is like the best skin ever. I just like him flashing around his Paquito, just going in for the punch here and there. It's really cool. I really like it.
Yeah, I love the sound effects as well. It's so good. We even get to hear it a little bit here on stage, even despite how loud the audience gets. So very satisfying. But let's talk about the game that is going to be coming up right here. RSGMY, their regular season report card. You brought this up earlier, Terrence. The R factor. Is this a problem, you think?
That's the thing about RSGMY, right? The early weeks here, I think Gideon brought this up as well. Oh, they weren't doing really, really well. But ever since Repo is back in action, and there was an issue with Coach Rain as well. Something kind of happened. They have been performing a little bit better here. What do you think, Gideon?
Well, I mean, it's R for a reason, right? A lot of it's just about restarting. Some might even say restarted even in these positions, because halfway through the season, we did see RSG kind of pulled themselves together. I wouldn't say it's the cleanest gameplay in the world, but it felt at the very least that they had some kind of game plan or opportunity being opened up to them. At the same time, when you look at the average team stats all across the board, right? Not exactly the worst, but the biggest one that stands out to me is the average turtle rate. One of the weakest areas we've seen RSG play for is that very first neutral objective.
Not to mention the fact that they're ranked 10 for the first turret rate as well, showing that their early game right now is really shaky overall, which is surprising considering that last season we saw the stats. They were the top of the charts at the end of the regular season, and they were known for very aggressive snowbally early game movements. So the fact that after all the switch-ups, after all the inconsistencies, that seems to be their weakest phase in the game overall. It's very surprising.
You know, it's funny, like, that's the thing about meta, right? Like, whenever a meta is brought to the table here, the playstyle completely shifts the table. Like, RSG, previous season, they were the strongest when they played towards the later stage of the game. You know, late game is their game. But this time, everybody has been eyeing on just dominating the early to mid game and hope to snowball from there. And it seems to be a little bit different now. And I feel like right now, it all comes down to adapting very, very quickly here. And personally, I feel like when it comes to adaptation here, RSG is gotta do it a little bit better here. Will they be bringing something new to the table? Personally, I would like to see a potential Hellcurt. But of course, RSG MY introducing the lineup. We have Izanami, Repo, Loleo, Vinogo, and Stowe.
Now, this team is interesting, right? As you mentioned before, they didn't have a very good early game. And I think a lot of it just comes down to how they want to activate the correct players. And most of the time, it leans in towards Loliels, then people like Vinogo, which I think is a bit of an issue, right? We've seen Vinogo actually play the Nolan. He can get in and out, that's totally fine. But they keep on putting him on Fredrin because it didn't work out well. Loliels, on the other hand, he's kind of free to do what he wants. With a lot of coverage from both Izanami and as well as Stoem, you can tell that the resources are pulled to his side of the map. My biggest issue is their draft, right? I want Izanami on Valentina. Stop giving him Angela. Get the Arlet early, maybe even a Grok.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from here, and perhaps those were the steps that they will need to take when they are up against Bounty Esports. We got Assist, we got Panda, we got Havos as the in-game leader alongside Yanlord and Yuna. If we're talking about how RSG tends to be a little bit weaker early on, Bounty Esports is a team that loves aggression in those first few minutes, but their consistency in terms of success rate leaves a little bit to be desired.
You know, that's the thing about Bounty Esports. They have been trying to find their footing throughout the entire regular seasons here, and so far the only things that kind of worked has been just playing around, protect the Panda. In this case, will they continue to do the same? But it feels like it's going to be a little bit too late though, personally.
Is it going to be too late? I feel like if they are able to start activating players, right? Like, we know that Havas can play from ahead and from behind. He just needs a play-making hero that isn't centric around one stage of the game and is more all-rounded across the board, right? I feel like when we talk about Yanlord as well, same goes for him. He's finding these great opportunities, but it really comes down to the micro sometimes to capitalize on these plays. Like Panda, yes, you give him all the resources, but if he makes one mistake, that's a huge swing back for the opposing side.
And we've seen plenty of those mistakes over and over again. Let's ask Coach Chun what he has to say about it. We asked, what is the cause of in-game miscommunication with Bounty Esports? And he said that they've already made preparations during scrims, so they have the confidence. But that confidence kind of goes away when they're on stage because the players may be overthinking things.
Yeah, I personally think I kind of agree with what you say as well here. Like, sometimes if you're playing at home, it's really, really easy here. But playing on the MPL MY stage, it can be a little bit frightening personally. I think, you know, all of us here at the Casters, we have had the experience to play on stage without the audience, but with the audience, it can be a little bit overwhelming for me.
It's quite intimidating, right? Especially when you're shouting across the table over the comms where you don't need to shout to be able to, you know, pull resources from the map or call somebody to help you break a freeze. And at the same time, the crowd is just shouting louder than what we have and what we've set these players up. But let's talk about the most used heroes so far. I don't think this goes without saying, but Fredrin has been a hot pick for the longest of time. Very relevant kit. Barat has come to try and counter him in the earlier stages of the game. And of course, the rise of Roger with his 48.5% pick rate.
All three of these heroes have been seen very, very frequently. I'm actually surprised that Roger is under 50%. I definitely feel like he's appeared a lot more than that overall. But it is interesting to see that despite the changes made to try and push the game more into an assassin meta direction, the two top most used heroes still are those tank utility junglers. And even Roger getting flexed into the jungle quite often too. So interesting to see how that might affect, especially once we go on into the playoffs, and especially now that we have a brand new hero added to the mix.
Yeah, speaking of the stats as well, I think the stats for Roger is kind of skewed because of the fact that the first 3 weeks was a different patch where Roger wasn't like the priority pick here. We saw a little bit more Grok during those weeks here, but after the new patch coming in, we saw a little bit more Harif, we see a little bit more Roger, which I think is the reason why it's going to be skewed here. But again, I agree with you, Slafa. Hellcurt is something that I want to see because Storm is the guy that has brought in a lot of aggression coming into this season here, and knowing his playstyle, I feel like Hellcurt for him, it's not out of his comfort pick.
That's a possibility, but I think, you know, considering that we take a lot of I wouldn't say information, or at the very least, we take a lot of ideas for MPL ID as well as PH as well, right? So I wouldn't be too surprised if Yanlord, or maybe in this case even Storm, decide, you know what, Hellcurt in the roam, that might just be the way to go.
Now that we're jumping into the drafting phase for game number 1, I do want to highlight to all of you watching that Hellcurt is finally available for play. Like Gideon mentioned, we've already seen him being played in MPL ID, used by Baloyski in the roam position twice, and winning out both games as well. So, very scary. And now that we have another hero that could be important to ban out in the first phase, it's going to be interesting to see how this might affect the delicate balance of hero bans that we've been seeing here.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about balance, then it's got to be about specifically Fredrin. We saw earlier 75 overall pick rate, right? Most used heroes so far in the MPL MY overall. A lot of teams and a lot of junglers know how to play Fredrin. It's just too good across the board. But we saw even from last season when Hellcurt didn't get his revamp, people like Chibi were whipping out Hellcurt as a potential counter because of his strong silence and able to close the lights off the map, losing line of sight. Now, when we look at the draft, right, we do see something kind of interesting coming from Bounty, right? They're getting rid of specifically the Lilia and as well as the Loi. Loi I can understand, but the Lilia is kind of odd, especially within the first phase.
I think it comes down to the phase where they might be setting up for a situation where they want to kind of prioritize the chips in their hands. So RG is actually taking into consideration here, do they ban the chips right here or do they let it through? But in this case, seems like chips will be let through. Angela is going to be the priority for RGMY. So Bounty Esports, do they want to have the chips for Yanlord?
I mean, they have Chip, they have Matilda, they've got a lot of really strong picks on their side here, and I think if they want to lean into that, they absolutely can, because Fredrin is still wide open, one of which Yuna is very proficient at. And I think, you know, the biggest leg up that Yuna has over Vinogo as of right now, based on the games that we've seen throughout the regular season, is that Yuna's pretty independent with or without his team.
Yeah, I agree with you. That independence can be very useful, and we know that he's an aggressive player as well, so something like Fredrin would enable him somewhat. The Barats, though, looks to be the prio pick for Bounty Esports. And we have to note as well, all three of the heroes that they banned out are not only very good at team fighting, they're also very good at dealing with these frontline tanks. So by getting rid of them, they're directly enabling Yuna to play this type of style.
Yeah, but at the same time here, you know, again, you know, Gideon, I know you are a big fan of the Fredrin pickup here, but the win rate percentage on this hero is just terrible right now. It's 37.5%. But again, besides these stats here, it feels like RGMY is in a situation where they have to deny the Matilda away from Bounty Esports, or just pick the chip straight up and give them the Matilda, because as of yet, either of these heroes works really, really well with Bounty Esports in their composition.
Look, Sora is a really smart guy here, right? I don't think he's going to start picking it up, especially since he is playing towards what is going well for RSG. And a lot of that is just leaning in towards Loliels. Get him a strong matchup early. That's why we see the Harith ban on red side from RSG. Now that you have Roger, Bounty, it's up to them. They could play a double fighter strategy if they want to and throw Barats into the EXP lane just to be able to deal with specifically Roger. But even then, it might not necessarily be worth it because Vexana is quite the problem to a lot of melee heroes.
I think it's a good idea because it directly puts pressure on Bounty to lock in their gold laner as soon as possible, because you can be sure that RSG is going to continue banning them out. Bounty not going to go for it, prioritizes the Matilda and the Valentina instead to make sure that they don't go into the hands of players like Snom and Izanami. This means that if RSG bans out things like the Natan within the second phase, there's going to be a very little left for Panda.
Yeah, I don't think this is a game where RGMY is going to pick up the Hellcurt here based on this draft. It feels like there's just so many things to actually pick up for Storm, knowing that he has a very, very decent hero pool here. So even if it doesn't pick up the chips, it's fine. You know, Bounty Esports is going to be forced to ban all the roamers to deal with him. But again, Storm, he can play Grok, he can play Gwen Roam again. But again, that is just me talking about his hero pool. And yes, looks like they will skip the roamer. They will pick the Fredrin again. Not a big fan, but Venogo just plays a lot of Fredrin too for RGMY.
I mean, they need a frontliner of some sort. If they reveal what Ripple plays in the EXP lane, it allows Bounty a lot more flexibility on the drafting side when they want to complete their composition. Now, RSG, they get rid of the Natan. They're going to get rid of the meta marksmans at this point in time to ensure that Roger is guaranteed to have a winning lane, which means that Ripple is probably either going to be the sacrificial lamb or they're going to lock in a flex pick for RSG, most likely the Arlet if it doesn't get banned out by Bounty.
Looks like Bounty also gets rid of the floor in here. They want to make sure that RSG doesn't have the same kind of early game and healing presence that the Matilda has. They might even double down and get rid of something like the Wrath as well. But we have a bit of fun fact here. Yuna, he's played 6 heroes so far, but the only wins that he has, which are 5 games by the way, are with Frederick.
Now it makes so much sense why production has been highlighting on Fredrin here. But okay, I guess this might be a denial coming from RGMY.
No, I don't think it's a denial. I mean, Bounty could have just first picked it if they really, really wanted to, right? I mean,
fair enough.
That's probably going to be the best case scenario for them. Now, RSG, they do decide to ban out Masha. Very, very smart of them. I was surprised that Masha didn't get picked up within first rotation, but it looks like both Bounty and RSG have a game plan for themselves. Chip is the follow-up ban on top of the Florin from the side of Bounty, just to ensure that at the very least they don't have to have that true healing to deal with, and not to mention the fact that just Florin is naturally annoying to sustain through what Bounty currently is lacking, which is a lot of poke.
Speaking of the drafts here, I feel like RGMY is in a situation where Storm might be forced to play the Minotaur to kind of mirror some sort of a healing composition, but by doing so means that this Barats is not going to be able to... this Barats is going to be left completely unchecked because of the fact that, the Daytona's Welcome kind of gets immune throughout all the CCs if you time it correctly. But, okay, looks like it is going to be the R-Lord role for Storm, for RGMY.
Wow, who could have guessed it, right? Now, RSG, I think at this point, they're deciding whether or not it's worth bringing in the Grok in this position just to make sure that they have somebody who can body block the Daytona's Welcome now that you bring it up, right? So Bounty, on the other hand, need to keep that into consideration. Arlet could go basically anywhere at this point, right? They've already got a guaranteed losing gold lane at this point of time, so they could either throw this Barat into the EXP and play double fighter and a damage-oriented jungler, which sounds like a good idea, but it's very, very dependent on how much lane control you actually have, which I think with Matilda at this point is definitely a viable option. So here we go. They lock in the Yuzong. It's looking good. Final pick here, going to be the Martis. So there we go. Double fighters for the side of Bounty. I'm not 100% sure whether the Martis probably should have been the way to go because now they don't necessarily scale. But at the same time, you can see the idea. They are really tanky.
Is this a Yuzong goal lane?
Most likely, right?
I think we will have to see. It's the Yuzong and the Barats that are going to be taking the side lane, so it depends on how they want to split it up. And we have been seeing a lot of double fighter side lane, but having the Martis in the jungle, like Gideon said, means that they don't have the scaling that you would if you had Roger in the jungle, for example. So Bounty Esports needs to play really hard and fast here, which they can with the Matilda and with the gameplay that they've shown us historically so far. But RSGMY right now have the much safer team composition. They just need something to round it out. Looks like it's going to be the Cho.
Yes, love it, love it, love it. This is so smart. A way to be able to block the Daytona's Welcome and also isolate a target, right? Because Bounty is going to be strongest when they get that early lead and they start deathballing their opponents in 3v3s, 4v4s, 5v5s. That's when you expect them to have the biggest leg up against RSGMY. So the way of the Dragon to be able to kind of slow down the pace and also disrupt the more important targets and peel them away with the help of that Arlet is definitely going to give Lolios an extra little bit of space, but he's got to use that Lycan Pounds carefully. One bad move could cost them the game.
It's a risky maneuver here. Bounty Esports, the moment this composition falls behind, they are in a lot of trouble. And that is Valentina goal lane for Ratsmith.
Well, we have to see how things break down here. Gideon broke it down very, very nicely, but it all comes down to the teams to decide their fate, because now, for their final series of this season here, RSGMY versus Bounty Esports for the final hunt.
All right, they go into the Land of Dawn, and it looks like it's going to be RSG on a purple start with Bounty on an orange start. They're going to start on the same side of the map and end up towards EXP. I am curious to see whether or not it is true that we are getting Valentina gold lane because, wow, I really have to think about this, right? I don't think the early game goes well for Valentina.
but I can see where they're coming from at least, because Valentina has a way better scaling overall. It does kind of mean Aziz gets thrown under the bus somewhat though.
Watch it.
Wait a minute.
2v1 and Loliel still wins the trade.
Is this a role Barat?
No, this is a mid lane Barat. I understand why they're putting Barats in the mid lane, because right now the big concern is wave clear, right? And Barats has a decent wave clear in the earlier levels. Valentina does not necessarily have that. And even if they get Yanlord to be on that side of the map, it's hard to maintain this pressure against, Loliel's, who still hasn't hit 2.
Yeah, speaking of hitting 2 here, that's a 2 punch coming from Storm, and Panda just dropping relatively low here. RGMY seems to be winning on the gold lane trade for now, but on the top side here, Vinogo losing out in terms of XP. Yuna just denying resources away from Vinogo once more.
Didn't get the Litho Wanderer. Wait, no, he did get the Litho Wanderer. He looks like he missed the camp somewhere, but at the end of the day, doesn't really matter, right? Level 4 or not, 24 more seconds, and we can expect that Vinogo catches up. The real question is who's going to give first blood away?
It's very important for Bounty Esports to get that first blood, especially if they're able to snowball Yuna from the start, because there really is no other way for them to go into this. They're all about team fighting, they're all about getting kills, they're all about ganking. So this first turtle is going to be very important for Bounty Esports specifically, because if they fall behind at any point in this game, the catch-up mechanics for them are very, very difficult.
Yeah, there's a lot of dependence on this Barrage right now. Does have the stack, Vinogo trying to go for a little bit, but here Daytona's Welcome completely airballed. That means RGMI has a little bit more priority in this upcoming fight here, but they're still worried about this Matilda combo. Barat starting things off as well. The Lord already dropped in. Black Dragon comes in. RASGMY getting zoned out. This turtle. No! What is the Nami still got it here? And now here comes the drop stamp here. Vinogo still surviving, but nope, he will drop eventually. Bounty Esports, they lose the turtle trade, but they still get a kill. But it's not over yet here. Storm looking for a kick here. They will get the kick as well. He'll lose his life, but they will trade Yuna in the process. But Bounty Esports, they've got the numbers, and Repo will also fall. Bounty Esports comes up on top. RGMY, what were you thinking?
I thought it looked like a good idea, right? It did feel that Storm had a potential to find that out, but Bounty just responded way too fast, and Aziz, he didn't mind, right? He already had to level up onto Izanami's side with a pushing wave on top of that, so then he just needs to rotate, and Avas also making sure that he's able to capitalize on that situation too before, and making sure that he's not in position for that final slash from Rippo.
Yeah, it was very messy from both teams. Like Bounty Esports got a bit too desperate to try and make something happen, missing out multiple attacks. And while they did lose out on that turtle, RSG did not really need to force that engagement as well. Like, getting the kill on Yuna is very valuable because they also recognize that Marty snowballing is the win condition for Bounty Esports. But you also have to know that Bounty has a lot more sustained fighting potential at this level, especially around Havos.
Man, this is going to be annoying for Loliels, right? Because again, this is very unorthodox matchup, and the spacing, definitely your muscle memory is not going to help you much here, right? You're looking for that all-in, and usually in these types of matchups when you are playing Roger, you poke out your opponent with S1, and then once he's low enough, you look for the all-in.
Well, yeah, as of yet here, we do see a little bit of scuffle here. Kick has been bait out, but they also bait out the Purify up on Yen Lord. So for now, no major ultimates here, but they can force a fight down bottom. Loliel's almost losing his life here.
Good.
Narrowly, but he gets the recall out. But 8 seconds turtle is going to be in the hands of Bounty for now.
Really good Purify there, right? A second too late, you're dead. A second too early, you're also dead. So it's really well timed here. Aziz just making sure that he can just... Oh, wait.
Oh, Daytona's Welcome coming in for Aziz. They burst down Izanami instantly. Vinogo, trying to stop the backline. Stone trying to capitalize on the situation. They drop everything. Havos gets turret dive here, but Yuna goes in for the kill. They get a second one for Bounty Esports, while RSGMY, they lose too. But again, Repo being called in as well. Trying to make a fight here. Half HP, gets dragged back. He's trying to stall his way through, but Bounty Esports are not interested in him. They are focused on this turtle. Turtle gets resetted for now. Vinogo trying his best to buy time for his teammates here. They all spawned up. RGMY trying to regroup for this fight, as Bounty Esports a little bit slow to clear this turtle. Down towards the final match here, but RGMY setting up for the purple for this Fredrin. Looking for the push here, as this does not have the Daytona's Welcome, but they will use the Black Dragon to secure the turtle for now for Bounty Esports.
Kind of a suspicious sequence of events there. Bounty Esports, obviously that's what they need to be doing, right? Just running at RSGMY, because with Double Fighter and Martis in the jungle, you gotta go for these.
Oh, bottom lane, Leo getting typed once more. Bounty Esports, they're getting a little bit annoying with all these rotations here, and RSGMY, they're just dodging fights all over.
Yeah, and I mean, it's forcing Storm to make a lot of decisions in this game, right? He's kind of deviating from what the original plan was supposed to be because of the unorthodox plays coming out from Bounty. Here comes the conceal.
Ooh. Oh, with the kick, he gets on towards Aziz, but he's so tanky. Matilda tops him out with the help here. We've got Yuna interrupting the fights. RSGMY, they have to find an opportunity, but they get the stolen final slash. They're trying to kill Aziz, but he can't die. He's gonna get out, and now they're gonna go all out brawl here. Her boss still survives with the Matilda gliding win. RSGMY, they just can't find the finisher. They need this Roger Loleo. He's shown himself down bottom so far from the fight, and that is going to be the disengage from both sides now.
Considering everything, and Panda also and Yanlord also forcing themselves outside of that gold lane, it allows Lolios to actually get a little catch back up a little bit and actually put some decent damage onto that turret, right? Now that the gold plating is gone, at the very least, RSGMY, we're waiting for a couple of items. I'm expecting 2 items from the side of RSGMY before they confidently pull the trigger. They need some form of anti-heal, and more so, they need a way to kind of get through just the raw tank stats that we see coming in for Bounty Esports.
Yeah, but RSGMY definitely doesn't need to feel too pressured to try and make things happen this early on, because that pressure is on Bounty. It's them who needs to really get these kills, and RSG just needs to be able to respond evenly somewhat, which they were actually able to successfully do in that last fight, even though initially it looked like it would be quite spotty for them. I am definitely seeing that Aziz doesn't have quite as much comfort playing on this mid lane barrage.
Who does though, to be honest?
Yeah.
At the same time here, Voss getting a little bit cheeky here. He's trying to buy a little bit more time, but he's getting chain stun here. Trying to pop the back dragon, but he manages to pop it eventually at the last moment. Izanami catches him in mid-air, drags the dragon down to the ground. And that is going to be a kill in the hands of RSGMY. Now, Vinogo trying to go for the taunt here. Panda with the sidestep, but Storm still looking for the angles to work with as well. But it's going to be Yanlor taking a little bit too much damage. Repo looking for a final splash, doesn't seem to get the angle. Daytona's woke up, catches the back lines instead. Storm will be bursted down. Repo trying his best to force the fight, but Loleo, he's got everyone down 50%. He's trying to go for the finisher, but the tower is there. He will back off. And RSGMY will just settle with resetting the Lord. No, they didn't even get the turtle. It is going to be a new Lord instead.
That's a bit unfortunate here. Lolios could have used that Purify to get the extra bit of movement speed to close the distance. I think he used his Lycan Pounce already, which is why he didn't want to go even further than he did just now, or at least transform into human form and maybe get a little bit of poke in. But at the end of the day, right, it's still a decent win for RSGMY. It denies the turtle from Bounty Esports. It allows, wait a second, Lolios to actually start scaling into this game, and I think for the rest of RSGMY, still part of the game plan. It's totally fine for them.
Now this Matilda is starting to get a little bit annoying here. Panda with the stolen lore coming in.
Oh!
I mean, he gets tracked back. Mistakes were made. Can he get out? Yes, he can. The gliding wing comes in. Loleo, he tried to go for the pounce. A little bit too far off. But RSGMY, they're scuffling to disengage from these 2 miniature lord fights coming in from both the Vexanas on both sides. One being the imposter from RSGMY.
I'm just gonna call it right now. The fights this game are really ugly. They're just not good to look at. It's very messy coming from both these teams, because like they're trying to both be the aggressors and play on the defensive at the same time. There's no real plan going into a lot of these engagements, and it is very reactive, making it just like, yeah.
Repo, he might be just dead here. Yeah, Yuna just timing the percentage, and then he gets an easy decimation. Lord now in the hands of Bounty Esports, and I don't think RGMY can contest this.
Are none of these players talking to each other? Like, how is this not predictable about their positions here?
Oh, so it's like they are going to force a fight as well. Here comes the Daytona's welcome from Aziz. Instant Purify out as well. Yanlor will be focused down by Lodios, but he's getting chain stunned all the way, and he's going to be completely pummeled by Aziz. And here comes the Black Dragon to come in the zone of RGMY. They have to back off. Izanami taking a huge chunk of damage, and Havos just completely bullying the front lines of RGMY, almost getting a kill there. And now he's going to get kited instead. What? He got kited! Here comes the chain stun from Izanami, but Havos, he still survives it all. He's got so much sustain. RSGMY are scrambling to find an opening here.
Okay, is it fair for me to say this is some of the worst RSG gameplay I've seen?
Not yet. Not just yet. It's like they got the right ideas, but they're not talking to each other. And when wait, hold on. Oh my god.
goodness.
Oh!
The Lord comes in. It was not secured by the jungler, but the fight is going to break down. Here comes the bite coming in from Hoses. He's trying to survive this, and he actually survives with the gliding wind. What about the esports? They're just out-sustaining all this damage from RGMY. They just can't find a pick, and now Lolio is going to get caught out. He's dodging with the iframes. What? He actually dodged it, and he still survives. RSGMY. How are they doing this? How are they getting away with all this?
Item list. We need to see the item list right now. I need to know what they are building as of right now. I know Lolios is 2 items up. Panda just got his Divine Glaive, but I'm curious, what is Yuna building? I saw the Hunter Strike come through. Aziz just completed an Athena Shield. What is Ripple building? I got to know. I got to know.
I just feel so on the edge of my seat right now, and not in a good way. I feel like I'm watching a TV show where every episode ends in the worst cliffhanger known to man, where both these teams just...
no. Oh my god, the purified dodge from Lolio to kite the baited final slash from Panda. But again, Bounty Esports, they're looking very, very strong at this stage here. And RGMY, they're losing behind by 5k, but again, one good fight is all they need to turn things around, and it is going to be a very difficult one here. Yanlord looking for the opening here. Tier 1 comes down here from now. The kick comes in. We'll zone them out, but Bounty Esports, they're not pushing any more than they need to right now.
Nope, they don't need to. Looking at the item list, it now starts to make a lot more sense. We're not seeing anti-heal being purchased from the side of Bounty. They go straight for the anti-QRS. This entire comp is just making it difficult for Lolios to play, and I think that's what their game plan is from the draft is up till this point. It's really difficult not only to finish off his targets because of the anti-QRS, but there's just so much peel, so many ways to kind of like pull in and out of these fights with the help of Yanlord on this Matilda. I think that the only thing that I need to criticize is the fact that Lolios going for this Ozclaw isn't going to be doing too much for him. I think that he should have gone for the Demon Hunter's Sword instead and then started to look to rush into Malefic Roar. One or the other.
I agree with you. Demon Hunter's Sword Malefic Roar should have been the way to go here, because Hazclaws isn't going to actually be all that important as long as his positioning is correct, because Bounty Esports is going to out-sustain them anyway. And I really like the way that Bounty Esports has actually approached this unorthodox draft, understanding that, hey, we're not going to scale quite as well as RSG, so let's just play for the longest fights we can find.
Oh, the kick comes in. They find Yanlord, but the Purify will sidestep the final slash. And again, it's all about baiting out those Purifies for now. 12 seconds left before this Lord fight. They don't want to risk taking a fight right now before the Lord comes in to play.
I think that right now we need a big play coming in from Ripple. He needs to be able to, at the very least, force Panda to use that Purify to allow Storm an opening or vice versa. So far, we've seen that Storm really struggles because he can only hit one target at a time with his ult, right? So that final slash is really going to make that difference to force him to fail.
What? Charged up Daytona's welcome. Flicker catching but no go. They're pulling him all the way through here, and they're trying to pin him down. Can they get the finish here? But he somehow still makes it out despite the chain CCs. And now Repo trying to go for the stolen. He got cancelled in the last minute here. He still gets it off, but it's a very awkward spot here because right now Stone is getting chain stunned by Yuna. Double kill for this Martis here. Yuna with the disruption. What a play by him.
Honestly, I don't know how to respond about this game. Bounty Esports knows clearly what their draft is strong at doing. Either that, or they just pick the draft that complements their style the best. Because when you have this composition with this item build, they can literally just run at RSGMY with zero care in the world about whatever skills get thrown their way, and it'll be absolutely fine.
Yeah, it just feels like RSGMY, they're too far behind, right? 7k behind. If it was even, it'd probably be a little different here. They just need a high ground defense. And as long as they have at least a single inhibitor up, that'd be great, right? They just need to deny Bounty Esports an opening to take down an inhibitor.
Oh, speaking of a catcher, Yanlord getting kicked away, but he is going to be able to get out here. Beauty of a Matilda. Extremely annoying to catch right now, but with the Lord knocking in, RGMY, they seem to be struggling even more now. Oh boy.
I'll say they're struggling. Honestly, their comp doesn't have enough tools to force out multiple Purifies and guiding wins from Bounty Esports. That's a big problem in this case.
Yeah, but now with the Black Dragon zoning them off, they lose 2 inhibitors in the process. Repo trying his best to survive the onslaught as well, but Nogo focusing on the Lord. Meanwhile, the rest of Bounty Esports, they're just backing out. They're trying to bait Storm out of position here. The kick comes in. They finally catch Yanlord, baiting out the early Purify. Now with the setups come in, the Toda's welcome is going to try and buy himself a little bit more time, but the Matilda down means that they cannot zip out of there. RSGMY finally finds the opening that they've been eyeing for the past 16 minutes.
But at what cost? They lost 3 inhibitors in the process. Storm is missed.
Oh no,
man.
no, what were you thinking? Izanami tried his best to save his life, and he gets picked apart.
Yeah, no flicker. That's just what happens when you're not playing around your battle spells. He's confident he can get in and out of these fights, but he needs to recognize that Bounty, they've got so much peel on their side. And I disagree with the statement earlier. I think that RSGMY actually has enough resources and enough tools to bait out these Purifies. The main issue right now is that Aziz is too thick of a tank, and especially with anti-CC, worst comes to worst, he gets kicked. But then Yuna follows up with the Mortar Coils, which creates space for him for free without really doing much on top of the fact that it's anti-CC, right? I think that RSGMY, if they need to find an angle here, it's kind of up to Rippo to be able to kind of push the enemy team back into their position, or at the very least catch Panda in that final slash.
It's gonna be difficult though, because the Purify timings from Panda and Yanlord have been on point a lot of the time, and against this composition specifically, I think pushing them into your team may actually not work out as well as you would think, because they're just straight up too bulky, too tanky, too beefy. And it's so easy for them to run at RSG in the first place. So I think it's kind of a situation where RSG is stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Well, I do think that Izanami has been positioning himself very, again, like, I wouldn't say like a KDA position, but more so just to make sure that he can find the biggest bang for buck. I don't think that RSGMY are communicating with the entirety of the team. They're communicating amongst each other. Like Storm and as well as Ripple have been communicating totally fine, but right now it feels like Izanami's a little out of the loop, and the same can be said for Vinogo, right? He doesn't know how far he needs to stand up to create space, and more so, he needs to kind of follow up on the initial engage if someone is able to find like a 3-man knockup, maybe even a 4-man final slash, either one of those conditions.
Oh, but Nogo now getting gobbled out. He's going to be stunned his way through. He's in position, but the chain stomp comes in. The Lord will be reset for now. He drops up praise as well. He will survive, but the rest of the team coming from Bounty Esports, they're committing to this fight. And that is going to be Lolios getting the first opening that they need. And Bounty Esports, they're happy. They're not too happy, actually, despite the engagement. They wanted to focus on the Lord, but RSGMY was focused on Hellbent and taking Panda down. They got the kill, and now they may be looking for more. Lord already started off with Vinogo, but here comes the Circling Eagle. Will with the mark. The Eagle comes in, but what is am I watching here? The final set just comes in, but there's just no follow-up. Everyone is just doing their own thing. And Bounty Esports now, just waiting for the strike. They're sitting, they're hoping. They're just looking. They're just poking all the spells as much as they can. But now Havos starts the opening pick here. He's going to be focused down, but they just don't have the damage to take him out. Havos is just so darn tanky. RSGMY, they eventually make a decision. They force the Black Dragon in, but the Lord is down to 100 HP here. Vinogo secures it with the Retribution. The split fight looks a little bit scuffle, and now Bounty Esports, they will fall, and Repo gets a pick-off assist. My goodness, and now Panda, he's going to try and salvage the fight, but RSGMY, they finally get out.
Holy cow.
This is a mess, man. This is a mess. Like, okay, firstly, props to RSG. They played the map, sent Lolio to push down bottom lane, looked for the flank, found Panda. Great. That's how they should be fighting. That's how they should be splitting up Bounty Esports. That's how they waste resources. They got a great start. Bounty actually had a good response. Aziz jumping in at the right time to capture Vinogo to make sure that the Lord doesn't get stolen away, but Yuna didn't quite get the timing correctly as well. The scaling now kicking in for RSG. But it's still all so messy.
I think, it's hard to say here, right? It's really, really hard to say. A lot of good ideas are coming through, but the execution is like half a second too late, or like miscommunicated and going in the wrong direction. The pathing could be slightly better here. I don't know. Usually I'm not this hypercritical about this, but like with especially with these comps, which is very high execution, it's really dependent on these micro mechanics. Like RSGMY, if they CC somebody, they got to make sure that the chain stays fully intact. They cannot be a frame too late.
That communication, we've literally been talking about it the entire time. Doesn't feel very smooth here, but the Lord is pushing in.
Well, stolen Eternal God comes in, hits onto 2. Black Dragon as well being used in, but they need to focus on someone here. The damage coming in, but Izanami with a big Eternal God chains on their way through. Her boss will be able to buy a little bit more time, but he will be the first to fall. He's got the immortality, but it's not going to do him any good. RG tries to pick here, but Stone is looking for the K. Yen Lord gets a 4-man knock, and that's going to be the opening that Yuna needs, and he's going to get that first decimation. Unstoppable for him. Repo pretty much stranded his way through, but he's getting kited around because Lolios is survived. He's alive through it all. He turns the tide. I don't care, Yuna. You may have the decimation, but I'm the true carry. I will wipe the floor, take the crystal, and take game 1 against Bounty.
Outscaled and outplayed in the very final moments of this game. RSG pull it back like we expected, finally outscaling the strong early game from this Death Ball comp of Bounty Esports.
Man, that was something, all right. It was a comeback victory coming in from RSGMY. We talked about it during the draft. They just need to wait for that scaling to finally kick in. And it did at the end, especially after they were able to find that gold swing from a nice flank play. But still, I think the performance this game from both sides left us with a lot to be desired.
To be honest, it's not just desired, man. There's just a lot of questions on what was actually going on between both those teams here, because it felt like it looked really flashy, but at the same time, nothing was connecting.
Well, I mean, it's a game. It's a game of rock paper scissors, right? I think a lot of the interactions in this game is highly dependent on who makes the very first move here, right? So, a lot of the time, I could say the least, the better performers on the team for Bounty has to be Aziz, right? Even though he does feel like a little uncomfortable on this Barats, at the end of the day, he's getting the most important combo down, which is Daytona's welcome, flicker backwards, make sure that you can throw somebody outside of the position that they need to be, away from the enemy battle lines. I think, he's done a good job thus far. The biggest setback here is the way that everybody's communicating with what the major goal in the team fight is supposed to be. Once they got split in that decision, that's when you're playing 2 games of rock, paper, scissors at the same time. But give it up. RSG played a strong game here. Loliels couldn't find the kills that he wanted to against the composition designed to stop him. But in the end, scaling and time all plays a factor.
I will definitely give props to Loliel. I think his discipline in this game was definitely better than what we've seen throughout the regular season, where there's times you think, oh, if Roger just jumps in here, he could get a couple of kills, but understanding his cooldowns and knowing that he cannot afford to fall too behind in this game, taking it slow and steady to make sure that that doesn't happen.
Individual micro skills here, Lolios has survived a lot here. 1 HP clutch iframe timings. He's got the sustains here. Yeah, you were talking about him not getting the Haas Claw earlier here at DH, and eventually he got it, and that's where we started to see a lot more damage towards the final fight, because in that final months, it looks very scuffled, but it came down to a situation where Bounty Esports were just completely forgotten about this Roger that kind of exists, and Lolio is just able to just shut everybody down.
I mean, if the fight dragged out as long as that last inhibitor fight did of this game, then, well, most people would realize, okay, it's pretty much done for against this Roger who has consistent damage and low cooldowns. I think, at least for Lolios, he redeemed himself. He sold his Haas Claw initially, and then eventually, once he had full items, sold his boots, got the Haas Claw as his situational item, and I think, applaud to him. At least he corrected the mistake.
Being able to scale up, we know that Lolil is going to be the win condition here, because it's very difficult for anyone else on the RSG side to break through the bulk that Bounty Esports brings to the table here. So not only was Lolil being able to split up the map and then find the flank to catch off Panda first in that big swing fight, made a big difference for RSGMY. But I do also feel like, knowing RSG's potential, it didn't have to come down to this.
It really didn't. And I think, unfortunately, the way that they were thinking about this game, based on item builds alone, right? Like, Izanami, he's playing Vexana, but he has to take a more supportive role, going with the glowing wand, just to, help out with these tanks, getting the necklace of Durance, because he's one of the easier people who can apply it to everybody else. Even Rippo deciding to get Dominance Ice later down the line. So I think that in terms of the item progression, maybe RSG probably needed somebody to kind of tell them what they needed first for the mid game to actually smoothen out a little bit. Because if let's say Izanami decided to go for the Gleaming Gem first and then basically played a traditional scaling mage, Lightning Truncheon into maybe even a Holy Crystal, if he's super greedy considering his KDA, he's 3-1-8, so it feels very much in his economy to purchase it, or maybe even a Blood Wings. I still think it would have worked out fine.
Well, I can't really blame him for going for what he did go for in the end, though. He wants to make sure that his positioning is correct. He wants to be able to deal consistent damage somewhat instead of big burst. Because if you go for that big burst and the opponent doesn't die, having the Matilda around means that they can always heal back up. So he's just kind of playing as more of an observer position in the back of the team fights. Obviously, more damage would have helped RSG close out the game a little bit more quickly, but they went for the safe path.
Very safe path indeed. I think even for Bounty, they were kind of dealing with this, dealing with the Guardian. It was a bit annoying for people like Aziz, because no matter what, you kind of want to claim space for yourself, but then you have this mini lord just chunking at your max HP, and you are one of the thickest boys on that team at the same time. So it's like, it's either we waste time getting rid of this lord, or we actually look for some of the priority targets.
That's the thing about having this Valentina pickup from Bounty, right? They can kind of replicate it by stealing the Eternal Guard, and we've seen multiple times ever since they dropped the Eternal Guard, both teams is just like scrambling. Wait, we gotta deal with this mini lord first and then join the fight. But every single time that happens, it feels like nobody is in check with each other's internal cooldown timings to actually set out a fight, which costs where there was just a lot of miscommunication, not a lot of very, very efficient follow-ups as well, which kind of brought into this day in the fights. And it feels like everybody was trying to win their individual 1v1s rather than playing as a 5-man.
Yeah, it's mistakes being made by both sides, because RSG had the more balanced composition, and if they played a little bit more smart from the beginning, could have ended out the game very quickly by not allowing Bounty to snowball. And then as for Bounty, played very smart by playing around a style that is more comfortable for them to get kills, and did so correctly, but started becoming a bit too one-dimensional towards the end of the game and not thinking about the possibilities that RSG-MY might start to explore.
Well, to be fair, I think that Bounty, if they just gotten that last Lord, if Yuno was able to win that retry fight against Vinogo, Bounty had a very good chance at closing out this game. Like, considering everything that has happened, right, it really just came down to having Lord on your side to be able to make that final push, because Bounty technically, as hard as their snowball was, they kind of struggle playing for high ground.
Yeah, I agree. I can see where you're getting at here, Gideon. Like, they needed the extra lot here, and on top of all, they don't really have a marksman where you can actually damage the crystal from a very, very safe range. Like, almost everyone for Bounty is melee range, and they're all built for team fight rather than sieging. So I was very surprised that they were able to get 3 inhibitors very, very easily for Bounty Esports. But again, that's because they kind of won that early Lord fight to begin with, right? So going for the final push requires a little bit of finesse, and again, they have to commit to these fights and win against RSG-MY, whereas RSG-MY, again, like I think Starfa did bring around as well. Loleo has the ability to go for this split push composition where Bounty Esports just doesn't have the luxury.
Still messy. Like, I'm gonna be honest here, that was not a very enjoyable game to watch overall. Like, I have to be very direct. It just was messy. It felt like it was not up to MPL standards. We expect a lot better from both these teams, from all of these players, and I'm really hoping that they buck up in game number 2, because that I do not want another repeat of that.
Yeah, no, I can definitely understand, right? Because again, if you look at the gold graph, 7k gold lead just completely dwindled away. It was 16 minutes into this, and especially since they found their major win condition from the 11th minute onwards, right? They got the inhibitor. They took away some really big inhibitors, right? They took away all the outer turrets on this on the very first Lord. Second Lord is when they were able to get all the inhibitors, and by 16 minutes, it's already pretty even between the two. Bounty just needed one more Lord to close it out because RSG has better high ground. Eventually, tides turn, and Bounty just get outscaled. This was the expected outcome we saw from both sides, and I agree with you that, you know, these team fights aren't exactly the best from either side. I think that Bounty, at the very least, natural instincts kicked in, and with the gold surplus that they had within at least the first 10 minutes of the game, that's more than enough, especially for the composition that they played, to actually hurt RSG.
Now, I'm curious to see what kind of highlights we're going to see from this game, considering the amount of sidesteps and anime fight scenes here. this is going to be the highlights on game one coming from both sides here. Starting things off, we see Bounty Esports against RGMY. They got a very nice early pick on Vinogo, which allowed Bounty Esports to kind of scale rather early. I think this was the first miscom coming from RGMY where why did they choose to fight when they're not even ready, despite losing Vinogo in this prior fight?
Well, I guess they thought they had enough burst to actually take one member down and trade 1-for-1, which wouldn't be too bad, especially if the kills fell into the hands of either Rippo or even Izanami at that stage. But you can see from Bounty Esports side, they're very comfortable dealing with these types of situations, right? They're very good at actually being able to kind of like play out the enemy's cooldowns and keep track of them all the time for as long as they possibly can. Because the worst part about all of this is the fact that worst comes to worst, Panda can kind of fill in the gaps that Bounty Esports are lacking. Oh no, I'm not able to chase one guy down. We need some form of disengage. They have Eternal Guardian, and they also have Final Slash to work with if they just use the IMU and steal them away.
If you ask me personally, I think RGMY really didn't need to fight Bounty Esports as often as they did this game. They know that Bounty is going to run at them. They know that they have better scaling, and they probably have better ability to play around the map as well. Because if they split up Bounty Esports, it becomes a lot easier for them to pick off individual members. So there was really no reason for them to constantly take these extended battles where Bounty has the advantage.
Yeah, I think Stoem needed to kind of, put himself in a different spot on the map because he was mainly trying to figure out where Yuna was to kind of help Vinogo with the extra information on how he should path. Ended up looking and finding Yanlord majority of the time, who always has his Purify up when he's doing so. When his Purify isn't up, where is he? He's on the bottom side of the map, helping out Panda, making sure that that lane stays as even as possible and keeping him healthy so that at least he's not giving first blood away to a Roger.
I think that's the issue about RNGMY going up against this Matilda composition, right? Like the amount of layers they have to break through was like, first, they have to bait out the Purifiers. Once they do that, they have to bait out the Matilda Circling Eagle. They have to bait out the Daytona's Welcome. They have to bait out the stolen Eternal's Guard before they get re-engaged. So it's just like, it feels like they were put in a situation where they have to peel off all these layers of cooldowns and then jump in for the fight. And eventually, it was a very, very difficult fight to predict, because think about this, right? Usually, if you think about like, hey, first skill, drop this, stun, boom, that's it. But now, if this chain of combos just gets disrupted in between, it comes to a situation where, like, I think they just completely whiff everything.
It's precisely why I feel like RSG didn't need to fight. Like, they don't have enough damage to actually pressure them before. So wait. Either way, let's talk about what comes next, right? Playoff seeding. This has always been a point of contention here, a topic of discussion. Does it matter where you are placed from number 3 to number 6? Because in some ways, teams are able to manipulate who their first couple of opponents are in the playoffs. Do you think this is something that should be discussed?
Well, I think, you know, if it was the previous lineup of Todak, maybe, because I think, you know, they're notorious for looking for the best seeding possible the majority of the time. I think for a majority of these teams, they are a little scared of dealing with SRG so early on in the tournament and would much rather have as long as an upper bracket run as they can before they get to that point. Ideally, before the grand finals, upper bracket finals at the very least, fight against SRG, go to lower, play one extra game, and still make it to the grand finals at the end of the day, if we are assuming that they haven't cracked the code on SRG.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? That's the luxury for the top 2 teams, and that is -1, which is SRG. So I guess that luxury goes in the hands of Homeboys for now. So that's gonna be their problem to worry about here. But what about the teams at the bottom here? Because I feel like they are put in a situation where they have to face off each other first before they face them. So I don't know who's actually a bigger threat down at the bottom. Is Todak the bigger threat, or is King Empire the bigger threat right now?
I think, from a drafting standpoint, I would say Todak is a bigger threat. In terms of gameplay, so far, KGE still seems to be the at least the minimum standard that you should be hitting here at MPL.
Yeah, we do remember back in the past, Todak used to love that lower bracket run. They'd always find a way to make it all the way to the grand finals, no matter how early they were dropped. But this is a new Todak, so all bets are off the table here. Let's talk about what we asked Izanami here. We asked them, how did the team turn around and rise up so quickly? Because at the start of the season, didn't look too good. They say that we have reset, we gave the responsibility and our trust to Sora for him to win the next match, and they're not gonna give up so easily.
Yeah, it comes down to the R factor, man. You know, we've got Repo, we've got
Rizanami.
Yeah,
we got Rizanami.
Rizanami.
Yeah. Renogo. Rolriels. Rolliels. Yeah.
Rome the Rome.
Rora Ryong. Just the R factor making the difference, right? At the end of the day, I still think that the game plan coming up for Bounty Esports, not that bad, considering that Roger is quite a menace in the goal lane, especially if you have a decent user of it, right?
Yeah. Ordinarily, Roger as a marksman tends to lean more towards the need to be aggressive early and needs to get snowballed because you don't quite scale as well as other marksmen. But in this case, he was the scaling hero because there was no marksman on the opposite side. Therefore, Lolil could afford to play it a little bit safer. Otherwise, it would be a different situation where he actually needs to make things happen across the map. So interesting to see how these drafts kind of interact. And now that we're going into game 2, I do want to ask you, Gideon, should Bounty Esports do that draft again?
I don't think it's that bad, but now it's a lot more telegraphed, right? I mean, I was able to give it like a rough estimation of what could be going in the heads of Bounty Esports, especially since we saw that random Lilia ban, and that was just one indicator that RSG needs to kind of latch on to it at the very least for this upcoming game, because now Bounty, they're probably going to switch sides. I don't know if they're going to do it again and be on red side to have that final pick to predetermine it. I don't think it's a bad idea, considering that they might have played it during scrims or have practiced it the entire week or so. So let's see as we get into the drafting phase.
I feel bad for Bounty Esports right now because I caught a glimpse on Pandas' face. It feels like he is in a situation where he's about to break down. But again, you know, this nature competition, it is going to be game 2. And as of yet, if Bounty Esports decides to make the 2-0 reverse comeback sweep, is there still hope? That's going to be something that I think is going to be a lot of questions in everyone's mind about this.
We did discuss this before the match began. As long as Bounty Esports gets a win, regardless of 2-0 or 2-1, then they still have a chance of going on into the next season. But if they get clean swept here, Bounty Esports is just basically relegated automatically. So they are really playing with their lives on the line here.
Yeah, but let's see how they're going to pull this off this time, because once again, the Barat's first pick, and it looks like the exact same draft as Bounty refuses to go onto the red side and maintains first pick on blue. So RSG, they can play the same lineup, right? They could consider taking away the Matilda early on and then force Bounty to be like, okay, then if you do decide to use Chip, at the very least it's a little bit more telegraphed across the map, right? You're not looking to hurt our jungler too often, more so kind of annoy him. Lane priority could be a bit of an issue, but it doesn't mean that RSG can't adjust their draft just a little bit more.
Yeah, speaking of focus here, I feel like, do they want to deny the Matilda right now? Like, I feel like RGMI is just disrespecting this once again, and I guess we are going to see an exact mirror matchup from game 1.
No surprises.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here.
Okay.
It's the same picks. They go for Roger Vex. I mean, it worked for them previously. Why not go for it again? I think Bounty Esports needs to pick up a gold lane.
Did it really work for them though? Considering how much they've lost in the early to mid game.
I mean, the results do speak for themselves, regardless of whatever mental anguish they put all of us through watching it. But yes, I think Panda needs to pick up his gold laner here. Like, if otherwise, they'll be forced into the double fighter, well, triple fighter again.
I mean, what gold laner is actually good against the Roger at this stage of the game, right?
You have to just go for Natan, right?
Early Natan?
Yeah.
I suppose.
Oh, they're not going to go for the Matilda this time. They're going to go for the Florine and pick up the Natan. So that means RGMY, they can pick up the Matilda this time to enable Roger for one extra step in these fights.
I think Bounty is willing to give the Matilda over because in terms of sustainability, Florin is just a little bit better overall, just maybe not as mobile. But the global ult definitely makes the difference here. And I think that's what RSG is considering right now. Do we go for what we know traditionally works? And you're up against a Florin, so it's a lot more susceptible to actually getting hit by the Way of the Dragon or just strong CC and forcing out a Flicker or maybe even a Purifier, depending on what Bounty decides to do for Yanlord specifically. But I think that RSG, yeah, I don't see any reason not to take it. But instead, Fredrin once more.
Yeah, same draft. I think it still works pretty well for RSG here. They just have to be a bit more careful now that Bounty Esports actually has some scaling on their side, and we know that Natan just straight up outduels Roger once we get to that late phase. If you add a Florian on top of that, it means that RSG can no longer afford to just wait and allow themselves to scale in this case. So a much more balanced comp going into game number 2.
I think RGMY is in the situation where, like, if we were to base off game 1's draft from RGMY, technically that draft isn't that bad against a normal standard composition here, but against how Bounty was played in the game in that draft here, it felt really weird. So I guess it isn't too bad if RGMY decides to go for a standard here. And I can only assume that Bounty is playing standard. This is not a mid-lane Barats. I hope this is a jungle Barats.
Well, who knows? Who knows? This could easily go into the EXP, which is totally fine. I mean, it's still going to be relevant. The Matilda gets banned out, and I'm thinking that Bounty is probably also going to get rid of the chip alongside it. RSG, on the other hand, I think it's pretty straightforward. Focus down on the mid laners. Force Aziz to go back onto this Barats at the end of the day.
I think there's still a good number of mid laners that could be picked up here, but it is definitely getting narrower with Loyi, Lilia, and Faramis all gone. I do, of course, like that RSG decide to ban the Faramis. They know that Bounty wants to run at them. If you have the Netherrealm and the Bloom to deal with, then that's even more sustained than Bounty already had in the previous game. That's something they don't want to give over to them for free. I think what RSG wants to focus on now in terms of their drafting is whether or not they want to commit to a full team fight comp or get something that has a bit more map play.
Oh, I was about to call out the chips. You know, just let the chips through. You know, I don't think RGMI really cares about playing chips or not, because to be honest, I don't think a lot of teams actually play the chips.
I beg to differ. I think that even if Storm is the worst chip player, that it would be still pretty annoying for Bounty to deal with, especially for people like Panda, right? Like, you would imagine, it's just one person, and then 5 people show up from outside of the bush, and you're like, why is this happening to me, right? So now RSG going to play the exact same game, right? Just lock in the Arlet. It's pretty free.
I think Arlet would be great in this situation. Yeah, there's not really anything else I can think of for them to go for. Like, they can definitely still keep Storm's hero until later, unless they... Oh, I was wondering if they might go Minotaur, but I feel like they could have actually saved it.
Yeah, I feel like the Minotaur pickup would have been really good in the first game here. They need somewhat of a healing coming in here, but Bounty Esports, they still the Arlet away, but Wujong is pretty much banned as well. So I guess this is... wait a minute. Is this...
yeah, Barats back into the mid lane once again.
Man. I guess they'll have magic damage since Panda will scale.
This is a Akai roam jungle.
Akai jungle. Akai jungle,
Barats into the mid lane, Natan goes into gold, Foreign as your support, and then EXP Arlet.
Ooh, the Esmeralda pickup. Haven't seen Rippo play that in a long time. It's only been picked up once in this season so far. Can't remember which team went for it, but it worked out very well because it was a solid counter pick.
Yeah, for the most part, thinking about this draft, the slight adjustments being made for Bounty wasn't necessary here. I understand that they want to play towards EXP side a little bit more, allow Panda to scale. It's not like he can do much against Loliels in that 1v1 anyways, but at the same time, Rippo is going to be the weak link here, right? I mean, as much as Esmeralda, some people rave about how good she is these days because of so many shields being in the meta, at the same time, she needs a lot of gold before she actually gets to that unstoppable form.
Well, we shall see, because right now, Bounty Esports potentially their final hunt here in MPL MY Season 13. We're going into the Lanadon. This is Bounty Esports versus RSGMY.
Well, now that we have actual competitions coming in from both teams here, I'm hoping that we actually get to witness some clean gameplay compared to what we saw previously. Pretty sure that Bounty Esports still gonna commit to just a straight up rundown composition, because that does seem to be their most comfortable style of play. We'll see how RSG responds now that Panda actually has scaling potential.
To be honest, I want to bring back to a point where Gideon actually mentioned as well. Esmeralda takes a little bit long time to actually come online to the current meta, but that is provided towards the old build, right? What about the new Blood Wings on Esmeralda in the current patch?
Really doesn't change much, right? Because yes, it is a more conveniently cheap item, and yes, it does kind of give you a bit more of a mid-game power spike, but for the majority of heroes, right, she isn't very burst-oriented. She is very much sustained damage for as long as possible. The longer the fight goes, the more value you get.
What does worry me is the fact that because they have Esmeralda EXP, they don't really have a lot of catch here. Like, I think they really needed like a fighter that could have jumped on Panda if he decided to lane it safe. And I would have thought like maybe something like the Benedetta wouldn't have been too bad because it forces Bounty Esports to split up the team fight. So when Esme has no crowd control, Rippo's gonna be really dependent on catching people off guard.
Oh, this could be... No, he is weakness fighter. He can't just jump in if he wants to. I was thinking whether he had a kill angle there, but yeah, the heal was still available. I agree with you. I think that, honestly, it should have just been the Arlet. I don't see why they would just let it go for free at that point of time, because at the end of the day, it's not like Rippo needs to make like the very biggest of plays. He's already got Storm by his side, so at least they have like some form of counterplay in case the heavy spin comes through.
Speaking of a fight here, Repo is almost close to his 4. Havas trying to make a play. He just got his final stash, and here comes the Daytona's welcome as well. They're sending out the mid lane to DXD to soak it up. They have the advantage. They are going to try and force the fight here. Havas looking for the punch here. Daytona's welcome. Caught afterwards 1 as well. Stove going to be bursted out. He just got his 4, but can he use it? No, he actually flickers out. Meanwhile, Vinogo finds one for himself. RSGMY still, despite the level disadvantage, he still survived, and Storm now looking for the big out here. He still has it. He's looking for a jump, but Bounty Esports losing 1 does not want to commit. So this is going to be RSGMY that takes the first turtle, or do they?
They should, yeah.
Yeah, they should. Okay.
They can get it easily. They'll probably invade the purple buff. No, looks like they don't have vision over it, so that's good. That is the kind of gameplay we want to see from RSGMY, split up the fight. It's actually really impressive that Storm was able to survive there, because even if they traded Storm for Havos, it would have been an upwards trade, but the fact that the Minotaur survived on top of all of it, it means that just straight up a win for RSG.
Yeah, that is a very big win for RSG, because now that they've got the ball rolling on their side in terms of the economy, now they can start really pressing the advantages into the correct places, which would be gold lane, and start invading the jungle from there, right? They know that the purple buff has been taken, so at this point, any free camps on the bottom side of the map should fall into the hands of RSG, under the assumption that they have a timing on Aziz's Daytona's welcome. If Aziz has Daytona's welcome, then it's a bit of an issue, and they have to play for the Litho Wanderer and not push into Corbel or maybe even Beetle. But it looks like a Type 2 issue has been called from our head marshal. We'll take some time to actually get it sorted out.
Oh, we've got the fans here a little bit sad about the MPL slot.
Little bit sad, yes.
Bounty Esports already said goodbye MPL slot. Say hello to MAL slot, but it's okay for now. But as you can see, Bounty Esports, they still have their spirit high. And based on that scuffle just now, it feels like based on their textbook play, they were a level ahead. They made the jump, but they just couldn't get the kill on Storm, and somehow they just made the complete blunder right now. And you can even see the fans already. Oh, we've got students coming from MSU.
Yeah, we have been having students from all sorts of universities coming by every single week of MPL, so it's definitely helped to make the atmosphere a lot more exciting, a lot more inviting. And for those of you who are watching at home, this is your last week to potentially come join us here in MBSJ Stadium, so make sure you guys do so.
Oh, you know who it is. She's finally back.
Ooh, after an extended absence. We know the fans have been feeling that absence as well as every marshal that has been forced to take her place.
That's the thing about MPL, right? We like to set the suspense, we like to have cliffhangers, we like to create an interesting story for you guys, which which is why MPL is the most entertaining ever.
We need a bonk hammer real soon for all these fans. Jeez,
I didn't think I'd hear that word.
A gravel, right?
Yeah, no, just we need
Silence
more. We need a bigger, and we need something way bigger than a gavel. We need a legitimate sledgehammer at this point. People, yeah, control yourselves. Control. Now, RSG, with a slight gold lead on their side, as expected, started moving down towards the bottom side of the map. Realized that everything is pretty much cleared here, right? So we know that they started on orange side. With the added information, this could be a potential gank on the bottom side of the map.
Yep, I like the gank idea. They already won out the EXP lane by getting an initial kill onto Havos. Now focus onto the gold side of the map. We know that Panda is going to be the win condition for Bounty Esports, especially now that he's playing a ton. Deny him as much as possible.
Oh, that's a very, very unfortunate run here coming from Bounty Esports. But again, they need to find a way to have the opening that they need. Because as of yet, Haziz, he's getting bullied out. And this is smart coming from Izanami. Make sure he doesn't have his stacks. Means that he will drop his health very, very quickly. And that's a good thing for Bounty Esports, considering that they don't really have that early heal like what Matilda provides in early game here. But again, they have to drag this out into his later stage game where this Florin is going to heal a lot more.
Yep. Turtle now going to be contested. RSG currently the ones in control, and Storm already going to be providing vision.
Oh, Storm with the flicker catching immediately jump on the Florin. Goodbye, Yanlord. And now RSGMI, they've got control. They're trying to kite Aziz all the way through, but this is a very, very tanky barrage. So they will concede this. Second turtle in the hands of RSGMY. Doesn't want to use the retribution. Venogo still saving it up. Might be thinking to steal an objective, but it looks like there's just not a lot of neutrals down and bottom side. Yuna still trying to push away, trying to secure space for Panda, but RSGMY, they may be able to get this tier 1 down bottom.
Yeah, I think it would be pretty good here. We can see that Bounty Esports already being put on the back foot somewhat, actually having to give buffs over to Panda to make sure that he's able to still keep up in terms of gold and EXP, which means that they are indirectly sacrificing Yuna's ability to catch up to Venogo as well. Now that Bounty have this Florin as well as Akai instead of the previous matchup they had, you can see that they have a lot less early game damage.
Man, I'm trying to figure out a way. Yes, a lot less damage, but I think that even if Bounty, when do they come online, right? When do they have the go button? They have Panda on the scaling. They can't really get Havas out of that lane, so it's kind of up to Aziz and Yuna, but they don't naturally have the base damage to take out some of the tougher targets on the side of RSGMY, whether it be Storm or even Venogo. If they catch Izanami, that'd be ideal. Even Rippo, wow, going for lethal ignition. I just noticed as well. Wants to win out that lane hard, but I don't know. It seems pretty doomed for Bounty.
Yeah, speaking of fight right now, Storm, he is, pretty confident here. He's looking for the Florin once again. Yanlord still not showing himself here. Finally reveals a little bit of a scuffle, but RSGMY has no reason to take a fight right now.
Bounty Esports, you can see how passive they're playing. They're afraid to open up the map. Even though they have an Akai and Barat, which normally should be able to provide a good amount of vision, RCMY has already built up a pretty sizable lead. And because Bounty Esports doesn't have lane priority on any part of the map, it makes it very... Oh, wow.
Okay. Yeah, they're going to make an attempt on Aziz once again. The dinosaur, very, very tanky. RSGMY had almost the same situation in game 1, but Repo now getting pulled in with the final slash. Activos looking for the next pick coming in again, but third turtle in the hands of RSGMY. Do they want to reset this for Lord? But it seems like Repo missing the falling star moon, completely whiffing the mark. Now Storm going for the Minot Rage, also going to be comping his way through here. Backlines, they find Haziz. They're going to mow down the dinosaur. Florin keeping the dinosaur here, top as long as they can. They finally get the kill. Izanami will drop. They will trade 1-for-1, a mate for a jungler, but RSGMY, they're getting individual fights for Lolios. They're finding another Havas will fall, and Bounty Esports, they're just doing absolutely nothing. Now the heavy spin comes in. They finally get one. Venogo will die to Panda and the turret damage, but RSGMY, they're getting a little bit too aggressive.
Okay, I'm gonna straight up say that was still kind of messy from RSG. Like, they still come out on top in that fight because Bounty Esports ended up committing a lot of resources and not really catching anyone, leaving a lot of players exposed, and RSG did a good job of controlling aggro, but now the Lord...
Oh, yeah, Lord taking a little too much here. Stove getting almost bursted down. They immediately back out. Eternal's God drops in, tries to buy a little bit more time, but Lord getting evolved before the third turtle comes in, but it will be in the hands of Bounty Esports here. Nice timing coming from Bounty Esports to steal it right under the noses as far as GMY.
Okay. Not bad from the side of Bounty. I like the way that they had they had some good ideas, and I think, you know, the biggest game changer for them in those fights was the flicker. And I think that RCMY realized that once that flicker is out, yes, they are susceptible, but at the same time, if they wanted to follow up, they would really be putting themselves far out of position away from their initial front line. So I think that RCMY still need to play a standard game. Force out resources from your opponent first before looking for that all-in.
I agree. I think RGMY definitely could have gotten the Lord there if they didn't decide to run down Bounty Esports and go under the tower when they should know that Heavy Spin hasn't been used yet, which cost Venogo his life. So this Lord should have been theirs. They should have gotten an extra tower from this. They should have gotten more gold lead from this. It was just too greedy.
How greedy can they actually go? Looking at the items, it looks like the boss is going full damage this time round. Even going for a Sea Halberd to ensure that he's applying it to as many targets as he can. Panda now finishing off his boots, and if this mid-tier one goes down, that means they're gonna have access to the to RCMY's side of the jungle. And you can see that RCMY, they're on the back foot now, right? They've seen that Bounty Esports have hit their power spikes, and more importantly, they can't be the ones being the aggressors.
Speaking of aggressors here, RGMY, they're just, you know, they're doing a fantastic... Oh my goodness, Panda really hurts right now. Loleo getting his damage just chipped away by the Entropy, and now he's just a little bit worried here if they want to actually force the fight. Bounty Esports now, they don't realize how strong they really are, but RGMY, they're not giving up too much space yet. The boss now looking for the catcher. Aziz doesn't have those stacks here. They are going to try and drag Storm out. Here comes the chain stun. They are going to make an attempt. Panda Entropy's forward, gets the kill, finally finds the pick here. RSGMI, they may be losing a little bit more composure right now.
Yeah, this is the peak of Bounty Esports gameplay. They've always been the 4 Protect 1. If Panda is fed, if Panda starts making plays, then you win out the game entirely. And we are starting to see that here. Dantan is scaled up. He's able to directly duel Lalil 1v1. And RCMY needs to start sweating.
I mean, they are sweating right now, especially looking at the damage dealt rankings. Panda really going above and beyond the rest. Looks like RCMY, when they pick and choose their fights, they got to make sure that it's not as linear as it is to give Panda a really good spot to hit multiple targets at once. Because most of the time, it's just collateral damage that's really stacking up that damage dealt score.
But this is again why I pointed out the Esmeralda choice may have been not so good here. There's really no way for RCMY to force Panda into an uncomfortable situation because a lot of their damage is very like front to back heavy. They need people to start the fight, which means that Panda can just stand at the back, helping out damage. Even if Rippo jumps on top of him, he has no real way of stopping the DPS.
Oh, great flicker catch coming in from Aziz. They are going to try and burst Storm down. He does have the Minor Rage, but he flickers out to safety. He's going to be A-okay. Meanwhile, Venogo trying to bully out her boss. He's going to try and reset his health here. Yanlord still has the heals to actually go for the heals. They are going to try to bait a little bit more time. Repo trying to zone them off. But what are you thinking, Repo? He's going to get bursted down. So much damage from Panda. Meanwhile, Aziz, he's 1v4 on his own against RSGMY, and Storm now, he doesn't have the flicker. It's gotta be Panda. The cleans house gets a second kill for him in this scuffle. RSGMY, they're losing their damage here. And now Venogo, he is gonna be scouted out here. He's thinking about stealing the Lord, but it is gonna be in the hands of Bounty Esports.
Free Lord for Bounty here, very well played there. I really don't know why Rippo jumped into that push. Like, yes, if it was 1 or 2 people, he would have probably survived, but you have no idea where, like, the entire team of Bounty Esports is. So he pays with his life there, which is worth it if they get the objective, but then they're not able to do so because they spend too much time trying to finish off Aziz. Like, yes, I get that your side lanes are pushing. If they were buying more time, they could have gotten more structural damage, but it's still not quite enough.
Not enough indeed. Same exact problem like we saw beforehand. Lolios decided to go for a Blade of Despair as his third item rather than just looking to get you know, Demon Hunter Sword and Malefic Roar. One of the two items, if not both items at this point. Let's see. We'll see in a little bit, right? Once the 42k mark, it should start to even up here, but let's see how many inhibitors they end up losing.
Yep, now with the Lord crashing in as well, Yuna still looking for that opening pick to go in for the heavy spin here, trying to isolate the fight, but RSGMY, they've got a very, very strong front line. Loleo slowly poking away on Yuna, but that's only one inhibitor that goes down. Lord still stands. RSGMY will be able to defend, while Bounty is still not looking for the engage yet. They're just waiting, and apparently nothing much is just happening at all. They're just waiting for someone to make a mistake, and Snow now is gonna get bursted down. Whoa! Panda! Through it less than 2 seconds, he's gonna go down here. Assist goes for the Daytona Smoke, the Purify out of there, and Panda now the biggest threat for Bounty Esports, while RSGMY can't seem to get that opening catch. Panda getting chipped away by Izanami. They're trying to get him off, but again, here comes the aggressive push from Panda. Repo will melt. Entropy comes in, Loleo comes in as well. He goes for the iframe sidestep, but it doesn't matter. Panda is gonna be the killer, and he will survive for now as Bounty Esports drags it to game 3. It's not over yet for Bounty.
And this is straight up disrespect. RSGMY going for the same draft again, not realizing the potential danger of handing over proper scaling, and then not taking fights cleanly enough, underestimating their opponents, thinking that they could get an easy, clean sweep. Well played, the Bounty Esports. I really like the discipline they showed when pushing into the base.
Yep, it came down to who makes more mistakes, and unfortunately it was RSG in that mid-game. Man, oh man, Bounty pull this back to a game 3. Rather surprised they got this far, but more so, a lot of uncalled for mistakes for the side of RSGMY.
You know, to be honest, it's not over yet. Like, right now, Bounty Esports is just one game away from deciding whether or not they will stay in MPL or not. But again, it's still dependent on the results of the other teams. But still, hope is not lost yet for them.
I don't know. Hope is lost for me for my guess coins. Like, I am not banking on one of these two teams, even in playoffs for RSG. It is, they cannot be looking like this, right? A lot of them just basic mechanical mistakes. Like, at the end of it, why was Lycan Pounce being used on a fully entropied Natan when he has Yandlord standing right next to him? It's uncalled for. At that point, it's just like, GG, move on to the next game.
I still don't understand the Esmeralda pick either. Like, I love Esmeralda. She's so good in 1v1s in lane, but she was not needed this game. If you went for the Benedetta, if you locked in the Arlet earlier on, you could have had so many more playmaking possibilities. You could have cut off the fight. I don't understand. It's so weird. It's so disrespectful. It's as if they went into this game expecting everything to just fall into their lap like they did in game number 1.
To be honest, I can see where the Esmeralda would be good in this situation if, let's say, they've got a lot of shields like Lolita, they've got Harry, they've got even at one point if they bring in the Phoveus, then yeah, sure, the Esmeralda would be great. But this game, there was just no shield, so it felt really weird for me for RGMI to final pick the Esmeralda just for that. Like, how can they deal with this?
Exactly. It's a lot of confusing things, but let's have a good look backstage and have a look at our MVP of the game. Coming in from Bounty, given over to Panda, of course, being the playmaker for the team after Aziz of soaking up all the resources, all the ults to open up this pathway for Panda.
No, I like that smile from Panda. You know, he seemed a little bit stressed before the draft of game 2. Now he's a little bit smiling a little bit, you know, a little bit of hope. But considering that hope is still alive, hopefully they will be able to make it through here. For now, he is going to be the MVP, 6-0-2 on his Natan. And Natan has made a lot of waves so far here in MPL. We've seen one from Nets and now from Panda.
Yeah, like this hero scales so well, does so much damage in the late game, has a good amount of escape as well with that entropy. So I'm surprised RSG didn't put more pressure into that goal lane. It's literally what we talked about when we saw them focus harder towards that half of the map. So Panda gets to free farm, he gets to play around with his team, he doesn't need to worry about anything because there's no hero on the opposite side that can actually like directly threaten him, and once he gets scaled up in items, he can just duel anyone and come out on top.
Yeah, I think even so, they definitely caught RSG with their pants down, right? RSG was waiting for a mistake. They didn't find too many actually come out from the side of Bounty. And worse yet, from Panda's side, I think, they played very well around his lane, making sure that both Yan Lord as well as their jungler is relatively nearby when a potential dive setup could happen on that side of the map. As soon as you see that Akai, you're like, yeah, I don't think I really want to commit to this anymore.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm slowly liking the Baraz mid lane because of the fact of how Aziz has been, getting some very, very sick flicker Daytona's welcome, which is very, very difficult to pull off if you think about it, because you charge up the Daytona's welcome, and then you have to aim wow mid animation with the flicker, which is kind of sick, to be honest.
Honestly, Aziz is actually hitting those a lot more consistently.
Yeah.
Like, we're actually seeing him improve in real time, which is nice. Like, I get the idea behind it by offloading a lot of the utility to the mid lane as well. They're playing more into their hyper carry style, where they give Panda all the resources on the map and just focus on everyone else having as much bulk as possible to make sure that he's able to scale up. And well, we saw it did work this game.
Yeah, it worked very, very well. I mean, some of the game-winning plays that we've already seen came from both Aziz and as well as, Havas on top of Yuna, really finding and really just utilizing Yuna as a disengage mechanic rather than like a hard engage. Look for that big lockdown. It's mainly if we do see RSG commit to a fight, Yuna pushes them back. And that's why he's not having the best KDA in the world. He's only got 3 assists under this belt. Relatively low kill count game, but they ended the game at the timing that they wanted to. They didn't let this drag on.
Oh. And speaking of Yuna as well, this victory marks his first game win this season with a hero that's not Predator.
True. But what really interests me is that I was very surprised to see Repo not going for the traditional Esmeralda build, like the Enchanter into Brute Force, into Ice Queen 1. He actually opted to go for Starlium, Holy Crystal, and Enchanted for that fight. No wonder he was so squishy.
Yeah, no, I mean, you can tell by his emblems, right? Master Assassin, Lethal Ignition. He wanted to make sure he trades against Voss very effectively here. He probably didn't want that Lethal Ignition. He probably wanted the Impure Rage if he wants that damage to stick a little bit more often against someone like an Arlet who sustains off of the waves. But let's look at the damage outputs here. Let's see, Rippo at 16,000. More than Vinogo at the very least, but definitely doesn't come near the numbers of Izanami, Loliel's, Panda, Aziz in this case, as well as even Voss.
Wow, Aziz is just doing so much damage. Like, every single fight here, everyone is just clumped up to him here. One auto attack, boom, 5 men get hits.
Aziz just continuing to embody the mid lane energy, right? I may not be playing a mage, but I'm still going to have the highest DPS just by being in the fights for as long as possible. Like, this is the damage you usually see from Lilia. Baraz is kind of the opposite end of the same spectrum. It's like, he's going to be in the fight a long time and just dishing out damage.
Yeah, I'll do the exact same thing. Just give me 12 minutes. To pump it out. You got 12 minutes of time? I'll show you. You watch out.
I think at one point where there was this one fight where it was split up into a 4v1 and 4v1.
Yeah!
Yes!
Bounty Esports was just focusing on Repo, and then RSG was focusing on this. It was just like 4 guys right beside, just like one auto attack, boom, 4 men hit, boom, boom. Boom, 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 and he survived as well. It's crazy.
Yeah, no, it really is crazy because here I think that the adjustments from RSG's side, like putting Stoa onto this Minotaur, having a more reliable disengage mechanic, knowing that there's a good possibility that Bounty is going to play around anti-CC or at least like Purify effects. People like Yuna with a heavy spin, people like Aziz, and even Havas with a Vengeance, Aziz with the Daytona's Welcome, so on and so forth. Everybody else takes the Purify, right? So Storm is able to kind of blow all of those spells at once when he does decide to use them in No Fury. I still think overall Izanami on this Vexana is not making enough of an impact. I don't think it's because he's not getting set up for at the very least, but you can definitely see when he has abilities and he is able to hit multiple targets, that's when he has the most amount of value. But a majority of the time, he's getting attacked.
Yeah, we can see that most of this game, RGMY was doing a good job of controlling things. Then we see them make mistakes, like Rippo jumping into basically a snake pit. We see Aziz delaying the game for ages to the point where Panda is able to finally pick people off, get that damage scaling in. By the time Stone mans up and decides, hey, maybe I should actually start a fight for once, he's already way too squishy to actually survive against anything, and RGMY has nothing left in the tank to go up against Bounty. Like, there's not much more we can say about this. Like, Bounty played their their gameplay style to perfection. We know it's a style that they always play. RSG knows it's a style they always play. Instead of going for something that can split up and confuse this style, they say, we're gonna do it too.
Yeah, I think it's just whoever makes more mistakes in this point, right? It really does come down to that. I mean, beyond that, it would just be the draft, but I think that's something that can easily be fixed from the side of RSG. Worst comes to worst, just deny them a blue side because now RSG gets to pick which side of the map they play on.
Yeah, I think that's something that they can opt to switch it up a little bit more here. Game 1, they did really test the waters on how they wanted to drop their pick, right? They open up with Roger, they open up with the Vexana. Game 2, same thing, but again, it was denied from Arlott, and again, no Yu-Jong this time for Repo, which is something that I think is his signature here. Not giving Repo what he's comfortable at is something that is, I think, feels a little bit weird here. It feels like it was just a little bit lack of practice coming from RGMY. But again, like I said, it is just a little bit different here. And I feel like we need to get in the minds of someone for this upcoming match here to decide what's going to be happening in Game 3, to be honest.
I agree with you. I have a lot of questions that need to be answered here. So let's just go ahead and let Rose handle that. We'll throw it over to an interview right now.
Alright, terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita. Hello semua, this is Rose. Nice to see you all today. Alright, sekarang saya dengan satu wakil daripada Bounty Esports. So, hi, can you please introduce yourself for everybody watching?
Hello, saya Jasper, manager kepada Bounty Esports.
Wow, okay. So, first, tadi Jasper, kita nampak Bounty dapat menang game kedua. So, masih lagi ada peluang untuk maintain slot actually untuk musim depan kan. So, kalau let's say you guys dapat maintain slot musim depan, adakah Bounty dah start discuss pasal player, coaching staff, mana tahu ambil player baru, coaching staff baru? Boleh share tak dengan kita orang?
Ada sebenarnya. Sebab kali ini, sebab ini kali pertama kami orang join MPL kan. So, kami orang punya setup pun basic sikit. So mungkin kalau kami orang masih kekal dalam MPL, then player roster akan tambah, coaching staff pun akan tambah.
Alright, tadi you mention ini kali pertama Bounty Esports masuk di MPL. So first of all, apa perasaan jadi satu pasukan yang wakil Sarawak and actually dapat main atas pentas MPL?
Gembira lah, sebab boleh membawa nama Sarawak ke pentas ni kan.
Okay, now let's just say lah kan, kalau you guys actually tak dapat maintain slot untuk musim ini because sekarang satu sama everything is possible kan, you guys akan turun ke MAL. Now, kalau you guys turun ke MAL, adakah Bounty Esports akan continue di MAL ataupun plan to stop kalau tak dapat maintain slot MPL?
Kami akan continue di MAL. Ya, tapi dengan structure baru lah.
I see. Okay lah. So I feel like we cannot really blame them pun because of their performance. It's their first season in MPL, so mestilah a lot of changes has to be done. And first of all, I want to ask you, how are the players actually are? Sekarang mental dorang semua okay ke? Semua dah happy? Semua dah happy go lucky ke? Apa yang tengah menjadi behind the scenes?
Mental mereka kah? Sebenarnya 3 tu okay, tapi yang saya punya rookie tu kadang-kadang tengok mood lah. Tapi sekarang mereka sudah improve, sangat bagus sudah lah.
Okay Jasper, before I throw it back to the caster, apa yang you nak cakap kepada fans Bounty yang selalu sokong Bounty these 6 weeks of regular season?
Kepada fans Bounty, first saya mau cakap sorry sebab kami orang punya journey macam tak berapa bagus. Tapi kami sentiasa berusaha lah dengan apa yang boleh buat.
Alright, now honestly at this rate, it's may the best team win. Alright, so apa kata kita throw it back to the casters untuk mulakan game ketiga dalam Best of 3 series ni. So with that, casters silakan.
All right. Getting to hear some insights here from the side of Bounty Esports. Gotta give them props. They did a good job in that game too, understanding their own strengths and being able to eke out a victory to potentially keep their chances of moving on in the MPL alive. But again, I am really hoping that Game 3 is cleaner from both teams.
We'll see. At this point, it really comes down to who makes more mistakes, right? I mean, let's say they have the perfect draft, even so. we should expect, I say, expect RSG to do a little bit better in these senses more than Bounty. Because again, as you heard from the manager, right, 3 out of the 5 players are feeling good. The rest are going to be rookies and is dependent on their mood. And being 1 game down and in a high pressure situation where their payoff isn't really guaranteed at the same time, we're just going to have to draft and find out.
We're gonna have to find out, all right. I sure hope we don't find out the hard way, though. It's gonna be Game 3, RSGMY on the blue side, Bounty Esports on the red side. Do you think we'll see anything different in the bans for this game?
Oh, most definitely, because RSGMY is going to be on the blue side this time compared to the first 2 games. But I hope, considering the fact that Harif is going to be banned from Bounty Esports this time here, RSGMY has luxury to say, hey, you know what? I am going to pick the Roger first, which is something that they do love a lot. But considering how Panda has found a solution to that with the Nathan, I think this is a situation where they should just take the Barats away or just ban it off straight from the get-go.
I think just get rid of the Matilda. I don't know what anybody's doing letting that through. It
was completely ignored in the second draft.
Yeah, let's not forget that Masha is also a thing. Like, guys, we're forgetting about meta picks here. Once again, I'm seeing RSG and Bounty a little bit of a change here. We do see that Harith is going to be the ban for the side of Bounty, Angela and Nolan for the side of RSG, Lo Yi, not too surprising. Let's also get rid of the Lilia for the side of Bounty, RSG. Now that the Harith has been banned out from Bounty's side, is it up to them to get rid of it?
I don't think they particularly mind too much the heroes that Bounty has been banning out. Like, we know Bounty has been getting rid of Loyi, Lilia, and Xborg every single game so far, so it means that at least one of those heroes is going to get let through for sure, and we know that Izanami is pretty comfortable with the Lilia too. Wonder what their decision here is going to be.
I think Izanami has proven themselves that his Loyi's divergent has been really, really on point here, but RGFY, they say, you know what, let's not give them the 2, meta goal laners right now and just play something a little bit more 50-50. We might see a no marksman game.
I think they might want to prioritize Nathan here.
Yeah. Take the Nathan away, I guess?
Yeah, I think they're like basically denying every possible hero that Panda could play so that they can give Lolil the best goal lane possible.
Not entirely. Not entirely. Keep in mind that RSG is actually on the blue side, right? So Bounty, they get rid of the they get rid of the Barats. So that does mean they lock in the Nathan for themselves. Interesting. Okay. I thought they were going to put a bigger priority on the supports, but it looks like they're just going to hold it until the second phase, maybe even keep it within first rotation. Interesting that they want to really target down Panda in this case, because I still think that RSG could easily just play something traditional, like a carry, and still dominate the lane at the very least, and then pretty much the only thing that Natan has over the carry is just like, yes, we both hyper scale into the late game, but I have more range.
I think Natan is just straight up a better duelist once you get into that late game. And we know that in terms of like meta goal lane picks nowadays, there really is only Harif, Roger, and Natan. So by getting rid of all of that, locking in the best option for themselves, they're basically denying Bounty Esports the player that they rely on most of the time.
This is a little bit weird here. I was expecting maybe a Masha opening here, maybe a Valentina, maybe even taking the Matilda for themselves. But this time, they first pick the Florin and the Terizla. What do you think is happening for Bounty?
What are the chances this is Terizla mid lane?
There's a good chance this is the mid lane.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, it's got wave clear, right? It falls in the same category as Barats, where you haven't engaged. You may not have anti-CC, but you can force priority when necessary.
RSGMY gonna take the Boxia here to deal with the healings here. So this is gonna be a jungle Boxia for RSGMY. They also get the priority for Izanami with the Valentina. So RSGMY is just getting whatever they want right now.
Yeah, this looks a lot more comfortable than what they were going for in the previous 2 games. You have Lolil on a good scaling hero, Izanami on a scaling mid laner, and then the Baxia to try and play around RSGMY's weaker early game phase and also provide free anti-heal against the Florin.
I mean, they could still go for a Kai if they wanted to. They go for Fredrin instead. Sure, I guess they don't want to give a heavy spin over to Valentina. A good deterrence from the side of RSGMY. Bounty, on the other hand, this still can be like a double fighter setup if they really wanted to, because Natan is particularly... We've seen games where Natan has lost to things like Ruby in lane, and then still, despite being able to hyperscale into the ultra late, one good catch is all it takes for Bounty with the death ball comp to actually turn things around.
Well, speaking of a death ball here, Matilda being banned from Bounty Esports, and now my question here is, what is the death ball hero for Repo right now? Because first game, not exactly the most spectacular performance coming from me with the Arlet. Second game, no idea what the Esmeralda was doing here. And this game, what do you think is going to be a good hero for him?
Literally anything that isn't Esmeralda. Literally
Pretty
anything.
much, yeah.
Like, given Paquito, I don't care. Yeah, it doesn't matter what he gets, because there's a lot of these matchups where it's very, very much skill-based, right? If you are going to be playing a damage EXP laner, you're expected to know these matchups, right? So it goes without a doubt that there isn't much excuse for him to have a weak matchup, especially considering that a majority of these bans aren't catered towards the EXP lane.
Even until the very end, the entire EXP lane hero pool is still wide open, even though you would think that Bounty Esports might want to prioritize a better matchup against the Terizla. So again, I'm kind of leaning towards the possibility that this Terizla is not going into the EXP lane, but we will see for now.
To be honest, based on what I'm seeing here, Bounty Esports, they're betting off all the healing characters here, but there's a combo with that where we don't really talk about before, but I've seen it happen, and that's going to be the Estes Baxia. What are the chances that RGMI decides to bring the Estes right here, right now?
It literally doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It literally doesn't matter, because even if they do decide to clump up, Rizla has a free engage, and then the question is, what does Bounty have that actually scales to go through all of those resources, or it can prolong the fight? Either or. I think that RSG are making something like the Edith ban. Okay, sure, I can kind of understand. You want to move forward. It's really annoying to deal with when it has some strong peel. Moskov makes sense, able to have cross-map plays. Bounty, they lock in the Lunox. So it's very much possible. By all means, if RSG wants to play this Estes, go for it. Yeah, see how that's going to pan out.
I think rather than Estes, if they really wanted healing, they should lean towards Raph, because we know that Rafaela with Baxia actually can be pretty oppressive early on. Just keep invading the jungle, getting topped up. Especially now that they've revealed the Lunox, Bounty Esports actually doesn't have all that much early game damage.
Speaking of early game damage here, because right now I feel like Bounty, they've got the Lunox here, amazing tank shredder against the Baxia.
I'm wondering if this is Lunox gold.
Yeah, there is a possibility for Lunox gold.
Yeah, just because it's Panda, right? Like his hero pool does kind of have a very similar hero pool to Chico at one point here, so I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to play this gold Lunox. But nope, no Estes for me. It is going to be the Grok as well as the Xbox for RGMY.
Yes,
yeah. This looks way better. Have the Grok to open up the map. The Xbox has been getting banned by Bounty every single game because it's very good against heroes like the Fredrin. So grab it for Rippo, allow him to zone. I really like what RSG has drafted here.
Not too many bad matchups here, and then finally we get the Benedetta lock in, which means that we do have a double fighter side. Wait. You called it.
Yep. I knew it. Oh my god, it's actually Terizla being as well. Yeah, I called it. Like, I had a sinking suspicion. Yeah. I wish I was not correct.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit more rough for Natan, right? Because especially against the Lunox out-trades him pretty significantly at level 1. It's only up till level 2 where Loliels is able to decide to disengage from some of these situations. At the same time, Havas now going on this Benedetta is actually huge for him, because no matter how far he falls behind, he can still make a comeback play with the rest of his team, which is exactly what we want to see from Bounty.
Well, we're definitely going to be seeing a different game tree this time. Will it be cleaner? Will it be better? I sure hope so.
Well, the final hunt will begin right here, right now. Bounty Esports fighting for their dear lives. Make or break. This is Bounty Esports versus RSGMY.
Okay, so Gideon, what are you expecting coming out from this game here?
I'm expecting Rippo to lose his Firaga armor at level 1. I expect Gold Lane to push pretty hard. I think let's see when Little Wanderer actually spawns later down the line, because Yuna as well as Vinogo will be starting on the same side of the map and will end up on the bottom side. They both get a little bit of leash, but it's going to be Vinogo who has the quicker clear.
So we know that whenever we have a jungler playing on the Baxia, it's very important for them to really start invading straight away, especially in this case against a Fredrin who will clear slightly slower. You should try to apply as much pressure as possible, though that Terizla mid lane could make it a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, more so not just difficult, but what's worse is that he's got the raw base damage to really challenge people. Let's go into a quick tech pause here. See what exactly.
I think it was a sign, right? Like I saw it a little bit flickering a little bit here, and I feel like it's a good sign because the crowds are cheering. I'm not sure if you guys at home can hear this, but you know what's up, right? Like we know what's up. Like it's about what 3-4 weeks we haven't seen so much here. We got to see the crowd, and most importantly, I think if I was 10 years younger, I would like to study in MSU. Just because I see a lot more very interesting people in the crowd.
Really? Not Tar or some of the what was the other uni that came over? UITM?
No. Like just because I saw the
selective racism. That's I'm calling it right now.
See whether they'll have interesting people in the crowd.
Oh, okay. Okay, this is totally not a race thing. All right, sure.
Oh, what are you talking about? We're talking about how interesting the people are, Gideon.
Man.
This is not a racial issue.
Look, I had a dream once.
Okay. What's that dream?
That maybe one day we could be walking hand in hand. Look, I'm paraphrasing a lot at this point, but push comes to shove. I do think that most people need to calm it down. Need to calm down for a quick second.
Why would we calm down when we see something exciting, man? Like, don't you get excited when you see things that you like?
This might be the first time I might blow my brains out on broadcast. How about that? That's exciting. How about that?
I like how you say first time, like there's going to be another one after that.
Oh yeah. Because I'll miss the first one. I'll be scared. I'll be like, I probably shouldn't do this.
Don't
And then
miss
the
the
second
first
time,
one. I'm sitting next to you.
don't worry. It'll be aimed towards the crowd.
Okay, that's fair. One less interesting person in the crowd.
Yeah.
Well, the crowd is cheering. You know what's up this year again.
We continue to be the only region where the fans want there to be more pauses.
Dude, I want this game to be over.
You and me both, man.
Oh,
make that tree, man.
I don't know. Let's see whether it gets better from here on out, right? I'm paying attention to how the rest of the map should be, because right now, Izanami, there is no reason why he should be taking terrible trades against Aziz, right? It's a very straightforward matchup, and he doesn't mind if Aziz is able to get that hard push first, because at the end of the day, they have the same mana count. So if they both expand their skills onto the waves, they both should have roughly the same amount of mana. That's why we see both of them rushing towards level 3 and running down towards bot side and making sure that they take an early recall to have full mana when they hit level 4.
From what I can see, RSG is still continuing to not really play for any early game advantage. Like having a Baxi and a Grok, you should be invading, but no, they're gonna play for that first turtle instead, it looks like.
Oh, Vinogo looking for the stun here. He gets it, that final tick as well. They find her boss. He's gonna try to back off. Electro final blow being expended, so that's a big use down. So Vinogo, the Toys Persons will clear off the turtle, but as this at the same time, he is gonna get out.
Why is he there? Why is he there? Why is he standing there? Why is he down by the lane? There's no... What? He should have walked already towards Tribrush side.
Yep, at the same time, here comes the counterplay from Aziz. Xbox will come in with a last insanity. First blood in the hands of Izanami. Turtle secured by Yuna. Vinogo missing the retreat battle, so that's going to be a little bit of 50-50s from both sides. For RGMY, they're losing a lot of pressure. Bounty, they want to continue to steal away this orange buff. Can they do so? They don't have retreats for this, but Panda, ooh, doing a little bit too much damage there.
Yeah, a little sad for Lolios, because look at that almost perfect freeze coming on that top side. And now that he sees that Lolios actually wanted to go for a recall, he's going to break that freeze. So good bait from Lolios to stick around for one more wave. But this does mean that Panda, he's still going to be a little bit ahead in EXP. He should start to... Oh, wait. No, it's fine. It's fine. They're not gonna get anything off of this, right?
Yep, Izanami. Stolen brilliance here coming in from him. Does he want to continue this fight? Because as of yet, Repo now Gonna be chilling a little bit on the bottom side. They are gonna be focusing on the top side to try and set up a gank onto his Panda. But again, RGMY, they are gonna try and secure Lolio's fight here. Panda, Darkening comes in, no go, taking a little bit too much here. Exist also dropping the penalty zone. Great wall block from Stone to stop this aggression.
Yeah, I don't think it's worth investing any time in the gold lane at this point if you are in RGMY's position, right? Havas is a lot more susceptible. If you force him to use his ult, he basically has nothing left. Yeah, obviously there's the eye for an eye, but if you eye for an eye in the wrong direction, it's very easy for RGMY to run him down. Lolios just needs time to scale. Panda, on the other hand, is really difficult to dive, and I don't think Lolios really has any means to force out the brilliance from him.
Yeah, I think denying Havos is going to be much more valuable for RG in this game because Lolio can just win out that gold lane 1v1 by himself as long as he is careful. So expand on that advantage by denying Bounty their ability to make macro plays with this Benedetta. You can see now the next turtle can be up in another 6.
Oh, Lolio's looking for 1v1, but Panda comes up on top with the heal from Yanlord. What a lifesaver here. Bounty Esports gets a solo kill. Now bottom lane 4v4. Turtle in the hands of RGMY, but Exist trying to zone out Izanami. Storm looking for the play. Havas looking for the Electro final blow, but here comes the Tree-Man wall chance. With the Tree-Man insanity, they're gonna get blown up. Havas still escapes the damage. Assist, who has a flicker still, and he gets out as well.
I mean, saved by Havas, right? Really great Electro final blow into Petrify, catching 4 people there to stop the damage.
Yuna, he is gonna get kited out as well. He's got a big chunk of gray health, but he needs to get into the fight. Turtle.
Oh no!
Reload, boss! Almost dying there. Still gets out. Izanami getting caught out as well. Here comes Top, pops the brilliance at the last moment. Vinogo wins the 50-50 trade with this turtle fight.
These fights are still a mess, man, and I really like how Panda loses his 1v1 literally after I say he should win the 1v1 as long as he plays it smart. He does get some tower damage in here because Panda was pulled over to assist in that turtle fight, but neither side really able to eke out a complete team fight victory just yet.
You know, I was going to agree with you on that statement that Lolios should be able to kind of do it on his own, but it begs the question, what was his first item? Did he get Feather of Heaven and decide, you know what, I'm going to fight right now because I have the on-hit heal, or did he go for the Starlium Scythe, assuming that he would out-damage Panda? Because if he... I'm just curious to see. I'm just curious to know.
I think it's going to be the Starlium side here based on his damage output right now, but same time here, Yanlord going to make sure Panda is going to be alive for now. Storm giving a lot of information, but they don't know where Exist is. Oh, I don't think they saw him. He is going to try to force a fight here. The rest of Bounty is going to be here, but again, no commitments yet. Unless Havas, nope, looks like they're going to disengage from this fight. They're going to wait it out for the next turtle.
Yeah, there is an angle there for Havas to actually go in and fall up by the penalty zone onto Izanami specifically, but he might lose too much. Oh, the lane swap? What?
Hey?
Huh. Interesting. But looks like Lolio was getting pressured a lot more than he thought, but I feel like both of these are now even worse losing side lanes, if you ask me.
I mean, I would say it's good foresight, because at that point, you want Natan to continuously get gold and scale into this game. So if you can predict that, yes, on the next wave, they are going to look for it. This is a dive angle. Might as well stick down to the bottom side. Look at him. He's just shredding Havas. Havas has not been able to get enough damage to really threaten Loliels.
Okay.
Okay.
Down inhibitor.
What now?
Repo, what?
Huh?
Wait, Panda now going to be zoned off here. He's got the pre-list. He's going to be able to get out here. Repo, a little bit low here. They're calling his Storm here with Firewall charge. Finally comes in. Panda left all by himself. A little bit too far deep here. RGMI gets the punish off this. And now is this. He's going to be here to fight. The fight as well. Yanlord is going to be there. He's going to get caught out. Stolen penalty zone. Counterplay flickers out as well. No damage from both sides. And that is going to be disengaged on top side here. Meanwhile, that's happening here. Bounty Esports takes the turtle. Yuno once again the top doesn't connect though. So RSGMI is going to force to hold on to the mid push here. Repo clearing the minions very, very well. But RSGMI, they're still trying to capitalize on a mistake. Great wall block comes in, but Vinogo misses the shield Unity. And he's going to get taunted up, but he's a very, very tanky boy. But RGMY, they will back off.
These two teams feel like my last two brain cells.
Oh, dude.
Like,
I mean,
what is happening?
Look, you got to give it to Ripple. Maybe he's a genius in disguise, you know? Uses the last insanity, gets the extra range to make sure that they can't run away as effectively. I don't know. Let's see him do it again. I would like to see him walk up one more time and try it and see if it works.
If he does it again, that would be my last insanity.
Now Yuna getting bit dived on as well. They've got the heal. Penalty zone connects on all of them as well. They've got the damage, but Bounty Esports, they're taking a little too much, and Lolios just chunks them through. They need to back out. Valentina comes in, gets the kill. They find one. Panda's gonna be next to fall, and he's gonna go down. Yuna is next, and he's gonna be mowed down by Rippo. And it's all up to Havos versus Repo. Havos, eye for an eye, but Izanami's got the better cooldowns. RSGMY gets the wipeout. Double kill for Repo.
Really good recovery from RSGMY. Nobody was dealing with Panda, and Panda just absolutely just melted away the major tanks from RSGMY side, making it an almost impossible to lose fight until we see the turnaround by Slowum. That wild charge makes all the difference here, forcing out the Purifies, forcing Panda to use his resources.
Yeah, I think Panda definitely used Brilliance a bit too aggressively in that last fight. If he had repositioned himself to further back position, he may have been able to stay alive longer to match up the damage. Because once that Lunox was gone, Bounty Esports really doesn't have a lot of DPS overall, and that allows for RSGMY to regain control over the fight with Izanami and Rippo.
Oh, give it some time. Havas will eventually catch up, right? He was against an export late. Wait.
Aziz getting King Stun all the way through, but the heals keeps him alive. He gets the penalty zone through as well. He's going to try and catch Olios. He will die. Havas gets the kill. And now they are going to look for more. Izanami going to be caught up with the Praises Grab, and Bounty Esports bites back with 2 with a misplay from RSGMY.
See, Havas does have damage.
Okay.
I thought we were watching MLBV. This is more like a tennis match where it's just bouncing it back and forth.
Another rally! Another
one!
And another one. But now Lord in the hands of Bounty Esports. Repo a little bit too far off to contest this. With no-go, nowhere to be seen. And that's going to be an easy Lord in the hands of Bounty Esports once more. They get the lead in their favor for now.
I have to give kudos though, not only were Bounty Esports able to figure out a style of drafting that works around them playing with Panda, the choice of making Aziz this sort of secondary roam player with the mid lane Barat and Terizla was actually like a really good call, because the reversal in that fight, catching Lolil out with the penalty zone when he was nearly dead, solidified it with him.
Yeah, I would also say that this is starting to look like a game design problem more than anything else, right? And I don't say that very lightly, because again, this is a composition that requires, like Panda, you're supposed to reach the later stages of the game to actually be relevant. You're losing out to I would consider like a one item on this Natan should have been enough, but Panda's kid is just, hold on.
Panda drops the Darkening as well. They're trying to burst off Izanami. Gets out scot-free with the Brilliance to safety, so they will be forced to go for a reset here. Panda doesn't have the main damage here. They may try to make a play. Havos flanking from the sides shows himself, but they also paid out the entropy from Lolio, so 2 of the gold laners do not have a lot of damage. So RSGMY, they have to respect this for now. Izanami looking for a play against Panda, but what is this sustain from Panda? Why is it not dying?
Well, he is just using that life form very, very well, making sure that he is, well, at the very least, in the middle of as many enemy targets as possible in range, and then healing very heavily off of it. Let's not forget that he's pretty scaled up. He's 3-2-2.
Yep, Izanami, half HP. This tier 2 will still somewhat survive here. They cleared out the Lord from now from RSGMY, by Bounty Esports. They can't seem to crack open this tier 2 down meat, so that means RSGMY has a lot more space to work with right now.
Yeah, I don't know if this was Muntun's intention when developing the game, and especially with this upcoming patch. Did they want the meta to look something like this? Because the distribution of damage kind of makes sense, but at the same time, it just goes to show how little value. I mean, let's look at the items and maybe I can get a better scope of things, right? Because if we're talking about, okay, Athena Shield, generally these Athena Shields doesn't feel like they matter too much against Panda.
Well, we know that Lunox does do max HP damage when in that darkening form, so yeah, the Athena Shield not going to help too much against that. It's just going to be able to provide a little bit more defense when he's not in that form. And I think that is pretty useful as well, because Panda is nearly maxed out on items already, only 1 item away, so they do still need to respect it somewhat, but we can definitely see how even tankier heroes are not going to be able to do too much against it.
So why build it, right? At this point, it feels like it's kind of devalues these MR items. I don't know. I'm rambling off here. It's just a point of contention for me at the very least, because it feels like you're not getting as much value as you want out of your tank items anymore. And now instant engage.
Whoa,
that was fast.
That was real quick. He instantly finds the Endlord. No healing. Instantly goes for the dive. Total Poison comes in. Panda gonna be zoned off here. He does have the darkening here. Repo forced to use Insanity to back off. He's gonna be A-OK. Yuna not gonna be able to taunt his way through. Izanami with the Terrified to assist him out of safety here. And Trophy being popped up from Lolio. He's trying to bait a reaction from Panda. Panda still not committing his darkening yet. Finally drops it, but not getting any value. That's not good for Panda right now. Forced to drop the Radiance here. He's gonna try to bait out reaction here. Lord, half HP. RSGMY. Now, playing chicken as they do not know where her boss is here. They're a little bit afraid of that Benedetta.
It's totally fine. Panda's cooldowns are like real short. He's already level 15, so I think like each time he uses it, it's about like what 20 seconds-ish for each side of the ult.
Okay, her boss getting poked out right now. You talked about Panda. Now he's gonna try to darkening play. He made some mistake here. Instantly goes for a dive as well. Gets dragged back in. Gets bursted down. No Panda for this fight. They've got the brilliance here. The penalties are not doing much as well. Praises draft from Yuna drops, but eventually he will fall. Repo with the mega kill. Only chips away his Firaga armor, and now Izanami trying to bait a reaction Bounty Esports. Not committing to this. Lord half HP. Havos looking for the flank play, but he needs to chip off with no-go. He still has the retribution. Havos with the petrify plays. Almost drops Lolios, but he gets the no-go. Oh, what? He actually got the no-go.
Boss has a lot more damage than we're expecting here. But man, that was a mistake. Honestly, you open up a dictionary, you look up the word throw, you'll see Panda next to it. I don't know why he was positioned that far forward without his utility. And now, even though RGMY was on the back foot for a while, Bounty Esports needs to mount a defense.
He wanted a wave. Oh man, he wanted a wave clear, but you gotta give it to Storm. He's got some insane reaction.
He went for it. Izanami just wanted to take him down, and he got it. Wait, actually Panda survived? What? He didn't die.
Survive, yeah.
What? He didn't die. He looked. He just disappeared. What?
He brillianced. His timing was perfect. It was actually really well played as well, because you would never expect Izanami to do something like that. So really strong trigger finger.
What? I thought Panda just melted immediately here, but okay, seems like a little bit of a troll here coming from RSGMY. If you talked about Panda being the troll, it seems like Izanami will be the synonym for that.
I mean, both sides are taking this real seriously, as you can tell, and I don't think it's the worst play in the world from the side of Izanami, because there's like nothing really to fight for anyways, right? At this stage of the game, he's already at full build, right? 46 to 45k, yeah, totally. He should be at least like one situational item away, but he's got his core items. So him dying here doesn't really mean anything to Bounty, because what are they gonna take back? It's not like they're behind in any way. The next neutral objective is up in 84 seconds, and it's nothing to do. It's just gotta wait.
So we got another 75 seconds before the next Lord is coming up here. Most of the map is empty for both teams. We know that with the Benedetta, Bounty has slightly more map play, but it's gonna be a bit more difficult. Now that RSGMY actually does have some goal lead, we can see Lalil approaching that final item as well. The angle of approach for both teams needs to be very cautious.
Speaking of angles here, now Panda right now is in a situation where he's so strong, he's going to take the purple buff away from Yuna. He's going to benefit a little bit more in terms of overall damage output. So RGMY, they have to be a little bit more worried about this, because Leos does not have those buffs advantage right now.
I think at this point you might as well just give him both of the buffs, right? I think that Yuna, he's looking to just sandbag as much as he can. He's trying to peel away space and create openings for Panda to interchange between his abilities whenever necessary, and that's his main goal as a tempo breaker.
Yeah, but now Izanami gonna try and check this way here. Aziz a little bit out of position here. They're gonna be forced to fight here as well. Instantly gets dragged out. Aziz getting Kaida here. Finally drops the penalty zone at the last moment. He's got the immortality, but he will still fall. Now Vinogo looking for the back lines. They're trying to find a finish off Panda as well. Yanlord will be bursted down. Panda is gonna be the next focus here. They're trying to chip him away. He's somehow surviving, but eventually Leo picks them apart. Havos tries to fight from behind. He's trying to clean house. He fights Vinogo, but does he have more? Electro final blow to get out as well. No value, but Havos was able to somewhat salvage this, but he's only one man. RSGMY's got immortalities. Havos, he needs to clear minutes. He chips away. He doesn't have Electro final blow. He won't be picked off, and that's going to be RSGMY saying sayonara, Bounty Esports.
Just the single-mindedness by RSGMY. Find Panda, take out Panda, and once they do that, there's no more damage. You can see Rippo doing his classic taunting up on that stage. As by securing victory here, RSGMY has officially ended the MPL journey of Bounty Esports.
GG, well played to RSG. It was looking a little awkward there, but eventually they warmed up to finish off this game. It's got to be a little sad for Vinogo looking at his ex-teammate on the other side. Yes, he ended up giving that final kill over to Havos, but at the end of it, it's still hearts on the battlefield, but the standings will have to remain.
Well, good game indeed coming from both sides here. They pour their hearts and soul coming from both sides, but looks like we have to say goodbye to Bounty Esports as we throw it over with the host, with Rose, to talk with Bounty.
Alright, ini adalah perlawanan pertama untuk minggu ke-6. And unfortunately, Bounty Esports will not be qualifying for the playoffs. So, sebelum I send them off, do you have any last words for your fans and for your teammates this season?
Thank you very much to all our supporters, and sorry that we have a disappointing season. We will make sure to come back stronger. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
All right, so in 3, 2, 1, you guys will give your final bow, yeah? Okay, all right. In 3, 2, 1, you guys may now give your final bow. All right, thank you very much to Bounty Esports, and we hope to see you again next season. And of course, kalau kita ada loser interview, mesti kita ada winner interview. Guys, give it up for RSGMY. Alright, so guys, this match, korang officially dapat secure playoff slot korang untuk musim ini. Kita tahu performance korang musim ni memang shaky dan lain daripada season lepas. Tapi mestilah kita kena start dengan Vinogo dulu, because Vinogo ini adalah kali pertama dia main dekat pentas MPL dan kali pertama juga dia masuk dekat playoffs. So, hi Vinogo, kamusta?
Hello.
You're good?
Yeah.
You're good. All right. Before MPL, actually, his girlfriend was watching my live. So, before anything, what do you want to say to your family and to your, girlfriend?
Nanonood sila ngayon, kaya thank you talaga sa suporta. Tas kahit malayo ako, nakakamdaman ko yung suporta nila.
Alright, so I tanya, sebab tadi sebelum live MPL start, I tengah buat live ke atas. Lepas tu girlfriend Vinogo tengah tengok. Dia cakap, "Hi, I'm Vinogo's girlfriend." So, I cakap apa yang dia nak cakap kepada girlfriend dia dan of course family dia yang tengah tengok dari jauh. Dan dia cakap actually walaupun dia kat sini, dia tahu family dia tengah tengok dan support dia daripada Philippines. And of course, dia cakap dia boleh rasa support dari sini. Alright, so Vinogo, your first time qualifying for the playoffs. What are your expectations entering the playoffs?
I won't say our preparations is, but we will show it on our first match on playoffs.
Wow! Okay, how about let's go to Storm. Storm, this is your second time this season, right? Okay, sorry, this is your second time entering playoffs. Now, we know that there is a bit of a roster change with RSG, but how confident are you with the upcoming playoffs?
I think just if we get the momentum on the first match, I think we will be really strong in these playoffs.
Are there any like challenges that you guys faced this season, this regular season especially, that really gave RSGMY a hard time?
I think SRG, not just because of their results in this season, but also because I've been hearing a lot of teams and players are really praising them. So I think our respect goes mostly to our SRG for these playoffs.
Wow. Okay guys, sebelum kita continue kita punya interview session, I nak tanya audience, korang rasa siapa yang MVP untuk perlawanan ni? Alright, apa kata kita tengok MVP kita in 3, 2, 1. Jeng 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 jeng. Ni siapa? Ni siapa? Izanami, the Prince of Mage. Hai, sehat?
Hai, sehat. Kurang sehat.
Kurang sehat? Kenapa kurang sehat?
Tak.
Tak ada, gurau je?
Ya.
Okay. You have to be fit. Playoff dah nak datang. Okay, so Izanami, tadi game pertama, Bounty buat agak of a surprise draft. Adakah korang macam expected benda ni berlaku, dan kalau tak, macam mana you guys overcome it sebab you guys menang first game tu?
Sejujurnya masa first game tu kami agak terkejut juga lah, sebab masa kami training kami jarang lah jumpa meta-meta yang macam tu kan, meta-meta fighter mid. But game 1 tadi kami just guna apa yang kami dah belajar dekat scrim, kami just terapkan lah di game tadi. So dengan kami punya communication, dengan kami punya execution yang bagus, kami dapat memenangkan game pertama tadi lah.
I see. Alright. So how about kita pass it to Ripo? One last words. Alright. First of all, Ripo, Dark System. Yang tahu ah. Okay. So Ripo kita tahu, Ripo sebagai Dark System luar MPL, tapi dalam MPL okay lah, tak adalah Dark System kan. So apa yang Ripo actually nak cakap kepada Bounty that just got technically relegated? Like if there's any words of encouragement, jadi budak baik If there's any words of encouragement yang you boleh bagi kepada Bounty, apa tu?
Mungkin kalau untuk Bounty, jangan nak harapkan panda je KD. At least mid tu kena carry jugalah. So jangan asyik main mid fighter, bosan.
Alright, before I throw you guys off, with this upcoming playoffs, how ready is RSGMY? And sebab kita sekarang, kita punya bracket untuk playoffs tak confirm lagi, kan? Kalau you guys boleh pilih lah nak jumpa siapa di match pertama, pasukan mana tu?
Ada tim apa? Tak tahulah nak jumpa siapa. Janji jumpa siapa-siapa lah. Yang penting tak jadi dark system untuk MPL.
Hopefully tu yang jadi Alright, so any words for your fans, and of course tell them to support you guys in the upcoming playoffs.
So untuk fan-fans RSG, thank you sebab dah datang sini dengan UM. So thank you guys semua yang datang support. And also fans Bounty, thank you sebab dah supporting Bounty also. So thank you so much guys.
Alright, so you guys may now go celebrate your victory. Once again, congratulations kepada RSGMY securing their playoff slot. Dan sekarang, as of this match, dorang tengah duduk nombor 3 di regular season. Alright, nanti kita ada game yang sengit untuk seru Saturday. Tapi sebelum tu, apa kata kita pass it back to the casters untuk mendapat tahu apa yang jadi di game ketiga dalam Best of 3 series ni. And with that, casters, silakan.
GG, well played to RSGMY, and congratulations to them for securing their spot moving on into the playoffs. Hopefully they'll be able to buckle up and get some work done, because things still look a little bit shaky despite it being the end of the regular season. And for anyone who wants to go far in the playoffs, there's going to be a lot of work to do.
So much work to do. So far, RSG, at the very least, we can rely on Izanami to be the top performer on the team. He's consistent, he's great with his positioning, and so far, when he has these types of control mages or the more aggressive ones in Valentina, at the very least, he's not only winning out in his lane, but he's forcing priority and taking control over the map.
Yeah, I think both games as well, he's been the more consistent mage for the both teams, right? Like he's been setting up a lot of plays for his team here, but unfortunately, it just didn't but there was just no fallout from his teammates here. So Izanami was definitely the guy that you got to be watching out for as well. And even then, in the final fight here, he was the guy that actually caught Panda out of position with his earlier Terry fight, which allowed the chain of events that favored RNG to just close out the game. So very, very good start for Izanami, and I want to see more of RGMY like this, and maybe even better during the playoffs.
We've always known Izanami to be the ultimate example of that player who will do what is necessary, of being the ultimate pillar of support, the foundation on which RSGMY is built. So I'm really hoping that the other players, his teammates who are standing upon his shoulders, can make the most of the height that has been provided to them. Either way though, in this game, RSGMY was able to eke out that victory at the very end because their draft was definitely a lot more solid going into it compared to before.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of it, it really just comes down to execution. I think that RSG overall, for Loliel's, it's pretty straightforward what he needs to do as well as the rest of the team, right? For Bounty, a much more difficult composition to actually pull off because everything needs to be timed, right? The engages, the way that Yuna needs to be able to walk into the fights, and at the same time, even Yanlord, right, has a completely separate job compared to Storm, who's looking to be the tempo breaker, while Yanlord needs to be able to position himself to not only disrupt his opponents, but stay within range of his teammates to keep them topped up when the engagement goes through.
I'm surprised that Yanlord actually opted to go for the Holy Crystal for a little bit more heals here. I was expecting a little bit more defensive item to pair up with the Blast of Oasis for more sustains, right? So I guess, you know, because of that, maybe that's the reason why Panda was able to sustain throughout a lot of those fights with those Brilliance here. And alongside with the Brilliance heals.
Yeah,
sorry, the light heals, my bad.
Yeah, I think Panda was definitely doing a good enough job in the early to mid phases, but then fell back to similar habits once the late game stage came about and positioned a little bit too aggressively, not quite respecting the dive potential that RSG have with the Grok, the Baxia, and the X-Borg. And even though he tried to become a little bit more disciplined after that, RSGMY already knew who their main target was going to be during all these fights and just needed to run him down.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we saw, right? That's how the game actually started to pan out. It is Bounty trying to struggle. Again, like for the first 10 minutes, it was a little bit back and forth, but generally RSG just etched them out here and there a couple of times, right? First turtle falls into the hands of Bounty, then RSG take it, and then it comes back into Bounty, and then by the 10th minute is where we see the biggest swing down to the 11th, where we see a huge fight coming up for the side of Bounty, playing off of their item power spikes and maintaining that lead until we do see that RSG catch back up, realizing that it's a game of resources, and more importantly, a game of execution, where they do find the fight of a lifetime and turn it around.
That's the thing about Bounty Esports, right? All three games, they somewhat dominate the early to mid-game, but they just can't seem to clean up the game every single time they're about to push RGMY. It's just that RGMY is just so much better when they're playing from behind. It seems like RGMY is just more comfortable in those kind of situations compared to Bounty Esports, where, oh wait, we've got this early lead, and then suddenly just forget all the fundamentals to actually close up a game.
I think that really comes down to draft and playstyle as well, because it's literally what the RSG set up on stage, right? Bounty Esports needs to not rely on Panda so much. Like, they literally switched up their drafting style to better play around the 4 Protect 1, having Aziz being a setter in the mid lane, playing fighter heroes, and it did work out because oftentimes they would win out those early games. But when you don't have a proper marksman, when you're relying on one player to dash out DPS, then your late game becomes very difficult to execute.
Well, let's look at the game highlights for a quicker recap of how this game actually progressed, right? Because in a lot of these fights, I will say that Storm's Nature's Barriers have been so very crucial at keeping the right targets out. Because again, Havas, he is trying to get to these fights as soon as possible. And I think that if Bounty Esports were to play slightly faster, maybe they could have gotten a quick 4v5 in favor of Bounty, right? Because had Havas just showed up a second earlier and is able to land so far has been landing some really good Electro Final Blows plus Petrifies, I think that Bounty Esports might have been able to develop at a minimum an 8k gold lead by the 14th minute.
I think Bounty Esports needed to not jump the gun so much. Like, towards the later stages, you can see that RSG is very smart with the way that they're catching people out. They're specifically waiting until they see Havos on the opposite side of the map. Then they full commit and dive. And you can see that Bounty Esports, they could just sacrifice one player and back off, but no, they fight. And by the time Havos arrives, everyone is already dead and there's nothing he can do.
Well, Well, with that being said here, that pretty much concludes both these teams for the regular season here as we take a look at the standings for all this match here. RSGMY currently sitting on 3rd place with 14 points, while Bounty Esports will be on the last place with nothing to save them, and that is pretty much guaranteed. Bounty Esports will be sent down to MAL.
Oh, unfortunate indeed. I was very excited to see Bounty, especially in the earlier into the season, but for a lot of these teams, a lot of disappointing runs that are happening, but at least we are pumping out diamonds out of this raw pressure. With that being said, means that the rest of the bottom 4, now they're playing for who doesn't want to be in 9th place.
Yep, 10th place spot already secured. Who is going to be the one that has to face off against DX Origins for the final slot in MPL MY Season 14? We're gonna find that out in the remaining matches we have here in the regular season, of which there's only 4 left, 2 of which we will get to witness today.
Well, this is going to be a little bit of a scary situation here, especially if they want to fight for the top 6, right? That is a very, very difficult task to begin with. Like, Niners, Monster Visions, they still have a shot to make it to playoffs. But again, they have to get clean 2 zeros, and also provided that Huck drops their final game. So it is scary.
It's a lot of conditions. It's going to be difficult to meet all of those conditions. So the best thing you can really do is to make sure that any conditions that you have under your control, which is winning your games, is what you secure for, and then you just hope for the best after that.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, the regular season could have gone so much better for a lot of these teams, but it's tough to say. But finishing off today, coming up next, we've got plenty of games for you guys. 2 more best of 3s to end today. And next is going to be Todak versus Monster Vicious. And honestly, both teams really actually need this win. Higher seeding for Todak and MV just to stay away from 9th place.
Yeah, I think that's something that they are going to be going for a banger as well, because I've heard a rumor that Todak is pulling in their pocket strategy. They're bringing in a legendary play later on.
Ooh, interesting. There's only one person I could think of that could fulfill that role.
Don't you dare. Don't
It's
you dare.
Formace. It has to be. They're pulling him out of the MAL.
What? It not really Formace?
It's gotta be, right?
Okay.
I can't think of anybody else.
Who else could it be, right?
I don't know. We gotta tease them a little bit here. Be sure to actually come back and watch this as well, because I know you guys want to see this. You guys have been asking the entire regular season, what's going on? Where's Todak? Are you gonna play him? Wait, what's going on? Oh, here's the tease.
I got it. It's Dragon, isn't it?
I think it's Dragon.
It's gotta be. It's gotta be. It's been years.
That's something, all right.
That's
like,
a true legacy player.
Really hiding there. But, of course, we've got something else to share with you guys before we go on break before Game 2. As you guys know, the MPL MY playoffs are going to be coming up very, very soon. So, it's about time for you guys to pick up your tickets. You guys can scan the QR code at the bottom of the screen or check out that link that you see down there. There's going to be free entry for the play-ins. But after that, we're going to actually have some tickets being available for purchase if you guys want to get some better seating.
Yeah, be sure to scan the QR code right now here later on, because we need to tell you and remind you guys that last season's MPL Grand Finals was so packed that it's so hard to get in. So for everyone's comfort's sake, we are going to be selling tickets this time. So we are going to ensure that everybody gets that enjoyable viewing pleasure experience, rather than just completely compressed down to I don't know what you call it. Like,
I disagree. I think we're rewarding the fastest people who book their tickets ahead of time because they're smart planners. Think about that. Think about that. So book them now while you still can.
Means the seating is going to be fixed this time, so you guys better grab your tickets as soon as possible. I get the feeling that the later matches of the playoffs this season are going to be really exciting. You don't want to miss out.
Yep, I am excited to see how things are going to go down here. But again, this is what we're talking about, right? We're looking for the best of the best to represent as well. And at the same time, as of yet, SRG is still at the top of the game. But again, we have always talked about this from every single season, right? There is the second place curse, the first place curse of regular season. Like, their first place all the way regular season, goes to playoffs, boom, doesn't win the grand final.
That's Homeboy conspiracy theory confirmed?
Maybe,
it would be surprising if it happened
back to back.
Back to back as well, yeah. I mean,
first back to back
storyline, it's all coming together.
Oh, we'll see whether or not that happens. For now, we're gonna throw to a break real quick. Of course, as always, we'll leave you guys with a mic check. When we come back, it's gonna be the second match of today, Todak versus Monster Vicious. We hope to see all of you guys there.
We can still go, ah.
Low. Hey, front. Go.
Another one.
Relax.
Tama. Out first.
Out. I hit you guys out.
Hey, watch.
Chill.
Okay, out.
Nice one.
Usong ulti.
Go, no, self Martis. Can you swipe po?
No, sorry. Baka.
Base, no.
Nice one. Oh, wait. Bursting lord. They cannot burst.
They cannot burst lord.
Martis inside. Here.
Martis.
Valen only. Nice one. Baka Belton.
Base.
I'm recalling.
We can fight.
Valen is free, guys. Valen. Nice one.
Hey, no ulti. Martin ulti. Papas!
Nice one.
Roger. Woof.
Nice one.
GG. Arlot.
I'm zoning the...
Focus Arlot.
Bye.
Nice one.
Hey, we can press mid, can we?
Mino no OT guys. Nice, Panda.
Nice.
No
Purify Panda no purify.
Nice.
Flicker.
Tawa.
Nice.
Lunox pa. Lunox only.
Pen up. Go. Fight.
Good trade. That's good trade.
Bene.
Nathan die. Nice one.
Go. Flicker Grak.
Nice. Can lot.
Boom!
Cool. I stand also.
Nice one, dead.
Bene.
I think gameplay.
Hey, Fredrin.
Nice one.
Go. Just Lord. Just Lord.
Friend.
Lunox na pure.
Florin.
I'm chasing Lunox. Baka me. Lunox.
GG.
Bene. No Petri. No second skill. No Petri.
No wave clear anymore.
No second skill.
We can.
GG, I take off my headset now.
Pelbagai kejayaan dapat dikecapi. Sejarah baru telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur. Sampai bila nak kalah? Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat, ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, barat dan selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita. Untuk melakukan serangan yang sebenar, tarik nafas yang panjang kerana terima magic kuda.
2-1 dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat mudah.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MPL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MPL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MPL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MPL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MPL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Terlebih dahulu oleh kedua-dua pasukan ketika ini. Pasukan Bounty cuma untuk mengeluarkan damage daripada Panda. Masuk menekan serangan daripada Cek Kun tapi tidak percaya. Ya, lot akan dikorbankan oleh Ripo. Tapi serangan balas yang mungkin akan dikeluarkan oleh Yuna. Decimation yang sangat cantik. Cuma untuk dapatkan kita terlebih dahulu. Tapi like the foul daripada Lolian. Melepaskan. Situasi seperti game yang pertama akan berlaku kembali. Lihatlah Panda. Sungguh meyakinkan. Tarik kristal akan menjadi keutamaan untuk pasukan Bounty pada ketika ini dan Lolian akan dikorbankan terlebih dahulu. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan.
RSG kalau dia boleh buat woman macam ni, mungkin pasukan Bounty yang akan jadi masalah.
Okey, penalti zone baik kena kepada Lolian ketika ini. Panda cuba untuk lakukan serangan balas. Aziz akan dikorbankan terlebih dahulu. Panda menerima nasib yang kurang baik ketika ini dekat bahagian belakang. Dia akan dikorbankan, mungkin tidak. Dengan adanya Brilliant pada saat akhir. Telah pun ketika ini melarikan diri.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Musim baru, line-up baru, jersey baru. Jersey telah menjadi topik hangat sejak hari pertama MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 bermula. Namun, apakah pendapat pemain dan penonton tentang jersey musim ini? You rasa jersey mana yang paling lawa?
JP Niners lah.
Jersey rempit, JP Niners. Macam Mun je, saya rempit.
Paling lawa Barakuda. Tahu kan dia punya yang buat baju ni Choi. Choi ni baju dia memang lawa.
Sejujurnya Todak.
SRG.
Bagi saya KGE lah.
Judgement dia lain daripada lain. Apa least favourite jersey?
Paling bawah sekali, I rasa I letak King Empire. Dia nampak e-sport. Tapi e-sport tu maybe 3 tahun lepas punya design.
KGE paling kurang. Oh, King Empire. Orangnya handsome, jersey-nya kurang sikit. Barakuda.
Saya rasa Bounty kot. Dia design macam 90-an.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Hey, come on. Okay. Power Gazer. Satu sekali Gadget Duit dan Albert di sana. Ternyata harus hilang.
Ledge fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 4v1! Backline already, and they're running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way, and he cleans it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run.
Kita kata ada satu buah reward point yang membuat pergerakan dari Liga terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Menang, kalah, pressure, harapan, skill, mistake, dah ready. Kalah, dihentak, tuntut semua untuk peminat.
Spotlight melambangkan satu sosok tumpuan.
Tumpuan untuk melakukan yang terbaik. Tumpuan untuk menjadi seorang role model.
Pendakian, pelaburan, pengorbanan, semuanya
Sorotan itu penting. Ia membuatkan kita percaya.
The supporters will witness our fights and our struggles.
Memikul harapan untuk mempertahankan kemenangan. Menjadi cabaran terbesar untuk mencapai matlamat kami.
Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecam di rumah kita.
Harapan masih terpahat di hati.
Untuk menjadi juara.
Meneruskan legasi kami.
Di bawah cahaya, semuanya menjadi lebih jelas.
Underdog, kuda hitam? No, kami adalah Monster Vicious.
Cahaya impian telah menerangi pentas ini.
Kejayaan bukan lagi dongeng.
Not just a dream.
Ia arti harapan yang sebenar.
Mungkin ada yang sangka bahawa harapan ini akan hilang.
Tapi bukan kami. Ini harapan kami. Ini semangat kami.
Bersama kami, mencapai satu tujuan.
Mencari sinar yang paling terang.
Ready posing Right. Okay.
Nikmati jago 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
Lu panggil lu punya rating semua bijak sama gua sekarang gua tengok. Lu jaga dia. Lu masuk sama Todia. Gua tak. Bukan senang mau masuk ke tempat mah. Syah, lu mau saya masuk ke bangsa di macam. Lu juga senang gua. Nanti gua kasih kena.
Ready. Alright. Ready posing Right. Okay.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Muntar. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
Season 13. Welcome to the first day of the final week of the regular season. You're watching the English broadcast alongside me, Staffa, as well as Icy Baby 1-2 and Gideon. How are you feeling?
So far, not great after that best of 3, and hopefully it's only going uphill from here on out, because I'm expecting MV and as well as Todak to put up a pretty decent fight here, both of which some very high stakes for either one of these teams.
Yeah, speaking of stakes as well, they do have to fight for their positions in towards the upcoming playoffs here. In particular, it's going to be Monster Vicious fighting to get out of 7th and 8th place, if I do remember correctly as well. So that's going to be something that they have to do or die here, because if they get a clean 2-0, means that they have a shot for the top 6.
Yep, for those of you who may still be unfamiliar with how this brand new season works, unlike last time where the top 8 teams would all move on into the playoffs, this season only the top 6 teams get to go on into the playoffs, meaning that the teams in 7th and 8th place only get to keep their slots going into season 14 and will not get to participate, which means that every team in that position right now, Monster Vicious being one of them, wants to make sure that they can get more points so that they can actually continue to compete for the potential champion title.
And all of this is just to make sure that the regular season is more competitive for you guys at home. Obviously, most teams want to make it into playoffs this time, but it's not just a free buy like it usually is in the past coming seasons.
Yep, definitely not free. It's going to be a difficult journey and they're going to need all the support that they can get. So I think a very good way for you and them to reach higher levels of gameplay is by dominating with spectacular gameplay via the ROG Phone 8, the king of performance, your ultimate gaming phone. We're going to give a big shout out to ROG Phone 8 for being the official gaming phone of MPL MY and for keeping all of our pros at the top of their game.
You know, that's the thing about playing games, right? Like, personally, I have tried the ROG 8 phone, and I feel like if I can afford it, I want to get one for myself because it has put me in a situation where it's enlightened me, not just MLBB, other games as well. Like, I have so much better frames.
That is true, that's true. Having better devices, better experience, it ups your gameplay as well. I think it's a pretty good deal.
I mean, with the extra hertz that it has on that screen, I can understand when people are saying, yeah, I can finally feel like I'm getting 60 frames per second on my phone. And it all lines up, especially since everybody lined up on those tables. All of our 10 players are using the ROG. So when we're talking about insane reaction times, it is no doubt that this phone is putting you on the forefront of being able to react accordingly.
Yeah, even I use it. I have ROG phone right here. I've been using it for a while. It's not 8,
come on.
It's 7. I should maybe look to upgrade here so that I can match up with those players. But you know, I think it does help my gameplay.
Stafa casually just flexing, I've got an ROG phone, oh yeah.
I mean, you tried it as well.
Yeah, I know, but still, you don't have to rub it in my face.
No, I'm not rubbing anything in your face. I'm just promoting.
Oh.
Okay. Well, that's one way of putting it. For the most part, we're hoping that at least for this upcoming best of 3, that it's going to look a lot better than what we saw just now. It felt like it didn't feel like there was a lot of stakes, and honestly, not the cleanest we've seen thus far throughout the season, knowing how good these two teams can get.
Yeah, I do think so as well. Either way, we got a short video for you guys to watch, so check this out.
Okay, Haru, so kita tahu sekarang that you guys are in a very, very dangerous zone, kan? So, apa yang benda ataupun apa yang miraculous stunt yang kena jadi kalau Monster Vicious nak masuk ke playoffs?
Untuk kekal slot, I think we should be fine now.
Yes.
Right? Untuk ke playoff, we need to win 2-0 against Todak.
So, last match, kan?
Yeah, it's our last match.
So, okay, let's say lah kan, korang tak dapat menang 2-0 lawan Todak. Tapi you guys mengekalkan lagi slot korang untuk season depan. Apakah plan yang you guys ada as of now?
So season ni kita memang run through dengan player yang qualified for us. So next season we try to fix whatever loophole yang kita ada. So it's season by season lah. We need to improve season by season.
Okay, if you could say any words of encouragement kepada player-player anda, sebab we all know that every bit of encouragement would matter right now, especially they're going up against Todak. Silakan.
I just hope you guys put more trust into yourself lah. Kalau orang lain percaya macam mana pun, but if you guys didn't try yourself, it won't work. So I really hope that you guys can trust yourself more.
Alright, terima kasih Haru.
Monster Vicious is a team made up of players with a lot of MPL experience, which dominated the Tier 2 scene and made it into the next season here of MPL MY. Starting things off with a lot of potential and a lot of eyes on them from the fans, but unfortunately not quite being able to live up to those expectations. The question now is, can they keep their playoff dreams alive?
Oh man, it's hard. I mean, it's been a difficult road for them overall as a squadron. A lot of the meta has shifted into a different direction from what they were used to, from when they qualified through the qualifiers at the very beginning of the season. Worse yet, we did see some good performance, but overall, it's been a little unstable depending on the moods of some of the other teams.
You know, speaking of teams here, I feel like it all comes down to how hard they want to fight for their lives, right? Like, I feel like Todak is in a situation where they win or lose, okay, they're still somewhat qualified for the playoffs. But for Monster Vicious, it's like, if I lose right here, right now, I'm gonna skip playoffs. I'm gonna skip the entire, tier 1 scene, and then I am gonna wait until MPL season 14, which is, I don't know, what, 3-4 months of just sitting idly. I would rather compete, and then try to stand a chance to make it, to represent Malaysia. Why would I do that?
I think that sentiment is shared. Literally every single team up on that stage wants to make it further, wants to qualify the playoffs, wants to have a chance of representing the country going into bigger tournaments like MSC, like M6 that's going to be happening at the end of the year. So this is going to be their chance to really prove themselves. Like Gideon mentioned, the meta hasn't really favored Monster Vicious very much. They've tried to switch things up. We've seen them try out double fighter side lane in the past to various degrees of success. So very curious to see what kind of things they're going to bring up this time as we look at their regular season report cards.
Oof, M for mediocre. Oh, that's a little bit harsh here, but their result speaks otherwise as well, because they are currently on 8th place. That means they won't retain their slot for now for the next season. But is it enough to actually qualify for the playoffs? That's going to be a completely good question here. Gideon, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, I mean, if they prepared well enough, knowing how Haru kind of works, they definitely wants to make sure that the players are most comfortable and bring out the best weapons possible. But if you look at the stats as well, right, Haru needs to keep in mind that, first blood rate is 52%, which is, considerably a good stat, right? As long as it's above 50%, there is a half chance, a 0.5 chance that when you go into this game, the MV might have a pretty good start. And even overall average kill participation at 52. However, things that we have to keep in mind, right? Average Lord rate, 6th place currently in the league at 0.9%. Ideally, they want to get that over the edge and make sure that they at least average 1 Lord per game, because it's so important having that mid-game spike, being able to kind of transition from that mid into late game, especially if we also attribute the fact that if their first blood is at 52, then generally they need to keep that momentum until that very first Lord.
Even more so when you consider the fact that Subway has always been known to be like a utility tank-style jungler. He was always very good at securing these objectives, and in this season has been having a little bit more trouble because a lot of other junglers have been really picking up the slack recently. So all of these players have potential, but how will they fare going up against Todak?
As of now, their grades here is going to be B for Bole Langgala, because if you think about it here, Todak, they started this season a little bit shaky here, but after that, when the new patch came in, they made a little bit of fixes here and there. Todak was on a complete different page here, because they were able to get a 2-0 against King Empire as well as Team Hug. And right now, they're pretty much in a situation where they don't really show any signs of stopping anytime soon with this newly revamped Todak roster.
Yeah, but it still looks like the team has holes and flaws in them. It's not like they're the perfect team as we expected them to be, the super team almost with the new imports coming in. There are still holes in their gameplay, right? Let's look at their stats. Number one, with one thing that stands out to me the most, almost straight away, is their average KP being at 60%, being 3rd compared to the rest of the league, and average turtles also being at 6th spot at 1.3. So generally, it means that the earlier phases of the game actually work out well for them, even if they do give first blood. And I think that Todak, as a team, right, they haven't really found their identity just yet. It feels awkward that Gary is part of this team, but they're not playing around him. And at the same time, they've got strong laners like Shizo, who, again, there's only so many resources that you can actually distribute across the map.
That's the thing about Todak, right? Compared to like how Bounty is here, everyone plays around Panda, but Todak is more like everyone has their own shine coming in here. But speaking of shine here, this is my question. Will Chiku return to transform the team's playstyle? Because Chiku has been the core that plays around Todak for the, I don't know, umpteen years. Think about it.
So for those of you who may not be aware, this hot topic also kind of confirms to you guys that a certain someone may be joining Todak on the stage today. And it is a good question. He's been a legendary figure in Todak's ranks for a very, very long time. He's played literally every single role across various seasons. So if he does come in, who is he going to replace? And considering that a lot of the heroes that he's known to play, especially that signature Roger, that used to be like his go-to back in the day, being meta again, is going to be very interesting to see.
Well, that's going to be something that I'm excited to see as well, because if he does play, we gotta see whether he plays or not. Like here, but I'm curious here. I want to see him play the Roger once again, because off meta he was a beast. Now it's on meta. Will he be able to step up again?
I'm curious to see. I think we're all curious to see. So without further ado, it's time to welcome both teams up on stage. We've got Todak and Monster Vicious. Let's welcome them up. Oh, hold on. We got a bit of a delay on the players there. They need a little bit more time to set it up. Okay, did we get it? Are we good? We're good. All right, Todak and Monster Vicious. Let's welcome them to MPL.
Todak.
It's been a challenging for the Swordfishers to find their key to consistency this season. The King of the Ocean must rise to prove they are worthy for a trip to Riyadh. With the legendary Chico finally making an appearance today, will they be able to change their fruitful results today? Ladies and gentlemen, Todak!
Monster Vicious.
Showing high potentials and posing difficulties for other teams throughout the season. Today, they must achieve another win in order to eliminate the chance of being relegated. They have to put themselves in a position to qualify for the playoffs. Can they take all the points? Can they do it? It is Monster Vicious! Introducing the coach and analyst for both teams with the head of League Ops, Cedric, who will ensure fair play and professional integrity of the match. From Todak, we have Coach Kuja, accompanied by analyst Ajib. And for Monster Vicious, we have Haru as a coach and Subway as the analyst. As you can see, the teams are going to be providing face bump as good sportsmanship to showcase for the games. May the best teams win.
May the best teams win indeed. Monster Vicious desperately looking for points to secure themselves a place next season and to potentially move on into the playoffs, whereas Todak looking for a better seeding position when they're able to move on into the next stage of the competition. Gideon, who is going to be your favorite going into this?
Well, coming into this, I would have said Todak, but I wasn't expecting Chico to be, I wouldn't say replacing, but filling in the shoes of Malaysia this time round. So, with that in mind, a lot of shenanigans can be pulled out from Todak's side. I feel like their position shouldn't be stumbled up too much, so I'm going to say MV.
That's the thing about Chico, right? When Chico was playing, back in the days, when you remember Todak, it's always about expect the unexpected. And when you expect it, it becomes unexpected. That's the thing about Todak. They will pull out some really, really weird drafts that you wouldn't expect them to pick, but they somehow come out on top. And in this case, Chico is going to be one of those players because you talked about Legendary here. We've known him for his gold lane. We've known him for his jungle here. But think about this. Once upon a time, Chico is the only player in MPL MY history who's played all 5 roles, became a coach, became an analyst as well. The only thing he didn't do is the manager role, which is crazy.
Well, maybe one day. I feel like it's a pretty natural progression of things, but now's not the time for that just yet. Chico going to be taking the field here alongside Todak because he is going to be taking over for Rafflesia. It seems to imply that he'll be playing in the roam position, but considering it is Todak, there's still the possibility of flipping things around. We don't know who exactly is going where.
Now, I've got a question here. Zaim Senpoi is playing, right, for Todak?
Yes.
What are the chances that Zaim Senpoi is going to be playing roam and then Chico plays mage?
There's pretty good. There's honestly a pretty good chance of it, right? I mean, previously Zaim used to play in the roam position, transitioned over to mid, went back to the roam position, and then went back into the mid once more. So 2 very comfortable roles for him. Let's see, at the very least, what they want to do in this upcoming game. And hopefully this will give you a bit of an idea as we look at the team stats. Right now, if we look at it, Chico, first appearance, we don't got much on him so far. But if we're talking about Gary, Momo, Shizo, and as well as Zaim Senpoi, the most consistent one that we've seen thus far has to be Zaim Senpoi and as well as Shizo, right? When Shizo gets that Roger, he knows when to go in, he knows when to go out. He can play classic, the classic marksmen overall, but we haven't seen him in an uncomfortable matchup just yet.
Yeah, I think a big problem with Todak is the fact that they don't exactly start the game off very quickly, right? They take some time to scale up. Zaim Senpoi wants farm, Shizo wants farm. Typically, you'd expect them to play around Gary and Momo towards the early stages, but it does definitely feel like their synergy in the first few minutes of the game is a little bit scattered. So I'm really hoping that Chiku's return into the roster here is going to be able to bring all these scattered pieces together into one complete puzzle.
I don't know, man. Like, I see Zaim Senpoi's name right beside the logo there. It's like a middle lane here, but if you add 2 more lines, it looks like a Z. So maybe Rome here. I'm keeping my hopes up for now. But again, from the side of Monster Vicious here, they are going to be sticking with our original roster here. We have Fix, Ruff, Zeno Mao, Nova Escobar, and Uni this time instead of the replacement here. So Uni is going to be the ones to start things off instead of Subway.
This will be fun. That means there is a possibility that Hellkurt might come into play this time around. Everybody else seems to be, you know, on the same lines. Fakes, pretty standard player, very much a pillar of this team. And Nova Escobar, it kind of depends on how he's feeling it that day, right? If he gets his Arlet, there's a good chance he might be able to squeeze out a play of his own. But generally, if it's teamfight oriented, the Minotaur is something that you can definitely rely on Nova flickering forward and catching all of the correct targets.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit unfortunate that some of the old catch-style roam heroes that Nova was really well known for are no longer quite as meta in this patch. Heroes like the Franco, for example. So his catch rate has not been quite as consistent as before. But I'm definitely very interested to see how Ruff will match up against Shizo in the gold lane. But let's see what Ashi, the manager of Todak, has to say. We asked, what did you observe from Todak's match against the Niners? And he said that from his perspective, they lacked discipline and their execution was not so tidy. He wants to take the chance to apologize to everyone and thinks that he has failed to fix their problems, but they'll all give their best to make Todak great again.
What a great quote right there. Make Todak great again. Sounds very much like a leader in his own right. Hopefully, it's going to do a lot better this time around, and hopefully this side of Todak with Chiku to kind of whip him up into shape. And honestly, it's an interesting perspective, right? If there's one unique thing that Chiku brings to the table, very much in his early days, I heard it was a lot about feel, right? He's an opportunist, and he really takes into consideration everything that is happening in the game to make sure that that opportunity is a big green light for the entire team to pounce on.
I feel like this is something that we might not be expecting here, because when we talk about unexpected here and seeing how Indo has brought in a Hellkurt roam and knowing that Chiku has experience playing assassin junglers before, could this mean that are we going to see an assassin roamer this game?
No, we're going to see Yuzong roam. Last time we saw him play mid, he played Yuzong. I haven't forgotten it just yet. We still have a minute left on the clock. Any other wild ideas?
And we can see the Atlas jungle again.
Oh, the Atlas jungle, the classic. Classics. Gotta make sure that Chizo's playing the Mia gold lane, of course.
How about the Hayabusa gold lane?
Oh, that one. That one didn't go so well. Maybe it'll work in an MPL MY and not an international.
But we've seen a lot of funny stuff from Todak. We've seen a lot of funny stuff from Chiku. So it definitely opens up the hero pool for them quite a bit. And he obviously has the experience to potentially shot call and tell the rest of his teammates what is necessary. But he hasn't taken the stage in quite a while. So I wonder if he'll have some rust to shake off.
I personally want to see the Hayabusa gold lane. I don't mind, considering the fact that Hayabusa is looking a little bit stronger in the current patch, even though it's not been playing as a priority in the competitive match scene yet. But I've tried it personally here. I feel like Hayabusa is kind of annoying right now.
I think he's like all right at best.
Compared to before, it's super annoying for me.
I still think he kind of does the exact same things. He hasn't really changed too much. I do like the energy changes at the very least, and the fact that you can actually use your retribution while in the Oki shadow kill. But it's time to draft, and let's see what these surprises may be in store for us in this game. MV going to be on the blue side as first pick, and Todak on red side as second pick.
So MV get rid of Loyi, get rid of Harif, Todak ban out Valentina and Minotaur. And this is interestingly quite telling from the side of Todak, because getting rid of these heroes means that they might want to play for a team fight style. And maybe Monster Vicious needs to consider whether the Faramis might be a threat, since the Valentina is typically picked up as a counter to that.
Oh no! Wow. I was hoping for it. Come on, Monster Vicious. Why would you ban it?
I think might as well get rid of it, right? No reason to leave it out in the open, but it does mean a lot of the meta picks that we're used to seeing prior to the Hellkurt are very much available. Matilda and Chip still very much usable here. Todak have to decide what they want to get rid of.
I think that's still Natalia for Chiku, because I've seen him play roam Natalia before. Not as great as Zorn, but at the same time, Beloyski is a different kind of level from Indo. But when it comes to MPL MY, I feel like the two players that can pull it off is Chiku and also Zorn.
Nah, I don't think that Natalia is like something to worth considering anymore. Like, I get what you mean with Hellkurt roam playing kind of a similar role, but if you really want to do that, you can go something like the Hilda. You could even go something like the Saber, because with recent skill 2 buffs. So Natalia is very much on the back shelf here. Todak do get rid of the Natan, but the draft is still very open for Monster Vicious. You got Nolan, Fredrin, Barrage. They go for the Roger though.
Dominant gold laner, totally fine. This means that Todak has a number of options to play with here. What do they want to take and what do they want to give away to MV's side? Valentina has been banned out from Todak's side, so it does feel like Zyme Senpai, especially with his average KDA coming up huge at 6.0. I'm thinking like Faramis, something team fight oriented. That's why they also got rid of the Minotaur as well. We see the Claude and as well as Arla instantly locked in for the side of Todak.
That's the thing about the roster coming from Todak, right? Like, they can't play anything here, but again, like you said as well, the Valentina, Zyme Senpai have very, very low win rate, but Fix does have a higher win rate with this Valentina, so it's not that great, but if you were to compare the stats with Stormy, I think Stormy's got one of the high, well, I think they're 100% win rate, so it's hard to compare with that.
If you compare Fix to Innocent, right? That's almost a 20.0 KDA difference. How?
But we're seeing some interesting drafts come in. Firstly, the Claude from Todak is very strange because this is a hero that hasn't been picked up commonly for the past couple of weeks. Monster Vicious go for the Angela Yuzong combination, which is also very classic. And then Todak goes for the counter with the Baxia. So it does feel like we're seeing a meta from a couple of seasons ago, actually.
Well, I mean, I can understand the Claude. It's not like there's many gold laners that can beat the Roger technically. So you're looking for that high skill cap, high scaling, and most importantly, just the Swiss Army knife that doesn't really lose the lane, but doesn't necessarily win the lane unless you have a little bit of help. And I think Claude definitely fits the build in this case. What helps as well is Todak's hard read on the Angela. So locking in the Arla, it is great because now, even if Angela is able to get on top of this Yuzong, as soon as he's outside of that Black Dragon form, that's when you can start hitting him really, really hard and locking him down. Now, Ruby gets banned out from the side of Todak. Totally understandable here. Let's see what MV have in store for the bans.
You'll most likely want to get rid of easy catch heroes, right? Because Claude, again, his prioritized for his utility and a way of escaping most fights, making him a lot more independent as a marksman compared to a lot of other gold lane heroes. So getting rid of things like the Ruby, like the Cho, like the Kaja, just to make sure that this Claude isn't easily picked off wouldn't be a bad idea.
Well, speaking of the drafts here, seeing Florine being banned off, since Monster Vicious is going to take a very similar approach to how Bounty Esports do the game as well, take away all the healing composition roles as well here. With Minotaur down, with Florine as well as Angela, means that there is still like what? But the Estes, Matilda, as well as the Rafaela. So really surprised that the Matilda is being snuck through all the way in this game. So I don't know. I feel like Matilda on Todak isn't that bad, but have I ever seen Chiku play Matilda?
I wouldn't put it past them. It's Chiku, guys, right? I think that MV, what I'm most concerned about is whether they're pushing themselves into a corner to force Angela into the mid lane and then play Matilda as a roam. We've seen many teams make an attempt to go for like this Angela mid lane. Majority of the time doesn't work as well as we think, and especially since you're already up against the Baxia, yes, the extra heal is going to feel like a good idea, but at the very least, don't have to worry about that. MV are the ones who ban out that Matilda. I'm fine with that because it looks like Arla is most likely going to go into the EXP lane considering the Ruby and CC ban.
And then we see the Faramis pick. Todak banned out Valentina first out of the gate. So this was always going to be a possibility. It gives Todak a lot of fighting potential and healing to match up against the Heart Guard. And by getting rid of both Ruby and CC, they're effectively denying Monster Vicious the possibility of going for double fighter side lane because these are the two main fighters you will see being flexed into the gold position.
Yeah, I actually like this as well. Like, if forcing Monster Vicious to play another hero to actually deal with the Nether Realm is very, very hard to play here. Like, I wouldn't put past if they decide to force a Tamu side lane. But again, if they do that, what is Yuzong going to do here? Moskov is great here, but they have the Tigreal. Okay, I like this. So it seems like you have called it out here, Giddy. This is going to be a mid lane Angela bit.
Not exactly my personal forte, but at least Todak gonna lean into the idea of having single target pickoff. Chiku, guys, looks like he's going to get Cho this time.
Chiku and Cho, wow, okay, now that is exciting. Will he be able to match up the performance we've seen from him in the ages past? I do quite like the draft that Monster Vicious has picked up here, but we have to remember in the past when teams have tried the double marksman with the Roger jungle and a gold laner, it means that they are going to be quite vulnerable until you hit that late game phase.
Well, let's see how long it's going to take, right? Because again, team fight composition from Todak is already looking strong, and unless MV have some really strong counter engages and really weasel out on the micro here, then, well, let's see whether the stats don't lie and they find that first blood.
Yep, can they do it or not is going to be the case here, considering that there is a double marksman. Monster Vicious fighting for their dear lives. Can they make it to playoffs? It's now or never. Once again, this is going to be Monster Vicious versus Todak.
All right. The fans are excited. The atmosphere is electric with the return of a legend to the land of Dawn here in MPL MY. And speaking of, he's already here to try and mess with Uni as much as possible.
Oh my goodness, he took one of the smaller camps.
Oh, he did.
He actually did here. Uni is just not having a good time here. But, you know, considering that this is a good start coming from Todak here, Monster Vicious, they're sending fakes to kind of annoy Chiku. But again, what can Angela do this early into the game? Like, practically nothing against the Cho right now.
I mean, honestly, she should be harassing pretty often, but it looks like, you know, at least for MV's side, they don't want to contest for Lethal Wanderer. They want to stay towards Moskov's side of the map. Let's look at the emblems and as well as the talents to see if there's anything out of the ordinary. We do see Weakness Finder on Ruff's side because he does want to have the opportunity to actually beat out Claude in this lane, and he's got a great opportunity to do so.
Oh, speaking of beating out right now, Zeno Mao up top side, getting chunked really hard by both Gary as well as Momo. Not a good start from Zeno here. The lanes are going to be shoved in as well. He's got time to recall back, but it seems like he doesn't want to recall as well. Momo is still freezing the lane, and he's just wasting Zeno Mao's time here. This is not a good timing here for Monster Vicious.
What exactly happened between Momo and as well as Zeno? How did Momo zone him out? Zeno beats him at level 1. Or at the very least, Momo can like even out the trade if he hits like level 2 early on. But still, Zeno should be crushing this lane early on.
It was most likely Gary's presence there. Momo probably identified the correct timing to go for the engage and baited Zeno in, forcing him to use the Petrify very defensively. And by freezing the lane and keeping him here at not max HP, it sets up a much better positioning for Todak to hit level 4 by the time the first turtle is up.
Yeah, he does have a little bit of a life lead, but still an open attack here. Here we go. Gary gonna start opening the map.
Yep, he is going to try and make an attempt here. They do find him though, so that's going to be a chainsaw coming in as well. Zyme Senpai going over to fight as well. Do they want to commit? No, they do not. No Nether Realm yet, so they have to play this slow as well. Zyme Senpai and Momo just got the final truck to get their XP for level 4. So Monster Vicious now, they are going to be at a deficit here. Nova, not even close with a tree. Chiku, very close as well. He's looking for the fight here. Final Slash comes in. They pull Nova Escobar. He's going to drag himself out, but Gary secures the turtle. And right now, the kick comes in. Monster Vicious, they're getting completely clobbered. Once you get in, you're not getting out. And Uni will be the first to fall.
Dang, I can't believe Uni whiffed that. He used his retribution way too early there, giving a sliver of health for Gary to actually find it back. And I don't know. I think that Monster Vicious shouldn't be fighting this early on. Nova's not level 4. Ruff technically can be part of the fight, but again, both Uni and as well as Ruff probably need 2 items before they actually get relevant. If they can find a kill for Uni, that'd be nice, but even so, still, it's just too early to make moves like this so early on.
It was very smart resource control from Todak. By basically denying Zeno from hitting level 4, they almost guaranteed that they would be able to get Turtle because it meant that Nova Escobar wouldn't be able to get EXP from the lane to hit level 4 either. So yeah, Monster Vicious should not have attempted to fight that. So, unfortunately, a bit of a mistake.
Oh no, Chico is going to get cancelled a little bit here as well. NetherRealm keeps him alive. He's going to go for a reset, but a final smash from Momo. Going to drag this out as well, dropping very low. Gary is going to be focusing on towards Uni. He gets kicked in, and Gary gets the kill. Fakes needs to run out, but they don't care. They're diving him under the turret. Todak, they're back. They are going to hit you when they least expect it as well. Nova is here to come in for the play, but Ruff, he connects the thought, but Momo, can he get out? The stun doesn't connect. He's going for one-on-one attack, but no, he can't see forward as well. He gets outplayed. He gets sold now. Chiku will fall on the sidelines, but it doesn't matter. Momo is the star right now.
We're seeing some revitalization from Todak here. It's insane how different this early game looks from what we've become more used to seeing from them in these recent weeks. The Chiku effect starting to play a role.
Oh no, here he comes. He still has the no, he doesn't have the Nether Realm, but he does force out a Purify. But now here he comes. Shizo with the blazing duet. You're going to look for fakes as well. It's going to be the point of interest. And Angela will fall. No way to escape. Nova getting kicked from the sides, getting kited as well. You're stuck with Zyme Senpoi. Shadow Stampede doesn't pull him back, but Gary is waiting for the right moment, but he's not gonna commit. Zyme will get the kill as Todak will once again strike where you least expect.
Whoa, okay, this is straight out some of the best gameplay I've seen from Todak the entire season. Like the follow-up timing is excellent. Pulling Shizo over to get 2 assists is something they wouldn't ordinarily do. They're playing the map properly. They're rotating well. The communications are all there.
Yeah, and most importantly, they're staggering Monster Vicious, right? They're kind of putting them in these positions where they're forcing members to use their cooldowns very early on into the fight, and afterwards slowly stumbling onto the other players to make sure that they lose their resources too. And once they are staggered, they have a timing of who to prioritize in a totem pole list, you may say. Oh, Gary. Oh, no.
Gary. He's gonna get dragged in here. Implosion being saved off as well. The stun comes in. They're gonna try and pick it away as well. But the final slash comes in, and the Nether Realm as well. Chico is dropping down very low. He gets out to safety. Killing spree for Gary, but they're still committing to the fight. Xenom out. He's got a decent amount of damage here, but they have to wait for the resets as well. The purple buff will be stolen, but Monster Vicious is all out of steam. They are gonna respect this and back out.
This is a little bit of the worry here. When you have double Marksman plus Angela mid, Monster Vicious clearly doesn't have a lot of pressure early game. It's very dependent on Xeno and Nova to create space, and a lot of time, Nova is getting chunked out first in these fights. So Todak right now making sure that Monster Vicious is being punished for a greedy draft.
Yep, and worse yet, their enablers aren't that strong. Like even Xenomao, even though he is technically one of the only few players who is doing decently well, it's just not enough. Shizo is already 2k ahead of Ruff. He has been funneled with a lot of gold, cracking the entire gold plating as well as the bot tier 1 and absorbing 2 waves from the mid lane at the same time.
Oh, speaking of a fight right now here, I feel like based on what they're doing, Monster Vicious is doing the next best thing they can do, right? Like, make sure Ruff gets his farm. And as you can see, top side, they're trying to take a tier 1, but Chico is here to threaten this. As Monster Vicious trying to retreat here, no tier 1 to back up here. Momo looking for the fight. No, he can get a final smash! He gets it across the wall! 3-man stun, Monster Vicious! They're getting obliterated! 4 down, double kill from Momo! Zeno just joining the party. He might lose his life as well. They are gonna hit him under tier 3s. What is this? This is Todak Langar. They are back.
It actually is Todak Langar. This is the style we know of them from so long ago. A single player, a single legend is all it takes to see a return of this. What a beautiful catch and follow-up. The team fight from Todak there was perfect. There's literally nothing else we can say about it.
Yeah, no real counterplay from MV's side, right? They were trying to disengage from it. All of a sudden, Momo shows up and makes the difference here. Once again, his Arlet is so dangerous. He finds angles that most people don't see, and by the time you realize it, it's already too late.
That is gotta be the sickest timings ever, man. Like for the Cyclone, everything was just perfect execution coming from Todak. But again, Monster Vicious, they weren't expecting this. But again, now look at the mental game. Like Chico is just in his face. It feels like, you know, Zord might have, you know, we've got a mini Zord right now. Or in this case, a Chico.
And it'll be interesting to see if they do decide to keep Chico around when we go on into the playoffs. But in 8 minutes, Todak have an 8,000 net worth lead, which is insane when you consider that they have a Claude, which typically takes longer to farm. Monster Vicious, I feel like the comeback potential from this is very unlikely now because both their marksmen are too weak.
Oh, Chico going for the kick as well, but he got caught up in animation. Zyme Senpoi with the saves. He's going to be okay, but at the same time, Momo dived in a little bit too deep. He's going to be picked apart as well. Now, Monster Vicious, they will have the upper hand, but Todak will settle with the tier 2 and losing only Momo for this fight.
That could have been much, much worse had Nova not used the implosion to counter out the initial engage coming in from Momo on that final slash before he gets away with the vengeance, right? For Todak, it's okay. It's like, yes, Momo's perfect KDA is ruined, but the end of it all, they're still 10 kills ahead of their opponent. The current kill score is 12-2 in favor of Todak.
Yeah, it was very unlucky for Momo because he jumped in for the final slash, but it just so happened that Nova had been channeling Implosion halfway, so he just got insta-stunned with no counterplay. Otherwise, that would have been a disaster for Monster Vicious. It's definitely not going to stop Todak's momentum though, because here comes Gary.
Okay, Gary, he finds Ruff here. He's going to be pinned his way through, but an implosion counter to stop Momo. He's going to be pinned away as well. He needs to survive this. Meanwhile, Ruff, he's trying his dear lives, but Zeno out at the back lines. He will finish him off, but he will also die to this as well. Nova is there. Shizo will look for more. He gets 2 in the process. And again, Todak, this is the signature. Split up the fight, divide and conquer. That's Todak Lankar once again.
My goodness. 9,000 goal lead, 10 minutes in, a wipeout on Monster Vicious. The crystal is exposed with no one left alive to defend it. Only a few seconds left for Ruff and Zeno, but can they do this?
Oh boy, inhibitors will fall 10 minutes into the game as well. Todak, they're doing a fantastic job, but looks like they will respect this and back out for now. 10k net worth lead, Lord still alive, but this is it. This is the Todak we're talking about. Like, they're finally back after 6 weeks.
I mean, they're looking much better this time. They're looking really, really good, outclassing MV in every sector. And because of the early mistakes, I think that MV, they're pretty much out of this. Playing from behind at this stage with nobody being able to achieve 3 or even 4 items with an inhibitor missing, I think that Todak, they've got the nuts on this one. It's checkmate.
The ideal when you have 2 marksmen plus an Angela, you need to be somewhat ahead or at least even. But if you're 12,000 gold behind, 11 minutes in, there's basically no way back for you. Todak should have this one in the bag.
Oh, speaking of fights here, now Chiku continuing waiting for the assault here. Lord still not spawning out, but seems like they want to start a fight before it happens as well. Shizo in the front lines, taking a little bit of a chip damage on inhibitor. They will bait out the first blast, so that's going to be a good sign. But again, the waves are from the top side a little bit too far off, while the mid lane is going to be the first point of interest attack here coming from Todak.
Lord gonna be pushing in. We can just look at how much gold difference there is between the players.
My goodness here, but now with the Lord coming in, they force the Black Dragon, but Momo with the final stash. They've got everything thrown out as well. Zion Simboy with the Nether's Realm, still keeping everyone alive. Monster Vicious goes for the reset. It doesn't matter. Focus Crystal, go next. It's over. Todak Lankar hits you where it hurts. Hits you where you least expect it. Todak, they just come back stronger than ever with Chiku.
Yep, just a great draft, great game, outclassed here. MV, nothing much they could have really done better except maybe consider a couple more variables. But this is only just game 1. MV might have a chance in game number 2, but so far Todak has been looking mighty fine. I would like to see Todak on a worse draft and see whether they can pull off the same results.
Yeah, you would think switching out one player wouldn't make so much of a difference. I don't know if it's the Chiku effect or if Todak have just figured something out between last week and the now. But this is a completely different team. This is the return of Todak Lankar, and I love to see it.
You know, that thing, right? It feels like you're playing a card game where you've got epic cards, you've got rare cards, you've got common cards, and then suddenly you draw a legendary card. One card that just decides to wipe the floor with everybody. That's what happened with Todak Lankar, man.
I don't know. I think it's definitely one of those like global-wide buff ones, because so far it's not just Chiku who's playing decently well, it's everybody else. And I can't even say that Chiku's performance was like over the top or anything like that. It's like, yes, he's doing his job, but at the same time, is he leading everybody to make the same play together, naturally, instinctively? A little tough to say from the outside perspective.
No, that's the thing about Todak, right? Like, there has been so much rumors and talks about, like, whenever Chiku plays, he becomes the shot caller. But it feels like right now, because every single fight starts with Chiku, it feels like he's instinctively the shot caller for this fight, to be honest. But I might be wrong here, but the MVP for this match here is not Chiku, but is Zion Senpai, which his clutch Nether Realm on his Paramis here. Well, he has been very, very on point so far in this game.
Yeah, I mean, they set up really well for him, right? The fact that they banned out the Valentina early on should have been an indicator that they wanted to go into the Farmist. It's just natural counterparts. I think that most people haven't gotten the full grasp of what Todak's draft is capable of at this point of time. So at the very least, the shock factor for MV is something that, at least for Coach Haru, has to keep in mind. They can't let this be such an overwhelming sweep. A lot of these kills were saved because of that Nether Realm.
Yeah, the NetherRealm timing from Zion Senpai was perfect almost every single time. The moment someone gets close to being picked off, NetherRealm pops out, the enemy team's overextended to try and get a free kill, and then instantly the fight reverses in Todak's favor. We've always known that Zion Senpai has been a pillar for this team, but we get to see it again and again, especially on heroes like this that have some support potential. And I love how smart they were with drafting it by batting out the Valentina first, and then just ignoring him from the first phase, making it so that Monster Vicious would let down their guard.
Oh boy, that is an insane run here. I did not expect to see this here for Saruzade, and I'm really glad to be casting his here. But of course, when it comes to items as well here, what went wrong? Like, was it an item issue or was it outplay? But what I do know is that not having magical damage from the side of Monster Vicious seems to be hurting them even more for this game.
I don't know. Fix is supposed to be the guy with the magic damage on this Angela, but again, I think that this Angela is such a huge bait for so many mid laners out there. Really gotta stop putting these mid laners on non-playmaking heroes, right? I mean, Angela, yes, it's a one-button play, but at the same time, how much control do you actually have over this lane? And even so, Nova X Kobar, despite opting to go for a concussive blast, still wasn't able to keep up with Chiku's overall mobility with the Jeet Kune Do and Shenpo's.
When you draft an Angela with the Roger jungle, it's very dependent on getting a snowball on that Roger. You want to really hyper farm him, get multiple kills on him, and then the snowball carries you into that late game, which is achievable because they have Nova and Xeno setting up fights for them. But Todak, again, played the draft to perfection, picking up the Faramis later on in the draft when Monster Vicious had already forgotten about the possibility, and then the NetherRealm just denies any chance of getting free chain kills.
That's the thing about a Faramis right now, right? Like, once upon a time, you can still kind of play it in the roam position here, but again, it is still kind of a flex pick. Like, having this NetherRealm still helps in so many situations in this current patch. Still, even though they say they nerfed the Ghostbusters for a very, very long time, but still, again, it's not about the Ghostbusters. It's about setting early precedents for a team fight with a massive ult that gives you so much value in terms of time HP and prolonged fights.
Well, let's have a look at the total damage dealt, right? And I think that'll tell us a wider story of what's going on. Well, actually, not too bad, right? Because Momo, Zion Senpai, and Shiso pretty comparable in the 30,000s in terms of total damage here. And it's a little sad for Rupp because he finally got the Trinity build done, but the game was already over before he can even abuse it.
Todak had so much map control that they were comfortable enough to start pulling Shizo over, like not even, like right before the mid-game phase started as well. Like being able to supercharge the Claude by getting 2 assists and then consistently allowing him to join fights, being protected by the NetherRealm was excellent and allowed the snowball to happen for Todak so much faster. I think every single player on their side was firing on all cylinders. Shizo and Momo were performing at peak. Gary had great follow-ups. And Monster Vicious just didn't know what hit them.
Yeah, and seeing the damage output as well. Like, I think this is a very interesting concept that Todak came up with as well here. Like, trust Momo to sweep like this 3 to 4 guys and then let the Ghostbuster kind of do its work, right? Like, Zion Senpai is able to get like 3 to 4 men. Ghostbusters just pop! Everyone just melts completely. And it's so hard for a Faramis to get those kind of conditions right now, but with Arlott setting up the play, this is just a beautiful game that Monster Vicious did not expect to happen. Microly as well.
Yeah, and I think Momo, he's dangerous on that Arla. It's something that MV need to consider banning out here. I think he's gotten away with too much. This time, at least, he didn't greed out with a full damage build, but he definitely wanted that early Hunter Strike to really put in the hurt to some of the squishier members like Fakeson as well as Ruff. Uni, you expect him to have the Heart Guard, but even so, it's still a pretty easy 1v1 for Momo.
We can also, from this screen, see the impact of the Faramis because Todak had 18 kills to 2 on Monster Vicious, and they are only 20k behind in terms of the damage they took overall. So having that NetherRealm to save people consistently made so much of a difference here.
Yeah, seeing how next as well, tower damage. Obviously, Shizo has been farming his way through here. We don't really need to talk about the tower damage here. Like, we know for a fact Todak just wins everything from the sides here. And I feel like in terms of map control, Monster Vicious just had no answer. Like, Nova Escobar kind of, did his own thing early game where we saw Chiku right from the get-go. He stole a creep off Uni. Yeah, it may not be a big thing in a normal game here, but for a pro game, that's huge because he was able to get his level 4 earlier compared to Nova Escobar, and he was able to set up some really, really sick kicks in that fight, which kind of disabled Monster Vicious to get the initial jump first.
I do see where you're coming from, right? Because Monster Vicious, we saw that they were denied entirely from gold and EXP. Not only was Chico able to hit level 4 early because he was able to get that jump start by stealing the small purple buff, they denied the EXP lane from Xeno, which meant that Nova also couldn't hit level 4 and control the mid lane to make sure Fix also wasn't level 4. Therefore, that first turtle should not have been contested by Monster Vicious at all.
I think that... Would I say it's the biggest mistake in the world? I felt like there were definitely opportunities for Nova X Kobar to maybe turn things around. I think first things first, MV needed to kind of unlock Xenomount out of his lane, right? Break the freezes, make sure that Momo takes some form of punishment somewhere, somehow, or maybe even split up their forces so that Ruff could potentially go for an ult spear and transfer it and then get the gold plating on the opposite side of the map if the opportunity presents itself. So, I mean, there's one or two things that could have been done slightly better, but I think at the end of the day, it really is just a drafting issue here, and Todak just came up superior.
Yeah, it is just insane plays coming in from Todak. Like what we can say is it's just completely outplayed all the way through. Like, I don't think it's drafting, it's straight up just understanding their timings and their win conditions and their power spikes in specific, right? Like you guys did mention as well in the drafts, hey, we've got double marksman, means early game pressure not the greatest. And at the same time, Angela not the greatest for early game as well. It takes a little bit more time. So I feel like it's a little bit greedy coming from Monster Vicious, and Todak realized this. Oh wait, you guys are being greedy, huh? Alright, I'm gonna be in your face from level 1 all the way to the end. And that's what Todak is known for back in the days. But who would have thought we would see this Todak here after 6 weeks? And I agree with you, Stafa. This is the best Todak I've seen in like ever for this entire regular season. Like, I think they should just stick with Chiku as the official rover based on this performance.
Well, it's a little early to say that for sure, but because of this performance, we see Shizo getting 945 GPM, dealing the most damage overall, Nova being the sandbag, and Chiku being the best wingman with 11 total assists. We can relive these moments by looking at the game highlights once again, where we saw that in this initial fight, Monster Vicious were just not prepared at all. And then after that initial win, Todak just started running them down.
Oh man, underneath tier 2s, underneath by their purple side, they just don't have a real way to open up the map other than Nova, right? And the worst part is that if Nova face checks it,
oh,
man,
this is so freaking sick, man. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, just a casual 3-man final slash as expected from Momo's side. But that's what's dangerous about him, right? He really knows how to get inside your head, and especially once you've unlocked those tier 1s to allow the rest of Todak to move, they feed that information real fast.
Oh boy.
Being able to execute on it is another level. Even in this fight, right, we see Todak split the fight in half completely and win out on both sides without a single casualty. And then making sure not to overextend and push into the base with the Lord as well. Smart plays, but with a very exciting and aggressive style, is very classic Todak.
It's very fresh to see. It's refreshing for sure, but I would like to see how deep Chiku's hero pool is going to be, or at the very least when they're up against a draft of even power right now. Because I think, again, too much of a differential there, too much value on the side of Todak, and I think they need to start reading into it and responding to it and force Todak to play their game.
Personally, I feel like it's a little bit of overthinking coming from Monster Vicious here, just because of the fact that, oh wait, Chiku's play here. Like, initially, that was kind of what my train of thoughts is as well. Oh, he might be playing Assassin Young roamers here, but guess what? Chiku can play a lot more than we can think as well here. Like, he's great with initiators as well. He loves starting fights on his own as well. He's a shot caller for multiple seasons thus far as a gold laner as well as a jungler. So starting fights is not that hard for him here, but again, I can see where you're getting as well. Mastery of hero pools when it comes to roamers. That's something that we have questioned before. Back then, he's played Minotaur, he played Tigreal. Didn't exactly have good results with it here, but when it comes to mechanical heroes, Chico's great with it.
Man likes to flex, and he does have the fleet finger work to be able to achieve it as well. I agree with you. I think there was a little bit of overthinking in some facets when they specifically banned out the Hell Crit very early on. But there was also some underthinking in other facets because they forgot completely that the Paramis was let through after the initial Valentina ban. Then they went for the kind of greedy build of having both Moskov and a Roger, thinking that they'd be able to pull it off, and then got punished for it. So a little bit of back and forth of a little bit good here, a little bit bad there. I think Monster Vicious still has potential, but this was a total outclassing, so something big needs to change going into the next game.
Well, let me just add on to that, right? Because when we look at the power distribution between Shizzle and as well as Ruff, we do see a little bit of like a slight overlap in the things that we're saying, right? DPM, for an example, right? Shizzle may not necessarily have the highest DPM in the world in comparison to Ruff, who is beating him by just 400 points. Overall, hero pool generally 6 to 7, not too far apart, but the average KDA is the difference maker, right? 5.3 compared to 3.0, and then we look down to average KP. It just goes to show that MV plays more as a full squadron in comparison to Shizzle as of the regular season, right? I can't say as of right now because clearly even Todak are communicating well in skirmishes and in team fights.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? Like, when we talk about communication as well, that has been a big issue for a lot of this team. Earlier today, we kind of saw coming in from RSG as well as Bounty Esports. But in this game, Todak, for the first 5 weeks here as well, it seems like everyone was individually doing their own thing. But this game, everyone was united. They were just super hyped up, you know, like they saw an opportunity, full gas, you know, 5th gear, all in. That's pretty much what Todak did. But, of course, now, let's talk a little bit more on the serious stuff. This is your forte here. Drafts coming in from Coach Haru, and this is their total bans as well as pick. What are your thoughts on this?
I think, you know, it kind of follows along the line of what Todak has been researching against MV, right? They're making sure they're taking some of the top picks out. I was surprised this time around that at the very least we didn't get to see the Farmers ban coming out from Haru, but I think he has bigger things to worry about, right? With so many things in the meta as of right now, inclusive of that Hellcurt, it makes you wonder whether or not that some of these priority picks should be saved for at least the second rotation, or maybe at the very least not first pickable.
Yeah, perhaps a little bit too much respect when they saw Chiku coming in, because they tried to switch things up. They went for the Angela. You can see that even here, like the most commonly banned hero against Monster Vicious is that Faramis, because Fakes plays a very scary Faramis. But not only was it led through the entire time, we saw Todak actually sneak it in at the second phase because the Angela had already been locked in very early on. So it's important for Coach Haru and for Monster Vicious to make sure that they don't end up trapping themselves in a corner against a team that clearly has a lot of possibilities they can go for.
I don't know about you. I feel like Abang Lord was a little bit shy on the corner as well here. I think that the fan was, you know, specifically calling out for Abang Lord at the side. If you think about it, right? Like, who else is Botak? Think about it.
Perhaps.
Who else is Botak from Todak, bro?
No, that's true. That's true. Well, we'll see. Let's have a look at the MPL MY Insider.
Ooh.
We are asking Nova X Kobar, why hasn't Monster Vicious been able to put up a good fight this season? And Nova says that maybe they couldn't adapt to the current meta, being a little bit slow. Perhaps this week they'll be able to catch up with what they have lost.
Well, it's going to be a little bit of a tall order for them right now here. They are a point down, and for them to take a 2-0 against Todak, it seems to be, based on Game 1's performance, it's going to be ridiculously hard to do. But if they manage to do so, they can somewhat retain the top 8 positions, maybe sneak into the playoffs. I highly doubt they can right now. But again, securing top 8 for the next season is going to be very, very important for them here. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the drafting phase here. Second game right now, and Monster Vicious on the blue side and Todak on the red side this time.
Looks like MB have decided to stay on blue side this time around. They ban out the Loyi and Valentina as well. Looks like Kuja and as well as Haru stubborn in their ways, not deviating too far from their drafting plan.
Yeah, I think you still have to go with what works in the end, because if you try to divert a little bit too much, it puts not only you but your players in an uncomfortable position as well, because there's a possibility that you haven't prepared for it as much as your typical strategy or any other number of reasons. Therefore, considering how big of an obstacle Todak has turned out to be here, Monster Vicious needs to stick with what is familiar to them.
What? They're banning the Hellcurt once again?
Yeah, no surprise.
You can't let it sneak up on you.
Oh, come on. I want to see Chiku play the Hellcurt role.
Gotta get lucky. Gotta get lucky. An gets banned out, and I think this is where MV... oh boy. Farmis, straight off the bat. Nope, still Roger. And I mean, this is looking to be the exact same plan.
I sure hope not. It already didn't quite work out before. I think if Monster Vicious does want a full commit to the double fighter side lane, they need to lock in Ruby or CC within the first phase, because Todak is not going to let it through afterwards.
Okay, I can see the Ruby, but I can't see the CC in this situation, you know? Like, before the patch hit, CC was kind of okay, but after that, I feel like CC is just fallen off really, really hard in terms of overall crowd control. But the individual fights, they're amazing, but Todak, they're gonna secure the Claude and the Arlet once again. It seems like it's more like a respect denial just because of how Ruff plays a really, really good Claude. But again, game 1, I was expecting Ruff to play Roger.
Me too. I mean, I think that as of right now, things are still up in the air. I'll wait before I make some hard predictions on the second phase. Akai gets locked in for the side of Todak. Rather interesting.
Okay.
So they want some form of disengage. They're expecting MV to be like a heavy dive comp. Maybe even... Oh, this is just in case if MV decide to do double fighters and throw Roger in the jungle.
I'm pretty sure MV is going double fighters. You typically wouldn't reveal both these heroes like at once unless you're going for something like that. And in this case, Todak has already shown that they will deny it. So having the Akai will allow them to deal with that somewhat. The heavy spin can be a very valuable tool to deal against compositions that can dive against Todak.
It feels like a roam Ruby instead. Like, I don't know, I might be wrong here. But again, now final ban here, they are going to ban all the healers coming in as well. Feels like Monster Vicious, if they decide to go fix Angela once again, I feel like they are going to struggle a lot more. Like, they need somewhat of a balance between both magic as well as physical damage. So letting Fix play maybe even a Yve or maybe even Lilia or maybe even Lunox isn't too bad against a composition like Todak.
I think so far it's okay. The fact that Todak decided to ban Angela for themselves makes sense to me. MV also getting rid of the Florin as well. I mean, if they go for Yve, I think MV can just hold on, right? Because Todak inevitably either have to reveal what their mid laner is going to be, or at the very least give up on the EXP roam flex position.
I think they have to ban the Faramis. Yeah, they straight out have to ban the Faramis here coming from Monster Vicious. Like, if they're gonna go for chain CCs all the way here, Time Journey literally just counters off all the CC that Todak brings to the table. So in this case, Monster Vicious, do they want to ban it off? Like, I feel like they should ban the Faramis. If not, I think Zyme Sempo is gonna pick it up again.
If they want to greed it out, Ruby and Yuzong are not that bad against it, but no, Monster Vicious is not going to take that risk, so the Faramis does indeed get banned out here, which means now the question on to Todak. With the Faramis gone, is there any other mid lane pick that would be able to enable a strong team fight?
What else can they do? Because so far, based on what I'm seeing, the fact that they're also banned out the Diggy would indicate that, again, they might want to double down on even more CC against MV, right? If annoying as the for the final slash and the heavy spin actually is, MV...
Why are they smiling so hard? Like, even more CCs. All right, okay, yeah. What's 2 plus 2? Here's another Lord.
And they're keeping Chiku's pick until the very end as well. So it's continuing to keep things confusing for the side of Monster Vicious. Heck, if they wanted to, they could still flex this Arlet into Chiku's position and let Momo grab something like the Minzatar to just deny both the Roger and Ruby, right?
Yeah, I was also thinking maybe there is a possibility whether or not Chiku might get his hands on the Cho once more.
I think they would. Like, to be honest, I think they would. Considering the amount of CCs and the Diggy being banned, forcing everyone from Monster Vicious to get Purify is great because they've got so much CCs that can bait out Purifies from Monster Vicious. So it isn't too bad for Todak. Okay, they bring in a Nana.
Looks like this is Ruby Roam. Yeah, Marty's jungle, Roger gold lane, Monster Vicious going back to a more classic draft here.
Yeah, I actually like this. Like, for a Nana passive, like, in case it gets dived in, like, oh no, wait, if there's so much stun here, Nana dies, I can still walk out with the passive. So, isn't too bad. Huh?
Interesting.
Chiku Rafit, what? Really?
Gotta keep it simple, right? I mean, this composition is designed to move around the map, right? And make as much impact as possible when their ults are on cooldown. So I think, Kuja has done a good job. He set up a pretty good plan here. Not a lot of things that could go wrong, especially since you have Chiku to fill in the spaces with the Holy Baptism in case they need a hard disengage. And MV, on the other hand, it may be combo-centric, but at the same time, it's going to be difficult for Fakes to realistically get in on these fights.
Yeah, but I do think Monster Vicious has some good teamfight potential, a lot of damage in their composition, and we know that Uni, one of his signature picks was Martis beforehand, so maybe this will be enough.
Well, it's something new, it's a new day, it's a new dawn, and guess what? The final week of MPL MY Season 13, and this is gonna be Todak versus Monster Vicious for Game 2.
We return to the land of dawn once again with Todak currently 1 game up against Monster Vicious, potentially denying them of an opportunity of making it into the playoffs here. A fate that Monster Vicious wants to be able to avoid at all costs.
Well, seeing how this is happening here, but this time we are not going to be seeing the invades coming from Chiku here. So I want to see what Chiku's up to right now. He's thinking to get a little bit aggressive here. He's literally in Fake's face all the way through, and I think he can just do it. Oh my god, he's getting punished right now. Oh, not happening. Nope, he's out of here.
Gotta be a little bit more careful there.
Oh, he doesn't see it. Okay, yeah, okay. He's going to try and, you know, steal Gary's buff, but looks like not going to happen right now.
Yeah, they're really going to take their time with this one. No real need to rush if they can get the resources out of Todak for free. That would be the most ideal situation. But at the very least, having this Ruby to kind of roam around with you is so good. It feels nice. You feel a little safer. And she's more than willing to throw her life in front of your body.
It's a comfort pick for Nova as well, so we can be sure that Monster Vicious will have possibility of creating plays here. And it does seem like they want to play for that early phase, considering that both Ruff and Fakes have that penetration emblem here. Gonna be a bit of a scuffle here.
Okay, Nova getting chained his way through here. Gary almost losing his life, but narrowly escapes it as well, because if he stayed a little bit longer here, that means the Decimate is gonna come in. He is 1 level behind Uni right now. Oh boy, now, again, Uni this time, he's gonna put in pressure here, but Gary, he needs his farm. He's so close to his 4. But fortunate for him, he will be able to get it for now. Chiku and Zyme is there to secure his farm.
The goal from Todak in the early phases is just to make sure that Monster Vicious cannot snowball off of aggro here, because we know that Martis as a hero tends to fall off pretty heavily if he's not able to get consistent chain kills across the early stages of the game. As long as Todak plays it safe, they'll be totally fine.
How long? Eventually somebody's going to have to pull the trigger. I think Todak is going to be the first one who does that. Whether it's through Gary finding the heavy spin or maybe just a pick off from Chiku, guys.
Okay, now here he comes as well. Nova going to be pulling through the patch as well. Heavy speed comes in, Gary, but no, he got cancelled by the Nana. Now First Blood in the hands of Uni as well. Now Purify coming from Chiku is going to back out as well. They want to try and trade on, but they could not do so. So unlucky. So unlucky for Gary.
Good positioning by Fakes with the skill there to deny the heavy spin. Gary definitely played a little bit dangerously there, but you normally expect that heavy spin would be able to get you out of any sort of sticky situation, so being denied from that is going to feel quite bad and give Monster Vicious the start they're looking for.
That's the thing, right? I didn't even see the Molina on the floor at all. It was so unnoticeable. Like, could you blame Gary for just walking into it?
No, you can't blame Gary at all, but doesn't really change the dire situation that MV are in right now, with a chance of possibly falling into 9th place here against Todak. A single win would be huge, so let's see if they make it that far. A lot is pretty reliant on their hard scalers, people like Nova X Kobar. Some may even say early to mid. Maybe we can look at Union as well as Xenomao, but I think at this point, if Ruff is unable to finish off his targets, he needs an extra bit of help.
Ooh, speaking of extra bit of help right now, Uni stealing the jungle away from Gary, and Gary definitely needs help because he's 1 level behind. Nova still hiding the bush here, looking to punish an ambush coming in. Chizo will be clearing out the minions here. Full gold plating is going to be chipped away here at the sides. Gary does find the Ruby, but looks like it's not going to be a dive coming from Monster Vicious right now.
Yeah, no, it's a little too dangerous to do so. They know the majority of members of Todak are going to be hovering around the purple side of their jungle, so might as well not get counter-engaged on too early.
Yeah, Todak needs to play it safe now, needs to play it a little bit slower. Monster Vicious has already been able to build up a 1k net worth lead here. Still not too bad for Todak, but they need to avoid allowing this to grow too much further.
Momo's like got next level senses here. Heavy's been trying to pin Xenomao here, is not going to connect. So that is going to be a little bit of mistakes here coming from Todak. They're hoping to get a freebie, but they will disengage. Turtle comes in. Uni also knowing that he has the stronger lane here. He's 2 levels ahead compared to Gary. Retry in his favor. Nova now looking for the stun Chico with the Holy Baptism to stop him his way. Time Boy looking for Chainsaw. They want to get the kill, but no, they don't even get it. Momo's out was completely cancelled. Turtle secure. Todak, they're getting picked apart. Uni will find another one for Monster Vicious.
Very close to picking off Nova there, but Gary was still able to come in at the very last second to get that retry, which is very unfortunate for Monster Vicious. Should have been a free one for them since they already wasted the heavy spin earlier. They're just only able to come out on top in terms of kills.
I can agree with that sentiment at the very least, but looking at the top side of the map, looks like Xenomao 50% EXP more over his current lane opponent, and we haven't seen him actually absorb neutral creeps, or at the very least the mid wave, until right about now. With that being said, Ruff, well, I mean, it's not the easiest of times, but if he does find that kill, that'd be great, because right now he is just farming like a regular marksman, and that's not what you want to do in Roger.
And Todak would be very comfortable if Ruff is able to continue being locked in lane by Shizo here, because the longer Shizo can match and farm against Ruff, the better it will be for the side of Todak.
Oh, Gary, he's in a little bit of trouble here. He's got 5 men all the way through. Doesn't have the heavy spin, but now from behind, when you least expect it, they go in for the flank. They drop them all down low. They find Nova. Shizo with the opening that Monster Vicious did not expect, and now Fix is going to be in a little bit of trouble here. Momo forces a flicker just by walking up onto his Fix, and Monster Vicious, they lose one, but Todak, they bounce back.
I mean, look at this, right? The response from MV, kind of interesting as well. They've got a Zion Senpai covering that mid side. However, top needs to get shoved in as soon as possible to crack open that tier 1. Perfect, just like that. And now the trade, not seemingly too bad for MV.
Yeah, Monster Vicious will be a lot stronger during team fights now, because Zeno has kind of been locked in lane to try and get that tier 1 down. Now that he's going to be able to join fights a lot more frequently with the Black Dragon form, it's going to be quite difficult for Todak to actually take direct 5v5s. They were able to come out on top in that last fight because they had control of the flank.
Speaking of flank right now, Monster Vicious, they're a little bit more afraid of Momo. They are going to start the fight here, going for the pull. Can he keep him alive? Yes, they can. What? The heavy spin comes in. Momo actually survives because of the interruption. But the Turtle, they don't get it. Udi won't get it for now, but Toda, they will settle with 1 kill. Looking to try and capitalize a little bit more here. Gary baiting out so much reactions, but Todak, they will find a pick on Ruff.
I think that's very worth it, actually. Todak sacrificing the turtle for a free kill on the enemy gold laner, all while keeping Momo alive at the same time. Not an often seen interaction of the heavy spin allowing Arlet to consistently proc Vengeance, but it worked there.
Oh, what is that damage? He's okay, he's fine, he's fine. Very, very good reactions, but Fix at the same time doing so much work this game is Nana and Todak. Currently, you know, they're going to be splitting off. Uni, he's actually alone. No, he's fine, he's fine. They're not going to fight this, right?
It's a very small lead for Monster Vicious. I don't see them realistically fighting. Maybe get a turret and run, but they got to be careful. Momo, there.
Oh, he tried. He tried.
Good reaction time from Ruff.
A solid attempt from Momo, though. We have to remember, final slash cooldown, not very long. But, oh, in the mid lane.
Gary with the heavy spin here, finding Fix all by himself. He's going to be picked off as well. Does have the flicker, no purify. He's going to be changed and stun as well. Now, they want to trade off Momo here. Ruff is dropping down low as well. Momo with the final slash. He's keeping things alive. He's buying a little bit more time. The rest of Todak a little bit too far off. Finally, they will come in. But guess what? They still want to fight. Xenomao is here to intercept. No Momo, no party. That's what Todak's saying here. And they will back off.
Good disengage from Todak.
Oh, can he steal it? Oh, no. Uni still got it. He got the retreat right at the last moment here. Chizo not too happy with all his hard work getting stolen away. But still, it is still Monster Vicious in the driver's seat for now.
I mean, we say that, but I mean, the lead is significantly shrunk to below 500. I think they're pretty much dead even at this point of time, right? We do see the boots come out from Shizo, and Zeno has decided to go for a Dominance Ice, which is useful against attack speed-based heroes. This doesn't look too great here. I don't think Claude is going to walk up that far.
Yeah, they've got to play this a little bit safe here. Uni then chipped away. Gary 1 level behind, almost 2 levels behind Uni. And somewhat, Gary is still fighting as if they are on equal terms. That's crazy from Todak.
But I think Todak does have an ultimate win condition here. It's all about Shizo. They've been funneling everything into
Oh no, Rob, he made a mistake. Only Baptist comes in. Do they want to dive this? No, they don't. Ooh, that was so close. But again, Todak, they're not taking unnecessary risks right now. Their group level is 5. They know Ruff is weak. They are going to try and capitalize and bait a reaction. Lord still holding on. Uni in the front here, getting information. But Todak, they're not ready yet here. Momo still waiting patiently as well. Nothing much. But it seems like they're just staring each other, waiting for someone to make the first jump.
Could be.
Okay, seems like they are going to make the first jump here. Todak, they will find one. Uni instantly obliterated. Black Dragon comes in a little bit too late as well. Heavy Spin will intercept and block them all off. Gary is interrupting everyone. He loses his life to Ruff, but Ruff, he needs to get out, and he will do so as Zaim misses the stun, and Todak will lose one, but Monster Vicious will lose 2.
So 3-for-1 trade, a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Todak so far. And I don't think they mind this too much.
They might get a little bit more here. Shizo looking to cover a little bit more. Ruff trying to poke away onto his Momo. Ruff still dropping a little bit too scary here. Shizo focusing on the Lord, and that's going to be the Lord in the hands of Todak. No retreat for both sides, but Todak plays a spectacular macro gameplay.
Yeah.
Chiku even using Holy Baptism just to secure last hit on the Lord for no reason other than to have his name up there. Todak knows their win con. They're playing around this Claude. I think Shizo has been playing some of the best performance we've seen from him so far, as evidenced by the damage dealt ranking, 7k more than Ruff. Their positioning still needs to be very careful, but it's clear that they're in a very comfortable spot and much more akin to the style that they used to play.
Yep, just a slow choke mentality right now. Looking at the items, let's see. Hunter Strike, pretty standard for Yuzong, pretty standard for Martis as well. Genius Wand, interesting. But the rest, pretty straightforward. Nothing too out of the ordinary. Nothing really stands out to me here.
Well, speaking of standing out right now, because Todak now relying on Shizo being the carry here, despite Gary losing out in the early engagements. He has been farming a little bit too much here. Lord getting focused down, now denying the jungles away from Uni. No orange buff for Uni for now. Tier 2 getting chipped away. Now looking for the fight. Gary still playing a little bit of poke damage, but they want to group up as a team for now. Tier 1 in the middle still stands. They drop the Eternal Gods. Nova getting bursted down by Zaim Senpoi, but at the same time, they will lose Momo. Gary with the heavy spin, looking to punish them all the way through, but it's gonna be Shizo from behind, and the blazing duet to clean house. They are gonna go for more Ruff once the trade-off Gary, but there's just too many people. Todak is back.
Shizo is so scary right now. The damage on this Claude has reached a fever pitch. And Monster Vicious is not... Oh my goodness!
Oh my goodness! Blazing duet.
Whoa!
Okay, he's fine, he's fine. Tier 3 still stands for Monster Vicious, but what a fight. What a weird way to start the fight there just now.
Yeah, it was a little bit odd, but as long as it works out in Todak's favor, it doesn't really matter, because their kill score is still pretty high. They still have a much better gold lead, 2k, very solidified gold lead against MV, and if they're able to double it off the next Lord, that would be the most ideal situation.
Something that Monster Vicious needs to avoid at all costs. But the problem with a composition like this with Martis and Roger, once you start falling behind, it can be a little bit difficult to catch up, especially against the consistent damage that Shizo has overall. This Claude needs to be the main target for the side of Monster Vicious, but it's gonna be really difficult to catch him.
Well, speaking of fights for now, both teams just taking a little bit chill pill. Todak still figuring out what's going to be the game plan, but so far, Gary being disruptive and isolating the fight has been working out for Todak. And Monster Vicious, they've got to realize that that's the game plan that Todak is eyeing for. They cannot afford to do so. But it's hard. But now I'm offended. Posing Gary, they are going to try and force something out of it. But guess what? It instantly backs off. But Momo, final slash, only catches one. They will settle with Nova instead. Shizo immediately zoning the back lines with the blazing duet. But guess what? Ruff, he needs to get out. He's going to purify. He's trying to sidestep his way through. And can he survive? He's trying his best. He's so low. Uni is trying his best to keep him alive, but it's not good enough. He tried so hard, but Todak is in his face. They will pick him up once more as Todak will get another potential wipeout. And now the Lord in the hands of Todak as well.
Things are just going out of control now. Monster Vicious, it's a two-man defense. They gotta wait, but Todak is gonna start taking every single structure and look to end the game the moment the Lord spawns. The only consolation is that their bottom wave actually not really pushed up here. So that's something they may need to deal with.
Sooner rather than later, because now the Lord has spawned. It just means that Todak, they've hit their next power item spike, and MV have not. They're 4,000 gold away. Sorry, 3,410 gold away before actually making it to the 42k mark, where you expect the cores to have at least all of their 4 items. Sometimes even 3. And I think even then it's still fine.
Well, speaking of fine right now, Black Dragon comes in. Gary looking for the opportunity. He's got a heavy spin. He finds one. Uni won't be able to sidestep with Ashura for now. Instantly cancelled. Nova from the flank looking for the Eye of Fender, but same can be said for Momo for the big final slash. Very, very risky plays here. Monster Vicious backs against the wall. Maybe their potential last match coming in, but they've got to throw everything against Todak. Final slash comes in. Zeno backing out. Tier 3's falling apart. Shizo dropping half HP. Monster Vicious still holds on, but Todak, they're looking to end this game right here, right now. Tier 3, Chico slowly poking away. Gary drops Nova half HP somehow. But the Tier 3 eventually gets completely shredded. And Todak, do they continue? Yes, they will. Final minion comes in. Chico dropping a little bit low. He's trying to bait out Uni. But Uni is not taking it. It looks like they will disengage. It's enough. Not gonna fight.
All right, some breathing room finally. Now this kill score changing 5 to 10. 60 seconds left on the clock before we see the next spawn of our Lord. And I mean,
okay. Okay, Uni going to be forcing the fight here. Purple buff is going to be not secure, but from the back, Momo, final flash, and the blazing to win. Monster Vicious is done for. Todak is back. Todak wipes the floor, and now Xenomal remains, and they are going to pick them apart. Unstoppable for Zaim Senpai. Ficus, the last line of defense. I don't think it matters. They're diving him. They are killing him. Todak has done it. 2-0. Crystal's exposed. And there's nothing Monster Vicious can do. Todak with a convincing 2-0 domination against the monsters, the Swordfishes.
My. Perfectly surgical coming in from Todak. This is the Langar we have known and loved. What a performance from them. Just completely destroying the game in a one-sided manner.
Yeah, both of those, Todak has played a strong game. This is the Todak we were hoping to see for a while. And it looks like Chiku still has that legacy magic still surrounding him.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what they have to say. It's been so long since we've seen an interview with Chiku. So let's go ahead and throw it to our stage with Rose.
Dua bebalas kosong untuk Raja Lautan kita. 3 mata penuh untuk Todak. Guys, a round of applause. First of all, hi Chiku. Welcome back.
Hai.
Rindu tak main MPL?
Rindu juga, sikit.
Sikit je lah.
Okay.
Okay, so hari ni kita nampak macam secret weapon Todak keluar. Now, ramai orang nak tahu confirm. Kenapa Chiku main hari ni dan kenapa bukan berapa minggu lepas?
Saya tak tahu sebab Asyik cakap dengan saya this week saya kena main. So saya just main.
Oh, I see. So
saya tak tahu atas alasan apa lah.
Oh, tak tahu atas alasan apa. Okay, tapi you rasa you akan main ke tak playoffs nanti?
Untuk sekarang saya tak tahu. Terpulang kepada coach dengan management.
Okay, tapi kalau ikut Chiku nak main ke tak playoffs?
Kalau ikutkan nak main, tapi wife saya lebih penting.
Oh wow, wife dia lebih penting. Okay, I like that answer. Alright, apa kata we pass it to Gary? Gary? Ya. belum lagi. Okay, first Gary, how are you?
Sihat, Alhamdulillah.
Sihat. Okay, Gary. Kita nampak bila Chiku main dalam line up, playstyle yang sangat
lain dengan sangat drastic yang jadi actually. Tadi kita nampak Todak habis game dalam 11 minit kan game pertama. So kita nampak memang banyak berubah. You rasa playing with Chico ada impact besar tak untuk pasukan Todak?
Saya rasa impact paling besar communication, sebab sebelum ni kan kalau kita orang cakap English kan macam slow sikit. So bila cakap Melayu ni semua macam communication pun cepat lah.
So kalau trio mid cakap bahasa Melayu tu sangat penting untuk menangkan early game.
Betul.
I see. Alright. So sekarang ni actually one of the biggest factor ataupun problem sekarang is masih lagi communication lah. So agak rocky sikit sebab kena cakap English dan I rasa processing tu tak cepat sangat lah macam tu.
Betul. Kita orang boleh je cakap English, cuma bila boleh cakap Melayu, bahasa kita kan, so lagi lancar.
Lagi lancar dengan lagi cepat lah processing tu dekat otak kan. Okay, I like that. Alright, kita tanya pula Patriots. Korang nak siapa MVP untuk perlawanan ni? Tak dengar. Sini cakap Shizo, sana cakap Momo, ada Chico, tapi Chico cakap Shizo. So, siapa sebenarnya MVP kita? Apa kata kita tengok MVP in 3, 2, 1. MVP untuk perlawanan ni jatuh kepada Momo. Hai Momo.
Hello.
Sihat?
Sihat, Alhamdulillah.
Happy tak dapat main dengan Chico untuk musim ni?
Happy, rindu main dengan Chico.
Rindu?
Rindu.
Apa beza kalau main dengan Chico dengan main dengan orang lain?
Mungkin chemistry lah.
Chemistry daripada dulu lah kan?
Betul.
Okay, so nak tanya. So, siapa yang jadi IGL dalam match tadi?
Shizo ke?
Oh, Shizo?
Ya.
Shizo in game leader korang?
Ya. Sebab orang nampak dia tak banyak cakap, tapi sebenarnya dalam game banyak dia cakap.
Dia short call Melayu ke?
Betul.
Serius? Dia cakap English, kau cakap Melayu. Mana satu?
Dia mix.
Oh, mix.
Campur-campur.
So Shizo dah pandai cakap Melayu?
Ya, Shizo
cakap aku datang ni.
Oh, aku datang ni. Okay, apa kata kita pass it to Shizo? Okay, kalau tadi kita announce Momo sebagai MVP, I rasa kita boleh cakap lah Shizo ni hidden MVP tadi. Setuju tak? Setuju kan? Alright, Shizo. First of all, wait, gusto mo Tagalog or English?
Sige.
Ha?
Kahit ano.
Kahit ano? Okay, mana-mana. Jangan sampai cakap Melayu. Okay, so Shizo, we heard that actually you said that Chico is your idol. Yes, it's true?
Yeah.
Okay, so how is it like playing with Chico this season?
It's good because I'm learning a lot from him and he's teaching me some, veteran moves like that.
Oh,
so
wow.
I can improve fast.
Oh, I see. So you like playing with Chico?
Yeah.
Why is Chico your idol?
I don't know, maybe his gameplay is so aggressive.
I see. Okay, they said that you were the in-game leader just now. Huh? Chico said you can even talk in Malay now. Aku datang. So, what can you actually say in Malay? If you could say one thing in Malay, what do you usually say?
Boleh.
Okay lah. Dia tengah cuba lah kan. Okay, apa kata we pass it to Kuja? Hi coach, welcome back.
Welcome back pun. Kita membantu.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so coach, kita hari ni nampak fly solo dengan Rafael Shah tak ada, tapi Kuja dengan Chico yang ada atas pentas hari ni. Adakah benda ni akan maintain?
Ajim.
Oh, dengan Ajim. Yeah. Adakah benda ni akan maintain sampai ke playoffs ataupun ni untuk minggu ke-6 regular season sahaja?
Okay, untuk this week sebenarnya plan kita orang lebih ke arah reset. Kita orang banyak fokus lebih ke arah rehat sebenarnya. Lagi-lagi berkenaan dengan fly solo, dia berehat sebab masa sekarang. Dan perubahan dekat playoff tu kita orang tak boleh nak pastikan lagi sebab selepas daripada pulang pada rehat, bukan pulang bermaksud daripada Filipina ke sini, selepas dia dah okey, kemungkinan dia akan take over semula.
I see. So bagi diorang peluang untuk rehat dulu and then nanti they will come back. Alright. So can we please pass it to Ajim nak cakap ke? Nak cakap. Tak nak.
Ajim nak pergi sebab.
You guys ni kan kacau. Okay. So Ajim je lah kan. Ajim, first of all nak tanya apa jadi dengan tangan? Apa jadi dengan tangan?
Saya jadi Iron Man.
Diorang ni hari ni nak troll je, Rose je kerja.
Tak adalah jatuh tangga.
Oh, jatuh tangga. Alright, first of all, want to say get well soon. Alright, so apa yang Ajim nak cakap kepada Patriots yang datang untuk sokong Todak hari ini?
First kali nak ucap kepada fan Todak, saya mewakili Todak nak minta maaf sebab prestasi season ni tak memberangsangkan. InsyaAllah untuk playoff ni kita orang akan bawa satu gameplay yang agresif macam tadi lah. And lebih better insyaAllah. And untuk fans semua, Todak dan MV, thank you datang support, thank you memeriahkan MPL Malaysia. Kita jumpa di playoff, okay?
Alright, terima kasih kepada Todak. You guys may now go celebrate your victory. Thank you very much. Once again, congratulations. Alright guys, for your information, as of now, Todak tengah duduk dekat nombor 3 di regular season. Oh yeah, the crowd loves it. Alright, tapi selepas ni kita ada lagi satu perlawanan to wrap up seru Saturday kita. Sebelum tu, apa kata let's pass it back to the casters to dissect what happened in this best of 3 series. Casters, silakan.
Todak certainly looking very comfortable on that stage there. And honestly, I think the reset has helped them a lot. Chiku's influence definitely making a big impact. This is some of the best gameplay we've seen from Momo all season here. And that's why he gets MVP of the match.
I mean, the man has been finding some crazy angles to get what needs to be done. These final slashes truly feels like it should be a franchise of movies that keep on going, never stop.
I know, right? Like, it feels like you can just make a skit and put in some anime songs straight up. It's going to be a full movie, right? Straight from Momo right now. But at the same time, that game was just disgusting here. Momo's final slash really, really on point. But what really surprises me is that, you know, he's actually opted to go for Common Emblem on this Arlot. I guess for the mana issues, I guess?
Yes, there are mana issues, especially if you're actively trading against your opponent, right? And plus, he's got the base damage from the Vengeance alone to be able to win out a majority of these trades. I'd say majority, not all of them. But I think what's most surprising is the fact that he decides, okay, once I'm done with the Fury Hammer, I gotta make sure that I have some Roam Blessings.
Having those extra Roam Blessings can definitely help quite a bit, because not only does it support your team, it allows you to get a little bit of extra assist gold here overall. So I think that does help and allows them to funnel just a little bit more into Shizo as well. This game too definitely took a little bit longer than the previous one, because unlike the previous, Todak didn't really have the nether realm to really run down Monster Vicious, but they still understood what they needed to do and were able to claim a very surgical victory.
Now, I've got to ask here, because how does the roam boots actually work in this situation? Because from what I'm seeing here, Shiozo's got a dire hit, Chiku's got favor, and then Gary, okay, ignore Gary. We've got Momo also with the Inspire, so they've got the triple threat right now. How does this work?
How does this work? It's just whoever is there basically shares the gold, but essentially once they are gone, whoever has the lowest gold will get bonus. Well, in this case, it would be Chiku, guys.
Yeah.
It would get bonus EXP and as well as quote-unquote bonus gold.
So when do you actually get them?
What do you mean when you get?
Like, I mean, like as a roamer, you get it right from the get-go, for sure.
Yeah.
But for Shizo as well as Momo, like, don't they?
Okay.
So what kind of timings should they
So the
get
timings,
that?
so the timings that they probably want to do it is probably like the 12th minute of the game. That's most likely when they're getting 12th, or the 8th minute. I got to double check when exactly they got it, right? Because ideally, what happens is they unlock the blessing. They unlock the blessing coming out of Chiku's side, and then once they've got their core items, essentially farming is kind of like a side benefit to them, right? Most part, that's why we're seeing Todak being so proactive on the map, willing to give up farm necessary to actually go into battle in some of these situations, just because passively they are getting the EXP and as well as the gold as they are rotating.
I see a very interesting fact there. Definitely something you wouldn't get to see in pub games at all, so it does take a certain level of finesse. We can see here in terms of total damage dealt very overwhelmingly in Todak's favor, this time having a kill score of 15-6 and having much less damage taken overall here as well, since they no longer have the Nether Realm to allow them to play a little bit more carelessly. It was a lot more disciplined in the way that they were approaching the team fights.
I'm just happy that Gary was able to actually participate in some of these fights, right? He's not just there for the peel, he's actually trying to create plays of his own. If not, worst comes to worst, he's got the eject button for his whole team.
You know, that was the sickest play coming from Gary as well, considering the fact that I think Uni was like, what, 2 levels ahead, and somehow Gary still manages to steal the turtle despite being 2 levels behind in terms of retreat damage as well as level overall. So that's crazy considering the fact that Gary still has got the mechanical skills. And it's funny to not see Gary like this in the previous weeks when he first debuted.
Yeah, it's one of those things, right? Because I think what they mentioned during the interview is also very important, right? Having that ease of communication between your mid trio, the mid lane, the roam, and the jungle, facilitates a lot of earlier aggression. And you can see it's a lot cleaner whenever Gary follows up with Chiku, or if Zyme Senpoi follows up with Gary as well. So I think we can see the differences there.
Yeah, I think that's the most evident. The most evident it was in this game, right? Just the way that they're moving across the map, just the way that they're taking these fights. It feels like a lot of it is preempted before it even takes place, right? And I think that at least with Todak, if they continue to move in this direction, it's good. I do think there's a couple of fundamental things that they still have to work on, but inevitably, they're already high mechanic players. It's just what works for them and really getting that identity. And if this is what they want their identity to be, well, hopefully there's a layer of polish on top of that, because I don't know how far they could go.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how it's gonna work out as well, because Shizo was using his Blazing Duet and as a, I would say, a cut-off flank from the sides here. Usually you kind of want a Blazing Duet in the middle of the fight, but he's been in a situation where they've been using Shizo's Blazing Duet as a cut-off for the backlines for Monster Visions rather than in the major fight rather instead, which is crazy. And I did not expect to work out in Todak's favor because of that.
I think when you know that the opponent doesn't have as much of a threat in the back line, like if, say, they don't have heroes like the Vexana, for example, that can very easily deal with a Claude jumping on them, then you will want to wait and see like what is the more appropriate method. In this case, Shizo is aware that it would be a lot easier for him to jump onto heroes like Fakes and Ruff to try and deny the back line while the rest of his team handles the front line, because they already do have the healing coming in from Chiku to keep them topped up.
Yep, and of course the Hall of Fame here. Let's take a look at the match here. Rich Guy is gotta be Shizo himself. Damage dealt, the carry is gonna be Shizo. Sandbag, gonna be Uni. And the best wingman is gonna be the legendary all-star. We've got Chiku.
With a total of 11 assists throughout this game, allowing Shizo to have a pretty free game with a lot of setups being done by the rest of his team. As long as he's there at the right place at the right time, they can make magic happen here. And yeah, as you were saying, Stafa, being able, as you mentioned, Terrence, being able to cut off that backline, I think it's just traditional front to back, right? And I think that MV, they do prefer to play the traditional front to back, and they've got some strong divers to guarantee that they win these. But I think once Todak gets into their backline and more so cuts off retreat patterns, it becomes difficult for like more linear style of heroes like Nana, for an example. She's not exactly the most omnidirectional. You have to kind of land your abilities in the right places at the right times so that you get the maximum effort. So being able to cut her off from when she pops her passive, at the very least, forces the team to completely change their orientation.
The skill shots from Fakes were very good to try and deny heavy spins coming out of Gary, but unfortunately when Shizo is jumping on top of him instead, he's a much slipperier target to have to deal with. We saw in the highlights here, this move by Gary to jump on in, steal the turtle away to regain momentum from Todak, and then after that, Monster Fish is kind of losing their way a little bit because Shizo had already started farming up pretty heavily, allowed Todak to start snowballing their goal instead.
Huh, this is very interesting here. I've never really thought about this here, but I've just realized that the reason why they bring in the Rafaela is that the heals coming in actually heals the Eternal Guard while giving him additional movement speed to run in your face. That's pretty sick.
Yes, it does heal the Eternal Guard and it does give him extra movement speed, which is a little annoying for Monster Vicious, where a majority of their heroes, especially the frontliners, definitely don't like dealing with it. They would much rather letting the ranged heroes, especially like Ruff, who in his human form should be able to shoot it down. It takes a while, but to extend that duration of the Eternal Guard is frustrating.
It's a nice bonus here, but we can see how this result has affected the standings, as Todak, with a clean sweep, has been able to regain the third place spot that RSGMY just took over earlier today, giving them a better seed position going into the playoffs. And unfortunately for the side of Monster Vicious, since they weren't able to get their points here, will most likely not be making it into the playoffs after this.
Well, this is going to be very, very unfortunate here coming from Monster Vicious, but at the same time, Barracuda Esports still has a shot to make it a top 8, but so it is still a very, very scary position to be in here, especially for the bottom two.
Yeah, but keep in mind, this is not going to be an easy road for any of these last matches to conclude for any of these teams. Anything can happen so far, right? We weren't expecting the previous game to go 2-1, and even our current game, the fact that it went in the direction that it did from Todak's side, we were at least expecting MV to be able to snag away 1 point at the minimum. So who knows what the rest of these teams are willing to bring to the table to etch themselves into the playoffs.
It's been a really surprising and unpredictable season so far, and it's nice to see that even at the very end of it, we're still getting caught off guard by every single one of these teams, every single one of these players, and that's great. We want to see this continuous evolution, continuous improvement. It's just unfortunate that there has to always be a winner and a loser, and in this case, some teams not being able to make it forward. But speaking of, we still got one more match to close out the day, and Monster Vicious is going to be keeping a close eye on this one because Barracuda now have a chance to perhaps push them out of that 8th place spot.
Wow, that's going to be very, very difficult as well, considering that Barracuda is in a situation where if they take the win against Homeboys, means they will take it to its 8th place. But Homeboys, if they win or lose, or regardless, they're pretty much secure top 2 regardless. So it doesn't even matter if they win or lose right now.
Well, it matters for pride.
Yeah, it matters for pride. Out of all the teams, do you really want to lose to Barracuda? Just saying.
Whoa.
It's not the best look when we react like that. But
whoa.
Yeah, right. Like, Barracuda has shown potential, but they're definitely not at the level where they can match up against the Homeboys. So we'll see whether they can surprise us as well. And we also want to see what you guys have to say about the situation. In case you may not be aware, we have the MPL MY rating website online. You scan the QR code at the bottom of the screen or check out the website link, and you guys can test it on the official MPL MY website. You can comment and rate everyone in the match. That includes all of the players, all of us talents on the caster tests, and even the minions and the lords. So if you have anything you want to share, go check that out.
You know, it kind of reminds me of us, making a movies where like the best movie so far, you can rate, we give your numbers and give them the star right now. This is us trying things out here. I've seen it on the website so far here. So far, none of us has gotten any rating yet. So be sure to scan a QR code, ignore the PM casters, rate for Icy Baby, and ICBB. Ignore this too.
Okay,
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, sure. You can go do that if you guys want. Either way, the last match, Homeboys versus Barracuda Esports. We've already highlighted, seems very one-sided in favor of the Homeboys. They're in 2nd place right now, so it should seem like a shoo-in for them, but is there anything unexpected that could happen to give Barracuda a point?
Well, I think in this case, it would be how good can Homeboys really deal with the double fighter composition? Because I think that Barracuda, at the very least, not only starting it, but debuting it as one of their more valuable comps overall, and more effective comps, especially when it starts to get going early.
I see. All right. It'll be interesting to see what exactly happens when these two teams go head-to-head. So for now, we're going to jump into another quick break. We'll leave you guys with a mic check. When we come back, Homeboys versus Barracuda to close out the day. See you there.
Dia have HP guys. Zuzon dia have HP guys.
Tak level 4, tak level 4.
Tiga dulu lihat. Boleh Giri. Nice Giri.
Dia dapat
Roger.
Aku ada NOD.
Mati.
Let's go.
Make up. Boleh tak?
Dia attack guys. 3 guys. Nice more.
Siapa ni? Tigreal.
Target guys.
Tigreal first.
Aku balik guys. Aku tak jauh guys. Shizo dapat belakang guys.
Nice Shizo.
Tigreal.
No.
Nice more.
Boleh.
Nice Bono more. Nice Bono more.
Go.
Ayo tak ada.
Mati.
Mati.
Aku aja. Halo.
Mati guys.
Nice. Ke depan. Slow.
Sabar, slow.
Moscow already 3 item ya guys.
Okay, who's our target guys?
I think you focus on Moscow, Ma.
Boleh Shizu.
Boleh Shizu.
Boleh. Moscow dah dash.
Ni guys, Roger guys. Kau aku Taib.
Sekejap.
Hati Zaim.
No Roger. Guys.
Boleh. Orang dulu boleh. Orang.
Respect guys.
Nice.
Nice guys. Zaim.
Aku stay.
Aku tak.
Nice.
Boy, gila.
Aku zone ni.
bro.
Ya, kite first.
Tak. Chemistry 10 tahun. Aku ulti.
Roji low guys.
Ya guys, lot guys.
Boleh.
Kita on zone ni.
Nice go.
Nice.
Aku malas dah. I solo lot you know.
Mati.
Kan boleh. Aku tolak.
Semua je semua.
Okay. Stick guys.
Shizu ada base. Nice Shizu. Losing duit pro Shizu.
Boleh. Just let you. Boleh.
Boleh.
Nasib.
Nasib lagi ni.
Lari aku.
Aman aja sih.
Lot.
Shizu. Simi ya.
Bro, you ready, bro?
Aku dapat Roger ya. Roger.
Puri. YZ on me.
Go.
YZ on me.
Yes. Menang.
Kill them on.
Hey, who want to kill YZ?
I want.
Go kill.
Go kill now.
Hey, lambat lagi.
Lambat, ambil habis.
kejayaan dapat dikecapi, sejarah baru telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur.
Sampai bila nak kalah?
Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat, ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita.
sangat mudah untuk dikatakan.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MPL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MPL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MPL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MPL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MPL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Saya rasa mungkin Nova Escobar akan jadi mangsa, tapi ada slash daripada Momo. Sungguh cantik sekali, 3 pemain dilekatkan dekat bahagian belakang, digabungkan pula dengan tarian daripada Blazing Duet daripada Shi. Eternal Guard digabungkan pula dengan Final Slash. Semuanya terkerahkan kepada Nova Escobar dan bisa jadi korbankan dari Momo menerima nasib yang sama. Heavy spin daripada Gary membantu Shizo. Lihat juga bagaimana Shizo yang akan mengeluarkan damage dari dekat bahagian belakang dengan menggunakan Blazing Duet. Mega kill untuk Shizo. Shutdown terus diberikan kepada Nana, tapi Chico berjaya untuk dapatkan Huni. Lihatlah Zeno Maut bersorangan dekat bahagian belakang, cuba untuk cutting lane tapi tidak berjaya. Momo mendapatkan kill seterusnya. Zeno Maut bersorangan ketika ini juga.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Musim baru, line-up baru, jersey baru. Jersey telah menjadi topik hangat sejak hari pertama MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 bermula. Namun, apakah pendapat pemain dan penonton tentang jersey musim ini? You rasa jersey mana yang paling lawa?
JP Niners lah.
Jersey rempit JP Niners. Macam Mun, saya rempit.
Paling lawa Barakuda. Tahu kan dia punya yang buat baju ni Choi. Choi ni baju dia memang lawa.
Sejujurnya Todak.
SRG. Bagi saya KGE lah.
Judgement dia lain daripada lain. Apa least favourite jersey?
Paling bawah sekali, I rasa I letak King Empire. Dia nampak e-sport. Tapi e-sport tu maybe 3 tahun lepas punya design.
KGE paling kurang. King Empire. Orangnya handsome. Jersey-nya kurang sikit.
Barakuda.
Saya rasa Bounty kot. Dia design macam 90-an.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Todak. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Ay, ay. I'm a rockstar.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Muntar. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
It's time to find out how a day that's been filled with ups and downs will be closing out as we approach the final match of Surrey Saturdays here in the final week of MPL MY Season 13 regular season. You're watching the English broadcast alongside me, Staffa, as well as Icy Baby 1-2 and Gideon. What are your thoughts on the final match?
Well, I'm hoping that this one is going to be in favor of the homeboys, right? 2-0 is going to be the goal for them to at least climb up a little bit in the standings, but at the very least deny tiebreaker opportunities for Barracuda. Keep in mind, Barracuda need only 1 point to initiate a tiebreaker for tomorrow.
Wow, that is going to be something that I think a lot of us are wondering how is that going to go down too, right? Because as of yet, if Barracuda, like you said as well, win 1 game means they will somewhat retain their 8th place to continue their journey into the next season. But if they do not take a single game here, they're out. That is very, very scary for me, to be honest.
You would think that 1 point is enough, but it's so difficult here. I think they're really going to need all the energy they can get to go and grab that opportunity. Just like you guys can get yourself some energy by recharging yourselves with superior taste and quality Arabica beans by grinding on with Nescafe. Nescafe cans want to inspire you to keep your gaming spirit going, and they're all you need to show your support to all of the players here at MPL MY.
Keep on grinding, and even for these players, even if they get dropped down to Barracuda, don't actually take that first point, they still have an opportunity to maybe challenge one of the top seeds in MAL itself to retain their spot. It's not completely over just yet for them, but at least they can try and avoid that outcome by just winning this match.
Yeah, it is going to be a very, very tall order for them, considering how Homeboys has been dominating throughout the entire season here. Think about this, right? They only lost 1 game throughout the entire regular season, and now do they want to continue the win streak? Because as of yet, if they win this, means that they are on a 8 winning streak thus far. That's crazy.
We've been highlighting a lot about the Red Giants, obviously, because they have won every single match without dropping a single game. But the Homeboys are pretty impressive as well. Like you mentioned, they only lost their very first match, which happened to be against the Selangor Red Giants. And ever since, they have been on a win streak all throughout the regular season. So I'm sure they as well are very eager to keep that streak going, even if it's not going to affect their standings in the charts anymore.
I think what's really going to well, at the very least, what's going to change the game is the pressure that they have to feel. And I mean, I'll just show you guys. The standings here is going to tell the entirety of the story. For the Homeboys, they want to make sure that they are, again, pretty much they've guaranteed their 2nd seed. This doesn't mean much to them at the end of the day, but it sure looks good on the report card in comparison to Barracuda, currently in 9th. That 1 singular point is going to tie them up against MV as well as their aggregate points. The head-to-head doesn't really matter at that point in time because, again, once everything lines up perfectly, then we know for sure that at least they have an opportunity to stay in the MPL.
Well, it is going to be a very, very difficult one here, considering that this is their final match as well. And against none other than Homeboys, one of the top dogs here in MPL MY, a defending champion as well. I feel very, very stressful once again because, you know, it's not day, you know, it's very, very emotional for me. It's like, oh, they're really sad here. But when, after seeing 2 series thus far here in Surrey Saturday, I feel kind of stressed. Like,
man,
how?
Like, if you're stressed, imagine how the players up on stage must be feeling, right? Imagine how Barracuda Esports is feeling, knowing that their chances of moving on, not even going to the playoffs, their chances of staying in MPL rely on them getting as many points as possible against one of the top teams of the season.
And I think, you know, what it really boils down to is what the draft is going to look like. I think Homeboys overall is one of the more difficult teams to draft around with the size of their hero pool.
Well, you know what helps? Having a dream jungler. And we actually have a video to tell you guys all about that.
Kalau diberi pilihan untuk ideal jungler carry daripada segi farming, carry and retribution fight, pilih satu untuk setiap kategori.
For farming, I would choose Chibi because I know Chibi's gold per minute on Nolan is good, so I pick Chibi.
Bagi saya rasa ni kot. Farming Sky.
Farming for me is Gary.
Sujin. Ya, Sujin.
Kalau kita tengok dekat dunia paling tinggi, dah tahu kot siapa? Chibi lah, Chibi.
Carry saya rasa
For carrying, I pick Sutujin. Sutujin really brings impact to his team.
Max lah, Max.
Kalau carry season 8 kan saya dapat regular season MVP kan. Mungkin Chibi juga ke? Chibi.
For me, Chibi, because his gameplay, especially when he's playing assassin, he knows when to flank and he plays so aggressive.
Saya
Retri kalau kita tengok kalau siapa yang konsisten lah dekat MPL MY.
I heard that the new jungler for RGMY is good, so I pick Venago.
kalau retri Chibi, saya letak apa nama dia tu? Emal.
Retri myself. In the other games, even if I'm below level, I can still get the retri.
Mungkin dah tahu kot siapa. Chibi lah.
Building your own dream jungler based on who's got the best farming, carry potential, retri level. Who would you say, Terrence?
I don't know, man. Like, somehow I feel like Udil has made a lot of impact, not just for the league itself, but internally between his teammates as well.
Yeah, you know what? They should put Udil as the jungler. Then it makes a lot more sense at that point, right? I would say Chibi is very much in the right to be calling his own name, because again, a lot of these categories he's already earned some of the highest stats by far this season in terms of like farming. All right, that makes sense. Maybe if it was last season, I would say even carry and as well as retribution. Man, he's got that in the bag.
Yeah, it's easy to look at Chibi calling all three categories for himself and being like arrogant somehow, but the numbers do speak for themselves, right? There's a reason why he's able to so confidently put himself up there in all three positions. And imagine he's gonna bring the same sort of confidence onto the stage for this final match of the day up against Barracuda Esports. Even if there's literally no stakes involved for them, they're already fixed in second place. Even if they clean sweep, they can't become first. So very excited to see what happens.
That's the thing about Chibi, right? Like, he, ever since their debut about season 7, season 8 as well here, he has been in the top of the leaderboard, not just for regular season as the best jungler. His retribution has been on time every single game. It's not just here in the local scene, even in the international scene as well. Chibi has somehow managed to clutch games for the team with those retribution timings. So it's no surprises that why he's going to be bragging about himself. But at the same time, it seems to be a little bit diverse here between all the junglers, to be honest.
Well, either way, it's about time for the players to walk up on stage, so let's welcome them.
Homeboys!
Successfully secured the number 2 spot on the league table without much problem. The defending champions have suffered only 1 defeat in 8 matches. Will they secure their 8 consecutive victories today? It's time to spice things up. Ladies and gentlemen, the Night Owls, Homeboys!
Barracuda Esports.
Still deep in the danger zones, they must buckle up to secure a spot in the next season. If they lose here, things could be dire for the new franchise. Can they rise and halt and stop Homeboys' winning streak? Keep going, Barra. It's Barracuda Esports! Now, introducing the coach and analyst for both teams, alongside with the head of League Ops, Cedric, who will ensure fair play and professional integrity of the match. We have Pops and Nobody for Homeboys as the coach and analyst, alongside with Backdoor Zinhan, the coach and analyst for Barracuda. Now, the players will be fist bumping each other as a sign and show of showmanship between the players as they are about to duke it down in the Land of Dawn.
The Land of Dawn shall bear witness to whether or not Barracuda Esports has the chances of making it further in the competition and perhaps moving on into the next season of MPL MY. But the final step before the end is a massive obstacle. That is the Homeboys. What can they do
Well, I mean, a lot of it just comes centered around the early stages of the game. We've seen them actually play double fighter extremely often with Trap, and also with the addition, making sure that they have their roamer constantly on early game high base damage fighters to ensure that they have the momentum to push into their enemies. We've seen Amal actually play decently well on damage style junglers. I don't know if they're going to lean into the assassin style, but based on what we've seen before, might as well stick to what they know the best.
Yeah, I think that's the something about the teams themselves, right? Like sometimes you have to fall back into a default fundamental play here. Like if we're trying things here that doesn't really work out, why not just stick to comfort zone and hope to make a play and win the game? In this case, Barracuda Esports, I don't know, whatever they do right now is going to decide their fate and future right here, right now for next season.
I have no doubt they want to really show everything that they've got once they are in game there, but we've already seen how there does seem to be pretty big gaps in between different competitors this season. Like the top teams and the bottom teams almost feel like they're playing in different leagues of the game entirely. So I feel like this is a matchup that has a sort of similar situation, and it's going to be a real uphill battle for Barracuda, but we gotta keep our fingers crossed. We want to see these teams go far. So let's see what happens as we have a look at the Homeboys report card.
Their report card is looking phenomenal. They did start off a little slow in the earlier season, but now they've warmed up, right? They're taking big names down with no problems whatsoever, and the only single loss that they've had to thus far is going over to SRG, who has currently a perfect win streak, but everybody else has taken a 2-0 loss, if not a 2-1, which in RSG's case was very exceptional here, an outlier to the data that we have, and the same can be said about the Niners, but that happened way earlier in the league. When we come down to the stats, they're first when it comes down to first blood, 70%, which is a ridiculously high score to have for the Homeboys.
That just means what every single match they've played so far is pretty much a guaranteed first blood thus far as early rotations here, and they've been playing a lot of priority that vicinity here. But I really want to talk about the average turtle instead, because when it comes to objectives here, Chibi has known to be their turtle mania in previous seasons here, and he's bragging about him being one of the best junglers here in the video, and everyone kind of admits to it. He was a defending champion, you know, like they have been fighting for so many seasons. Now they have a title to uphold and defend, and they seem to be very, very strong. And to be honest, in MPL MY history, I think they're the only team so far who shows so much strength, aside from Todak, to defend their title.
Yeah, they're a very aggressive and a very confident team. That's the reason why they're even ranked above SRG in terms of their early game performance. When we match up the head-to-head between Homeboys and Barracuda Esports, we can definitely see that most statistics lean towards the side of the Homeboys, with only one, the total damage dealt actually being in favor of Barracuda.
Yep, and I think, you know, Barracuda fundamentally is a weaker team against the Homeboys, and I think, you know, the most obvious indicator of this is going to be the first tower rate and first objective rate. 75 and 70% respectively for the Homeboys, and 45 and 45 across the board for Barracuda, which begs the question, right? Even Barracuda has had games where they could clearly end it but did not want to, and that has cost them points during the regular season. So I think at the very least they need to know what their win conditions is, or more importantly, end game scenarios.
Yeah, that's the thing about the game in the current patch right now, right? Like early game, once you dominate here, it's easy to kind of snowball into it here. But if you play your cards right, when it comes to pushing towards a crystal, things can get a little bit difficult as the one attacking, right? So in this case, Barracuda has struggled to close out games because of those specific reasons. And we've seen a lot of situations where if you win the early game, you either defend really, really well, or you make one small mistake. That's it. GG, well played.
Snowballs are becoming more and more prevalent here, and we get to look at the players on the side of the Homeboys who are known for their aggressive early game. We got Udil, we got Sapat alongside Nets, Chibi, and Zorn as the in-game leader. I do recall last week Pubs mentioning we would get to see Maul playing this week, but well, turns out that's not the case.
Yeah.
That's a scam.
Yep, bit of a scam here, not gonna lie. I was hoping to see Mal actually get a little bit of screen time on the big stage here at MPL MOY before they start doing bigger and better things. But let's look at the Homeboys team stats, because I think they are just one of those teams that are difficult, just really, really difficult to actually draft against, because it feels like everybody has deep pockets, and worse yet, their signature picks really, you feel the impact from minute one. I'm not even just talking about Zorn, right? The fact that Udil is getting away with Farsa, for an example, just goes to show how much the team is not only isn't only reliant on these signature picks, but Pops has done a very good job at kind of drafting out what the pattern will look like for whether blue side or red side.
In terms of overall hero pool as well, coming from both sides here, I think Pops doesn't really have much issue when it comes to drafting to all 5 players, right? Like, I feel like everyone can play multiple roles. Like, Nets has got a very, very big hero pool as well. Sapat does have a very, very big hero pool. Chibi can both play the tank junglers as well as the assassin junglers, which not many junglers can do throughout the history in MPL and Y. So it's no surprises to see Homeboys this strong. But meanwhile, their opponents here, again, the underdogs right now, fighting for survival. Barracuda Esports starting things off. We have AJ, Trap, Jesus, Evie, and Amao.
The players of Barracuda Esports have definitely had opportunities to show their potential. There have been shining moments for AJ, for Evie. Jesus, I think, has been very consistent for his team, and I think Trap is the goal laner that has adjusted into the fighter style the most consistently out of everyone. Amal, also a player that historically is known to be able to play assassins and tank junglers, but hasn't had the most consistent success so far.
That's the thing about Barracuda Esports, right? Like, for me, they have made a lot of changes and roster changes in between the season as well. But by the time they got Evie back into the roster as a roamer instead of an XP laner, it seemed like Barracuda Esports had a lot of hope to bounce back, but it feels like it's a little bit too late now.
I suppose... I don't know. It's a little tough to say. There are definitely games where Barracuda could have scraped up some points that actually set themselves apart in the middle of the pack and not be so low down in the standings overall, right? But I think that could be a number of X factors. But what we do know is that generally they are a team fight-centric comp style of players, right? They like to gather up as 5. They like to put their opponents behind and get some early momentum in terms of a snowball. And when they do, they generally have a pretty good pathway to get into the mid to late stages of the game. The weakest point of this team is their objective takes without a lead, and worst yet, when it comes down to these end game scenarios, because it feels like everybody has a different idea of how to close out the game.
I think something that we've always highlighted when it came down to Barracuda Esports is having that support system, right? The players tend to play very individually, and even when combo plays are being made, it's usually only 2 or 3 people together at one time maximum. That's why we can see that early game is still pretty good because they can rely on their individual micro mechanics, but once you get into those mid-game, late-game phases, playing objectives, you really gotta play together. Now, we do have something where we reached out to Coach Nobody asking, will we get to see fighter heroes for Nets? Since we've been seeing a lot of gold laners go that direction. And Nobody says, we have 2 fighters and all marksmen for Nets. We cannot share much because we want to hide our strats for playoffs.
Interesting. I hope that it's not one of those facades, and then Zorn's just like, I feel like playing Selena today.
You know, that's the thing about Homeboys, right? Like, I do not trust Pops at all. He's like, oh wait, I've got Mao in the pool. Guess what? He's not playing Mao. But guess what? In the fence, we've got a Roly Doly. Here it comes. Oh, he got a Franco.
Oh, we got the Franco skin. That's a nice skin. I do like this series of skins. I think it has nice effects overall, but we all know what we want to see. Does he get the bingo?
This pretty much guarantees. That's not even fair.
Which one does he get? Which one does he get?
That's not even fair.
Wait. Which one does he get? Hold up.
He got the Masha.
Yeah, he's got the Mai. But he also might want to consider picking up a ROG phone along the way. The frame rate is dying on that Orb Command's phone.
That's not even fair. That's pretty much guaranteed regardless of where he spawned.
Hey, it was important what KOF skin he was going to get, okay? That was the important part.
Hey, it's a sign. It's a sign. He got the red color one. He got Mai. And guess what? Barracuda's all dressed up in red jumpsuits as well. Like, they look really... I don't know.
They look like X-Men from another universe.
They look like they're traveling about space, man. Space jumpsuits. I don't know. What do you think? Like, is it a yay or a nay?
I
mean, it looks comfortable.
Yeah, I'm about it.
I wouldn't mind wearing that. Oh, we got another viewer pulling.
This is on the homeboy side, clearly.
Okay, here's a KOF bingo shout out. It's close. Not in the middle. He got it as well.
Yes,
let's go. Okay, which one has he got? Which one did he get?
Come on. Give him something good. It's
huge.
huge stuff. Guys, remember, the bingo draw event is still happening. You can take a shot at winning these 3 brand new K-Off collaboration skins and unlock their exclusive ID tags. You're running out of time, so you better do it fast here, because during the event, enjoy a sweet 50% discount on the first 10 draw and daily first time draw. And don't miss out on this awesome opportunity to be able to achieve one of these 3 beautiful skins.
You know, my reaction is exactly what Chibi's reaction was just now. His face was just looking all the way like, what the heck just happened? But wait, what? He got
Did he just pull that?
Another one?
Bogart.
What? He got everything.
Hey, he already has it.
No, another one. Another one.
Come on.
Oh, come on. How many do we have?
Let's see the pattern. Let's see the pattern,
Like, it's the trend. Everybody's getting one.
All right, sure. We don't care about that.
Whoa. This one's hard.
This one's
bottom
hard.
Bottom right.
That's too bad. Is he gonna go for more?
Big sad.
Another one?
His friend is going for more.
Okay.
But what if they do it at the same time?
Okay.
Is it double the luck?
Double the luck?
Or half the luck?
Come on.
Okay.
Couple of skins.
Okay,
Bottom right.
same pattern.
Bottom right.
Big Satch. Not everybody can be a winner on these ones, so
Guess
just
it
keep
was
on
half the
rolling.
luck after all.
Yeah. If they did it together, imagine if they both got it.
That would be really cool, though.
It would be cool, but it's time for the drafting phase for both of these teams. Barracuda on first pick on blue side against the Homeboys, second pick on red side.
Instantly so much respect to the Homeboys, banning out Zorn's signature chip as well as Chibi's signature Nolan. What is interesting is that they also get rid of the Barats, which is a hero they very commonly pick up themselves.
I like it a lot. Banning out the Barats means that there's no jungle EXP flex that can be abused by the Homeboys. They do this all the time, right? They lock in early, make sure that they keep you on your toes, and with the Roger banned out for the side of the Homeboys, it's an easy first pick Harith for Barracuda.
Yeah, I don't really like this idea that Barracuda is first picking Harith, just because of the fact that, oh wait, you know, it's a clear indicator Homeboys is going to be playing the Harith here. But the question here is, Homeboys doesn't really mind that. Like, regardless of you playing Harith here, I still have the Natan for them. So in this case, it feels like it doesn't really matter for them here. Prio picks is going to be the Matilda, which is completely snuck through in this entire first phase of draft.
Zorn pilots the Matilda very, very well. It allows him to go in and out and bring a friend alongside him. And the safe pick of the Fredrin. Pretty solid start here as Barracuda goes for the Akai and the Valentina. We do know Akai counters Fredrin somewhat, but will this be enough?
Oh, this is interesting. Barracuda not opting to go for a double fighter lane this time around. I thought maybe that they wanted to, get rid of the Harith, throw it out there, but I think, Trap is more than confident to try and play it against Nets, especially denying him his 100% hero win rate on this beast of a hero. 7.2 average KDA, my God.
Yeah, I think now when it comes to Nets' hero pool as well, it's always been Harith, Roger, or the Natan. But this time, it is first phase rotation. Do they pick it for themselves? Because as of now, I have no idea what the sound effect is here.
Carry.
No, they're going for what? They're not going for the Natan? Really?
It's totally fine. I don't see any issues with it. They expect Barracuda to actually have a tank involved. They might even consider having to deal with a secondary tank as well. So this is some foreshadowing, or at the very least, just the way to tell Barracuda, hey, you better be careful if you lock in a second tank.
Well, we do see the stats for Trap playing on that Ruby in the gold lane here. While his win rate is definitely kind of low, 25% only, a 4.4 average KDA is actually pretty solid here. And we know that he's one of the first players to have consistently played the Ruby gold lane so far.
And he's done very good work with it, right? We've seen games where he is snowballed out of control with the rest of his team really bleeding out, and especially their game against Bounty as well, man. You really saw what they did to Yuna that time round. I don't know if they're going to be able to pull it off against Chibi this time, because this isn't what they usually play. They're playing standard for once.
Or is it, though? Imagine if they flex the Harith into jungle and then the Akai roam.
Nah, I highly doubt so.
It's a possibility.
What would
It's not impossible, but it is unlikely, I will say.
Like, I haven't seen a Harith jungle since, Season 2, Season 3?
Well, actually, Amon played Harith jungle this season.
Good call there, Staffa.
Okay.
He played it twice in a row. It was also the first 2 games Trap played Ruby. And I think they only won one of them?
Yes, they only won one of them. Yes, very good memory there, Staffa. Now, Homeboys, they still need to ban out one more hero here, and it looks like they've already decided on the Yu Song. interesting. So they don't want backline access. They also don't want to deal with an Arlet with strong stuns, which would indicate that maybe they're thinking about another artillery mage. They could be looking for... wait, actually... They don't necessarily have to. I mean, they have farmers, but the Valentina pick for the side of Barracudas really is putting them in an awkward spot. Could be a Lilia for the side of Homeboys if they want to go really safe.
I think Faramis isn't too bad regardless here. They need somebody to actually have somewhat of a way to stop Harif, right? Like if you go for the far side, you go for Lilia, Harif is just so mobile. It's very difficult to actually burst the Harif down very, very quickly. Whereas the Faramis, you have this Shadow Stab. He just drags him to the corner and Harif will be out of the damage force. So I think Faramis, you know, let him still, it's fine, you know. It's not out of the comfort zone here, but it all comes down to whether does he want to go for it here. Lunox isn't too bad as well if Homeboys decides to go for it.
I think they should just blind pick Paquito here.
Yeah.
Blind pick Paquito or Benedetta. Either or, not that bad.
Yeah,
they need some kind of peel at the same time, some kind of raw physical damage. They could go just for like a traditional tank, like a sandbag tank. I don't think Esmeralda is good to show early on. But here we go. Lo Yi is still one of the picks that we let slip through the draft.
For a moment, I did wonder whether they might go for the Nana just to deny the heavy spin the same way we saw earlier today. But the Low Yu should be very effective against Barracuda, especially since we know that this team tends to group together pretty heavily when they go for these team fights. So it's a way for Homeboys to potentially punish that. And her lack of mobility is made up for by having that Matilda.
Yeah, but just look at how smart this is, right? Because now it forces Barracuda to blind pick their EXP later. So now they're going to go with Paquito, right? All right, sure. Up against Sapat. Sapat can play Swiss Army Knife if he needs to, but it still opens up the option for him to actually show off what he has with maybe even a Phoveus if necessary.
Please not be the Harif jungle for Barracuda. Like, this is Akai jungle, right?
I mean, let's see. Barracuda, they need to decide right here, right now what they want.
Okay, what's it going to be? It's going to be the Minotaur. So...
Yep, it is the regular composition.
Okay, yeah.
Barracuda, no weird Harif jungle, Akai roam or anything. This is going to be Trap on the hero. It is one of his signatures. So... Barracuda wants to bring their A game up against the Homeboys. They know that their MPL lives are at stake.
All right, show me Phoveus here for Sapat. Show me Phoveus. Show me something cool. They got a decent amount of dashes. 1, 2,
I think Phoveus
3,
is amazing this
4,
I think
5.
Benedetta would be fine as well.
Both are okay, to be honest. Perfectly honest with you. It's kind of up the Sapat at this point what he wants to play. Phoveus because he can buy a little bit more time. Benedetta can be a little risky because it's all about execution. But the same can be said about Phoveus, right? So that's why the coaches are looking at Sapat to be like, hey, what do you feel like playing today?
Looks like it is the Benedetta. Gonna try and open up the map, cut the fight in half, which would be particularly effective against a team that is a bit more reactive, like Barracuda Esports. Homeboys looking to up their score here, keep their win streak going, whereas Barracuda wants to get any points that they can get to move on to the next stage of the competition.
Yep, looking at the compositions, Barracuda sticking true to their name. Fight as a pack. Ideally, a team fight would be great for them, but at the same time, they got plenty of tools to engage and disengage, while Homeboys, once they're in, they have to get pulled out one by Zorn, so ideally, they want to trickle in against Barracuda, rotate their spells, go in and out of the fight, and hopefully Chibi can stand his ground.
Well, it's going to be tough here because it is going to be the fish against the Night Owls here as they duke it out for their fight for survival. Ladies and gentlemen, game 1 for Barracuda Esports versus Homeboys.
We enter the land of dawn for our first game of the final match of the day, one that could determine the life of a brand new franchise here in MPL Malaysia. Looking at the starts, looks like both junglers can be starting on opposite sides of the map.
And the early retribution coming in from Chibi as well to speed this up with the extra leash from his marksman. This is going to allow him to stay ahead of the curve against AML for now, knowing that Barracuda isn't going to just walk in for free. And let's not forget that even Zorn is willing to sacrifice Eevee, sacrifice life just to make sure Eevee doesn't get the extra information.
Oh, Zorn actually dropping quite dangerously low here, but he knows that Barracuda doesn't have enough damage yet to punish him, so it's all good.
Oh, nice. You know, seeing how Zorn is also going to be, you know, taking the heals coming from the buffs themselves here. It's going to give them a little bit of a sustain here. He's trying to bait out a little bit more reaction from Eevee, but as of yet, you know, it seems like Barracuda is not going to be on the assault here because right now, Homeboys, they're just forcing reactions from Barracuda right now.
More importantly, they're forcing the retributions out of Amal, right? Because they still have the entirety of that top side. Oh, wait, no. He's going to omit going to the top side. He is willingly going to go and invade on this one. 2v2. Very smart.
Oh boy, now
Retreat.
it's GB just denying resources once again. This is a homeboy signature. Barracuda in a little bit of trouble here. They need more backup, but Amal just gives it up as well. And again, GB steals 2 away. That is going to be the long walk of shame up top here for Amal.
The worst part for Amal is that he has to walk into enemy territory if he wants to eat, and GB says, no, I got Lethal Wander, I got perfect vision. You want to try and do anything, try anything crazy? Don't be stupid, boy. You better stay on your side of the jungle.
Yeah, what can he do in his side of jungle? Because he's run up top, got nothing, run back down. Now he's a turtle, and he's not even level 4 yet. Chibi's already 4 as well. And this is not looking good here. They are going to try and force a fight. Jesus, level 4, trying to bait a reaction on Subpad, but Chibi says, nope, not this time. This is my turtle for homeboys.
Why was that sound effect so loud from Jesus Terry Bogart? That was like uncomfortably loud.
Oh, uncomfortable right now. He's going to get caught out. He flickers away. First blood in the hands of Subpad once again. Now, Eve with the Storm does not cast a hit Minon's Reach yet. He needs to pop it very, very soon, but Chibi still wins the Retry battle. And Barracuda, they need to back out. The Minon's Rage connects on one. They're trying to save their life, but Udio from behind. What? He joined the party. They got the kill out of nowhere. Barracuda, they lose one. They finally find Subpad, but the damage has been done from the boys.
That's so funny here, because Subpad was chasing that kill and Udil could have told him, dude, I got lethal ignition. They're dead regardless.
And Subpad's just like, no, I'm gonna get the kill. It doesn't matter what it costs here. Homeboys getting a nice turtle win there. It looked like they definitely share the sentiment. They also think the Terry Bogart's skin was too loud, so they just immediately all jumped on Hesu at the same time.
To be honest, all the KOF skins are really loud, and I really like it, to be honest. I like to be loud and oppressive sometimes.
Well, let's see whether you got a team that can actually help you out, because even though all of these movements from the homeboys is to take away farm from Amal specifically, we notice that Trap isn't winning this lane against Nets as hard as he should be, right? Both of it, and I think the big game changer at this point has to be the spinning light wheel, especially during when you have to fight over the neutral objective, well, lane neutral objective of the River Crab.
Wow, okay.
Oh, Chibi, gets a taunt right at the edge as well. Divert comes in. Wow, that's some serious damage coming from Udil. And now because of that play here, this orange buff is going to be conceded here. Amal, he's got to force something. He's got the heavy speed. Hazel from the back lines as well will chip down onto his Subpad. He will be able to get out, but Chibi, can he win the retreat? Nope, he does not. So that's going to be Amal that secures his orange buff instead.
It literally doesn't matter because Chibi's going to get the next one. Like, what are you going to do, Amal? If you walk up, there's a good chance you die here.
He might be dead as well. Taunt comes in, so
Bye-bye.
as well, but heavy speed comes in. Does he cancel? No, it does not. Amal will force it out back. So that means Turtle in control of homeboys right now.
I'm surprised that Udil didn't want to flicker for that, to be fair.
Yeah, I think it's fine though, because the whole goal of the homeboys was just to force out resources so that they could get the turtle for free. And once that heavy spin went out, ooh, nice dodge from Subpad. This is actually getting very close in terms of 1v1 in the EXP lane. It looks like Hesu is actually coming out on top a lot of the time.
Well, I think a lot of it just came down to the fact that Subpad died underneath tier 2, and now he doesn't have this initial lead he had over Hesu, which was lane priority.
Yeah, that is a little bit unfortunate. Homeboys having only an 800 net worth lead at this stage. They would ideally like to have a little bit more. You can see the matchup count between Harif and Carry has actually only been 5 times throughout this season of MPL MY, and most of the time it's been Harif who came out on top.
And let's not forget about pre-patch as well, where we saw a majority of these games actually happen. Now post-patch, Harif, I think that win rate definitely should be a lot higher, but he's got to be careful. If he accidentally chrono dashes into a light wheel, he instantly loses the trade.
Well, it is going to be tough here because as of yet, I'm really surprised on how Homeboys is actually winning on his lane here because Subpad technically shouldn't be winning his matchup against Paquito. Like, this is not the old Paquito Benedetta matchup, but hold that thought for now because right now, Chibi's getting pinned to the wall. He's trying to get out and he will eventually fall. They took almost everything out of it here, but it's all up to Trap to dish out the damage. They will find too as Barracuda Esports were able to catch Homeboys off guard.
Nicely done by Barracuda, and really...
Subpad. Ooh.
He's good, he's good. I think Barracuda made a smart choice here. They're playing around their gold lane, right? Nets, he gets chunked down and is forced to walk back the traditional way rather than taking a recall, enabling Trap to actually take this tier 1. A lane swap should be called into place, and that's what they're doing. Hesu instantly going for the recall. They should take a mid wave on his way for Trap to accelerate him, but no, he's not. They're going to give it over to AJ.
I think Homeboys definitely made a miscalculation there, not only losing the fight, but losing it around where Trap can reap the maximum benefits means that they've already found themselves behind in terms of that gold lane matchup, and Barracuda has regained some control over the net worth lead. It's now pretty even as we enter the 7th minute, but Barracuda does seem to have more damage built in as of now.
I mean, Homeboys, they've got a snowball comp if they want it to be, right? I did see a Brute Force breastplate purchase coming in from Chibi, so you know, once it's stacked up, he's literally running at you at top speed.
Barracuda, they're looking for the flank here. Aimao is going to be fighting way through, but he's still going for the back lines, tries to shut down Nets, but he will back out here. Overextend a little bit here, courtesy of Udil, but the damage has been done. Trap takes a tier 1 down bottom. He's still fighting against Supan right now, and he gets a kill on the bottom side against Supan. Huge for the Barracudas as they are fighting for their lives here. They're going all out. Circling Eagle comes in. Aimao looking to try and Reggie this as well. He's got the heavy spin. He got the Reggie, but he's hitting Zor. The damage from Nets is a little bit too much here. They have to back off. But Barracuda has done the damage, and Homeboys now on the back seat. They have to back off.
This Harif has become a problem. They've given Trap a little bit too much base, and now that he's able to even win out 1v1s against Supan and take a tower at the same time, it's clear that Homeboys doesn't have enough teamfight presence to straight up go in a 5v5 situation. They gotta play it a little bit slower for the next couple minutes to scale up and match well.
Yeah, I think more importantly, so they're waiting for their cooldowns off their battle spells to even stand a chance, because Hesu, he is one dangerous man. Hiding in that bush and getting 2 flickers out of the main carries from Homeboys' side, Udil and as well as Nets, is already a huge win. Not to mention that I do think that Chibi kind of forgot how this Akai matchup goes. He should not be so close to the pit.
Oh, Zord baiting them out into Udil's spells here. Very, very sick combo. Barracuda, they're starting to be a little bit aware of what Udil is being annoying here, but Heavy Spin comes in as well. Naz is going to get caught out. They focus him down. Killing spree for Trap, and now he's going to look for more as well. He's trying to drop his Examine Force as well, but Chibi doesn't want to commit to this fight. He will settle with AJ for now, but can he get out? Petrify comes in, Supan seals the deal. He gets the kill, but Hesu, they don't know where he is. He have a rough idea, but he showed himself. But Homeboys, they're losing members.
Yeah, this is starting to become a little bit dicey here. I think Barracuda could have definitely gotten out of that fight without losing AJ. I think he committed a bit too hard with the Circling Eagle. Should have tried to dash in the opposite direction. But things are still fine. Still very firmly in control. Trap currently 3-0-1 on the Harif. We know how scary this hero can be. Nets is going to need a lot more time to catch up.
Yeah, he needs 2 items. He needs his Demon Hunter Sword. I don't know if he went the Corrosive Sight into Demon Hunter or Demon Hunter Sword as his first item. Doesn't matter. He needs to finish the Trinity build. He also needs to make sure that he gets Rose Gold Meteor at the very least, just to make sure that he has a chance against Trap as this game continues to proceed.
Well, speaking of fights here, Homeboys, they calling in the cavalry as well. Everybody is here. Stop, not connecting on the members of Barracuda. Chibi trying to fight for aggro for now, but still, again, you're slowly mowing him down. Waves are not sure, but on the side here, Hesu getting zoned out by Supan. That's huge for Homeboys. Aimao getting dropped towards half HP here. Needs to drop the heavy speed, but it's taking a little too much damage here. Fighting drops in as well. He steals a lot away from Chibi. Gets out, but they need to retreat here. Minon's Raid connects on everyone. They will lose Eevee, but where's the damage? Supan is fighting the back lines. Trap comes up on top, but he won't be found out. The teleport from Udil comes in. They fight them all. Triple kill for Nets as Homeboys wipes everyone with the misplay from Barracuda.
Wow, really great play coming out from the side of the Homeboys. They take out the Lord before it even reaches the tier 1 down on the bot side. What a diversion to really turn things around, because I thought Trap got out of there scot-free. He played it as good as he can get, but unfortunately, Udil's damage, he's just been scaling. He's going to be the one that Homeboys can rely on to get some massive AoEs across the board against the Barracudas.
We're reaching the mid-game phase now. This is where we talked about Barracuda having some issues in terms of team fight synergy. They stayed too long for that fight, got split up because Sapat was able to hold his own 1v3 in the backline, including the very important target that is Trap. And by delaying that, it made sure that his front line could take out EV and Amal and then teleport behind for the finish for an instant reversal. Homeboys now having the net worth lead.
I mean, it's been going back and forth. This rally hasn't stopped just yet, but now with Homeboys' momentum being on their side, they might just avoid dealing with Trap because he's got an entire bodyguard system going on here. He's got 2 tanks just following him around.
No, that's the thing about what Barracuda has been doing, right? Like, they were so focused on getting to securing those objectives here, they were willing to take unnecessary pokes coming from Udil as well as Zord in all these instances here, which kind of resulted in losing. But you have to give props for Udil with the divergent timing, man. That was sick.
Oh, they're behind them!
Okay, they're behind. They will find them as well. Eevee forced the pop to preemptive, but not range to try and zone them out. Seven Force has been used in here. Eevee trying to hold on for as long as he can. Heisu also able to stop the tempo with the KO punch, and that's going to be the disengage from both sides.
That's so smart! So smart from both of these teams, man. First of all, Barracuda are positioned in a bush just to make sure that if they do suspect that divergence actually to come out, they can actually predict it. Homeboys, on the other hand, really good game sense, but at the same time, the fact that Zorn is zoning out AJ from this fight, leaving Trap by himself, he just doesn't have enough peel.
Oh, Sabat, half HP. Double combos coming from Jesus once again. Means that Barracuda will have a little bit of advantage, but Homeboys, they're just playing this very passively because of this game.
Now, honestly, it was huge respect over the Barracuda esports. We really said that like they would be utterly mismatched going into this game, but they are putting up a very solid fight here against the Homeboys, actually giving them a run for their money, making it so that both teams actually have to play it kind of slow. There's a lot of respect happening right now on the Land of Dawn.
It looks like Homeboys, they're not going to get as much of a free win as they thought it was going to be, right?
Yeah, Amal trying to find the right angles here. He's just messing around with Chibi, but eventually, you know, Chibi does kind of outscale him in terms of overall damage. And again, look at this. Chibi is just poking and poking. He's trying to bait something out. But seems like Barracuda, they're not showing their signs yet because they don't really know where Udil and Nets yet.
Oh, good setup by the Homeboys. They've got 2 slow pushing lanes on top as well as bottom. And Barracuda, they need to manage this right now before it's too late. If not, they're definitely going to lose a tier 2.
Oh, they're popping a divergent right now here, and seems like they haven't reviewed their position. Barracuda doesn't really realize where they are, but they're not taking the risk here. And as you called it, they have to defend the lanes. They're sending Trap down bottom. They're sending Hesu up top. Lord being run by Homeboys for now. Dropping pretty quickly here. Barracuda, they have to make a play. Do they defend or do they force it? Because it seems like they're preparing to force it as well. Eevee, half HP. Chibi looking to get a little bit of reaction. Lords has been resetted. But Barracuda, once again, they're waiting for a mistake. Sapa trying to force damage here. Emo dropping half HP. Again, same exact scenario from the previous game here. But the Lord still whittling down. Very, very slow. Chibi with the taunt once again. He's got the damage! Oh my goodness! He's gonna force the heavy spin. Now Circling Eagle comes in. Does he have the damage? Yes! Sword will get the kill. He will lose his life. But the Lord still stands. Chibi, a Praises Ramp available. But from the side, Sapat trying to melt AJ. But the sidestep keeps him alive. They take 2 for 1. Lord secured by Homeboys. Unless Hesu, no way, no way. He's gonna punch the mud. He's trying, but no, he's not good enough. Trap as well. He's gonna 1v1. He fights Udil, but he will die to Nets.
Man, don't think that's very worth it to trade Trap for Udil at this point. He is the win condition for Barracuda Esports, but such a great eye for opportunity from Chibi there. The moment Amal is just even a centimeter out of position, they catch him out, force him back, even if they don't necessarily get the kill.
Yeah, let's look at the player head-to-head currently right now, because Trap, he's been doing a phenomenal job on this Harrod. 80 AKP, 723 GPM so far, both very similar KDAs.
Ooh, this is getting to a scary point now. Homeboy is gonna be sinking all the waves with the Lord push down middle. Hesu gonna be stopping the bottom one, so that's at least a little bit of a safety net for Barracuda. But But is it going to be enough?
He needs to back off soon though. He's way out of position. Homeboys, they can't choose to go in for the GG push right now. It's 4v5. Chibi looking for the taunt. Amal dropping the little half HP. He might die here. Forces heavy spin, so it's going to be A-OK. Net still poking his way through. Does he want to commit here? Chibi in the face of Barracuda. Doesn't really mind the damage here. Both inhibitors half HP again. Chibi showing so much confidence as well. And they're just making sure Nets gets free turret damage all the way through. Chibi with the taunt once again, but he's got the heal. Sapat, Immortality, just baiting Barracuda. But Barracuda not taking the fight at all.
Man, Chibi has been predicting Amal on a micro level, and he's just winning every single game of rock, paper, scissors, right? He's able to get the energy eruption off and dash backwards before the body slam actually connects, and that leaves Amal slightly out of position. He gets chunked for 25%, and it's been happening over and over and over. And even now, Homeboys still feeling that they're going to be able to close this out easy peasy, no problem.
I think that was the map was reflected, yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure that was a B.
I thought it was a B as well, because I think because they're red side and from their perspective is a B, from our perspective is a D.
It's mirrored. It's definitely mirrored. But you get the idea. I think Barracuda still have a very good chance in these upcoming team fights. It really depends on how AJ is able to make an impact, because so far he gets chunked out very early on, and then Zorn just starts encircling Eagle, forcing AJ to go so far away from the team fight that they have to back off.
Like, I'm not sure if you guys caught it, where the spot that Udil was in right now is exactly the spot where his ult can hit reach anywhere, almost 90% of the map, anywhere he wants right now. That's crazy.
Using it to scout out, maybe see if there's an opportunity to blink in. But right now, they don't really have enough information about the positions of all the Barracuda players, so they shouldn't just blind diversion in here. We saw that they got quite a lot of gold from that previous Lord push. We'll be able to get this bottom tier 2 with no problem.
Hey, are they just going to leave Chibi there?
Okay, Chibi, he's going to try and force a fight as well. Zorn gets him up on AV. They won't try and stop the intersection as well. Double stun comes in. Heavy spin fighting pins on 2. It's great, but Zorn is going to try and bait the back lines trap, taking a little bit too much damage to commit to the Zaman Force as well. But Nets, he will blow them up as well. The damage is too good. Aima will fall. But little did they know, behind Heisu is looking for the play. But the diversion to get out! Heisu can't even make a play! What an escape from Homeboys! What an escape!
They're not even using it to escape. They have no idea he's back there. They're just getting a shortcut to the Lord now that they've gotten the tower.
I mean, it's game sense, right? We haven't seen Jesus show up on any side of the map other than the top side. So we can only assume that he's trying to flank through mid or flank through our in enemy territory jungle. So we might as well just take the Lord and close this game out.
I don't know if that's just unlucky of Heisu or it's just luck or what, but like, yeah, I know. Oh, there's Lord. Let's rush the Lord. Great.
Oh.
But at the same time, I felt bad for Barracuda because it felt like they had the play right there, but nope, nowhere to be found. Bye-bye.
They find Udil, though.
They definitely found Udil, and that's going to be big because Udil is one of the specialists when it comes down to these types of siege. His abilities, oh my god!
Okay, he's going to try and burst him down as well. He's got the damage, but the Lord slowing, bling, Mo down as well. Trap still holding on to Zaman Force to try and clear this out. GB still continuing with the pressure. They don't have Udil, but they still have Nets. Lord being cleared out as well. Inhibitor also still stands. But again, like I said, the pick-off of Udil was huge for Barracuda. And this is going to stop the siege from Homeboys for now. But Retribution, wait, what, huh?
They're trading Retribution.
Okay. Doesn't matter. They've got the gliding
Run
thing.
at him!
AJ, oh no, he's going to get caught out. Do they want to dive this though? I think they want to.
They can.
Oh, Heavy Spin comes in. AV getting poked away by Nets here. Circling Eagle comes in. 2-man stun from the Zorn. They need to get out. Taunt doesn't connect on trap, but Eve will be caught out by the true damage of carry. The tank slayer, Appraiser's Wrath comes in. Doesn't matter. 5-man from Homeboys. Now, going for the burst as well. Hayes from behind, looking for the flag, but Subpart is gonna get picked off. The crystal is exposed. Homeboy is a little bit too late. They're focusing the crystal. Jesus, not enough time. Homeboys takes game 1.
Woo! They took it slow and steady. Definitely playing around just a little bit. Definitely didn't need to lose Udil there, but still were able to find the opportunity. The players of the Homeboys still operating at a much higher level compared to their adversaries and are now one game away from denying Barracuda a chance to move up further in the rankings.
I think this is just great experience coming from some of their key players, right? They've discussed They've discussed scenarios, they've discussed set plays for certain things to happen, and that's when you see Homeboys just hit that next level. With these set plays, it's all coordinated.
Oh boy, that was I did not expect the match to be that close, to be honest. Like today's, we talk about Saru Saturday, it's all about expected, unexpected, but for that game to be this close against the top 2 team, what the heck happened to Barracuda Esports? Like, why are they in the bottom place?
I mean, this is just a lot of time being spent together. Good chemistry amongst the team, and more importantly, the fact that they've been working for this long together as this particular main 5 in the lineup. I mean, obviously, Homeboys are clearly leagues ahead of them as of right now, but then could you imagine if they both started at square one during week 1? Would have been 2 very different teams.
Yeah, I think we always knew that Barracuda Esports was a pretty strong early game team, so getting to see them build up that experience and synergy, as well as having strong picks in the Paquito and the Harif, allowed them to make pretty big plays. But MVP of the game still has to go over to Chibi. I think he is still the player that most effectively uses that energy eruption in an aggressive manner.
Oh yeah, no, he's definitely like the, I mean, considering that his KDA is only 1 and 12 is kind of abysmal, but still, he's playing Fredrin and he's basically the embodiment of a JoJo character. He literally turned around, saw AJ, and was like, I'm gonna run you down, and proceeds to run him down.
It's crazy, right? Like, I think Chibi is just so annoying to a point that Barracuda just didn't know how to deal with it. Like, I've never seen a Fredrin this annoying in a long time, but at the same time, because there is a Matilda, every single time, Chibi will have this safety net to just get out of safety.
I mean, he's got like a disgusting good eye for looking. I mean, you look at his itemization, right? He just knows that magic damage is going to be the major issue of this game. He covers the burst, he covers his sustainability, and then he gets an early brute force breastplate and says, hey, when I'm dealing with Paquito, I need like a couple of people. Once I get the Sky Guardian's helmet, he's not an issue anymore.
100% kill participation as well right from the start of the game, because he was already really comfortable in the jungle. Having Zorn to pull him around and speed up his jungle speed as well as it is invade speed, we can see that Chibi is very confident, and there is a reason why he named himself 3 times in the Dream Jungler video. I do gotta give props. I think Hesu was what was keeping Barracuda Esports in this game for as long as it did, but still not quite enough until the very end.
Yeah, we needed just a little bit more coming out of AJ, right? Again, his peel is so very important, and even Homeboys recognize that he is a little bit of an issue. That's why they chunk him out. They focus on 2 things. Either keep AJ out of the picture, or if EV overextends, they take away their main team fight initiator. And most importantly, if they put Amal behind, or if they kill him, it's instantly a neutral objective take. Each one of these roles has a, well, let's say a profit benefit to each one of the classes.
No, that's the thing about the team fights that Barracuda has been facing, right? Like, the main damage output here is both coming from Trap and AJ, but every single time Trap tries to drop a Zaman Force here, he's either getting zoned out or just gonna be forced to walk in towards awkward space. And this kind of limits the overall damage output that Barracuda needs to do to chip the back lines. Who do they focus? Like, do they get Udil? Do they get Zorn? Do they get Nets? Because as of yet, early game, focusing on Nets, great. They've got the good idea. But Homeboys, on the other hand, once they got to the later stage of the game, Nets is at a stage where if you walk one step wrong, like one small mistake, I'm going to get free light wheels on the tanks from Eevee, Amal, which completely, we've seen multiple times now, Amal just dropping so quick because of the true damage from this carry.
Despite that, though, Trap actually still ended up doing a little bit more damage than Nets throughout the game. He had such a lead early on. He was winning out his lane. He was switching lanes to the other side, getting free towers on the opposite side of the map. But once it came to these big team fight situations, there wasn't enough peel. Like AV and Amal were getting melted a little bit too quickly by Nets and Udil, so there was no comfortable place for Trap to position himself to dish out the DPS.
Yeah, I think the hardest part with this was every time as Terrence said, if you drop down that Zaman Force, right, you have to worry about the 2 main members zoning him away from the Zaman Force. Because keep in mind, whenever you Chrono Dash, you have to at least touch or cross that line to get that full refresh after you auto attack. And Udil purposefully is making sure he's positioning himself in front of the tank so the splash damage ends up touching Trap and then drops the rotation on top of the Zaman Force. If not, Suppot just goes straight for him with the Electro Final Blow to cover the entire length of it.
Yeah, that's why it's very annoying to do work here. And technically, even though the damage output is similar for Trap and Nets, think about it this way. Technically, it shouldn't be that 50-50. We're talking about Harif with unlimited first skills and unlimited second skills in the fight. Technically, those AoE damage should be doing way much more than a single target carry.
It's just the positioning. It makes it very difficult. Like, Loi is the ultimate solution to these front-to-back team fight compositions, and we saw how Udil was able to do so. There were once or twice where Hesu was able to catch him out, but even those were very rare cases that Hesu needed to be able to recreate consistently, otherwise Udil just melts their entire front line. Not to mention having Sapat to think about melting your entire back line as well.
Yeah, no, I think Barracuda, a couple of things they could have done right is instead of blind picking the Paquito, probably should have been the blind pick into the Benedetta to guarantee a way to kind of like cut the back line away, and whoever is still in the front line after they disengage with Zorn's Guiding Winds, at the very least, you guarantee one with that. So that's only the slightest of adjustments they could have done. Hesu inevitably just blind picked into it, and even so, it was difficult for him to actually apply damage that sticks on the right targets.
Well, speaking of total killings right now here, it seems like 50,000, you know, it comes from the shields from Harif, the heals coming from Minotaur, the heals coming from Amao as well. To be honest, this game, I feel like it was a pretty solid 50-50 game. Like, it could have gone either ways. It came down to execution and mistakes here. But of course, you know, Homeboys, they definitely had a little bit more confidence when it comes to taking these fights, rather than Barracuda has been a little bit more reactive to the movements of Homeboys rather instead.
Yeah, it was quite 50-50 in the earlier stages, but then once we got to the mid-game phase, you could easily see that Homeboys has a lot more confidence, a lot more experience, and just better communication overall in terms of how they want to approach the team fight. Like, again, this is the problem with Barracuda. They are not very good once you hit those later stages of the game because they're still lacking the experience to be able to shot call every single facet of the team fight. So it relies on a lot of like reactive individual gameplay, which just isn't going to be enough against one of the top teams here.
Well, let's have a look at the overall just Hall of Famers here, right? Rich Guy going over Nets, the carry going over to Udil, no questions about that. Sandbag going over to Amal, and Best Wingman going over to Chibi. Not used to seeing that too often, but hey man, after a game like that, I'm feeling real refreshed after the past 2 games.
To be honest, yeah, I agree. And at the same time as well, Chibi is the best wingman and the MVP. Like, what more can you ask from a jungler, right? Like, how can a Frederick get so many kills? And to be honest, I felt like he did his job really well as one of the most flexible junglers in MPL MY. But again, I really want to see him play an assassin now, rather than the traditional Frederick Martis.
Well, you're gonna have to ask Barracuda to let Nolan through. And I'm pretty sure that's not going to happen.
I want to see Hayabusa or something like that.
Oh my god, of course. He needs to play his signature Z-Long, of course. It all makes sense now. That was their ultimate plan.
Yep. Well, I mean, Hellcat is a possibility, but I'm pretty sure that it's going to be something that's consistently respected here because we know that Chibi is the consistent player that always has it in his back pocket. But we'll see. There's always a chance that their opponents let their guard down. Either way, let's go ahead and have a look at the match highlights for this game brought to you by Republic of Gamers here and see exactly what happened.
To be fair, we did see Barracuda end up banning out the Hellcurt anyways, so it's not like we could have seen it regardless. We'll see for the next upcoming game, but man, Homeboys really playing super disrespectfully, using their pressure to make sure they got the outer tier camps, but this was the big turnaround for Barracuda, where they finally found some kills on Trap, allowing him to get really huge in this game. The next tempo breakers when Subbot is able to 1v3 in that backline, almost finding the kill onto Trap, but then Homeboys turn it around with a huge reversal thanks to the diversion, on top of the fact that we even saw Nets flickering forward to try to get those last couple of autos into Trap.
Yeah, again, every single time they try to start a fight as well, Nets is just nowhere to be found, right? Like, every single time, sorry, not Nets, I mean Trap is nowhere to be found. And they've reached a stage where, oh, great, then one big fight they did good, no, Trap was able to drive a Zeppelin Force. But other than that, every single time the Zeppelin Force was used, what can he do out of this situation? He's just getting zoned out, he's getting bullied out of fights here. He can't utilize it completely. And that's something that I think Homeboys understood where their main damage output was and just, hey, you know what? Come at me. You know, I've got Chibi, full magic defense here. If you come at me, I'm just going to taunt you all the way through. And if you have a standing Harif, that pretty much means there's no damage at all.
When you get the really high level MLBB gameplay, it starts to become something akin to a chess match, where you do need to be able to not just play your own game very well, but be able to read your opponent and potentially outmaneuver them, especially when you find yourself behind. Unfortunately, Barracuda Esports has not shown the experience to be able to do things like this the same way that Homeboys was able to show already. Therefore, again, uphill battle in this match. I'm really hoping that we get to see Barracuda Esports show us a little bit more of that hidden potential, but for now, we're gonna have to see what happens as we talk about the promotion system to MPL MY through MAL.
This one's kind of interesting. I think some people are going to be either on the fence, one side or the other, for yay or nay. I think at the end of the day, I've been asking for the longest of times, hey, we need our own version of the MDL, and we got the MAL. Yes, it's still in early, very much in early growth for the Tier 2 scene, but I still think that it is an important league to have to show that not only do we have presence in the grassroots, but at the very least, we are interested in cultivating actually good players.
That's not what I heard in your interview with Lafel.
Yeah, I did say that the MAL, they sucked. they look so bad right now, but it's only uphill from here, right? You gotta start somewhere.
No, to be honest, I agree with you. Like, I feel like the system itself is great to provide opportunities to cultivate player talents, for sure. But the players there, it seems like some are in a situation where they are here to really, really try out to make a career here, and some are just, I don't know what I'm doing there. And of course, like you said as well, it's an infant stage as well. It's the first ever season here. And I feel like over time, it's all about maturity. And look at us, MPL MY. After so many years, who would have expected we have got so many people coming to us just to watch a regular season? Think about it.
It takes many years of growth to be able to reach the level that the league has now. So let's give MAL some time. And we're going to buy that time by talking about the power distribution between Chibi as well as Amal, where Chibi definitely leading quite heavily in terms of average turtle kills.
Yeah, no, he is just known. I mean, when you have the Homeboys as brand, I mean, it's part of their admission fee. It's like, you got to show us that you can steal away at least a Lord or at least a turtle at some point of time, with or without your jungler. And everybody always checks that box.
Yeah, and speaking of fighting him as well here, you know, I think one thing about this match is that despite Chibi having a very, very high average turtle kill here, you have to give props to his Amal, because he was doing so much work in this game. Like, in terms of overall retributions, in game 1 itself, Amal was actually beating Chibi on the counter mode here, just because of the heavy speed timing. So even though the numbers are skewed onto his Chibi in terms of overall consistency, I feel like Amal did a fantastic job in game 1. However, here we go. You guys know what time it is this year. Here it comes. They are gonna roll the dice. What's it is? Is that an Alucard skin?
Yeah, this is one of the base skins we don't care.
Yeah, I don't care. Okay,
come on. All right.
Oh,
baby.
Okay. Looks good. Bottom. Just anywhere on bottom.
Hey! Good pattern. Good pattern. Question is, what did he get? Kill!
Yo, once again, very nice. We're getting a lot of people rolling well today.
Yeah. Great luck. Great luck. Well, we'll never know. Now that we come back into this, I hope that the draft is going to change a little bit here, because it really came down to like such slim factors for Barracuda.
You know, I feel like opening up my phone and roll right now just for the fun of it.
I get what you mean. You're going to have to call the cameraman over here.
Because so far, like out of 10 people so far I've seen, I think maybe 1, 2, 3 don't get it. Everyone else gets it.
Yeah, but there's an MPL buff.
Oh, speaking of a message here, what hero does Zorn wants to use in the play of Chip? Because it's a hero that can connect with me and I can make a lot of plays with Chips. But Chips is always banned. What other hero do you have them try? But Selena, apparently. He wants to try to play Selena.
I feel like this is something you mentioned earlier.
Hey, wait a minute.
This is surprisingly accurate to what you said earlier.
Yeah, I was kidding about that. I mean, I do remember the times when Zorn was playing in like the earlier stages of Season 2 and Season 3 where Selena was very much meta, but man, times have changed since then.
Zorn just wants to play heroes that don't need to make a lot of effort, right?
What do you mean? Selena's got a lot of effort.
No, you see, on Chip, you're just kind of like floating around in a hovercraft.
Okay.
On Selena, you're just shooting arrows.
Yeah.
And waiting for one to hit. You know?
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Literally the exact same gameplay.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
They both cover a lot of distance and give vision. Clearly.
Okay. Not true, man. Like, I don't know what world you guys are in, man. Probably in some spaceship right now because I feel like I want to get a jumpsuit from Barracuda Esports.
Well, you could reach out to them afterwards. I do see where you're coming from. It looks very comfortable. I'd like to use one as pajamas myself. I think it would be very nice to sleep in. But for now, they're not going to be able to afford to sleep in it. They got to get their A game on, got to get the energies up because they are one game away from not being able to get a single point in their final match of the season. That's the last thing they want happening.
I can understand why he's relaxing here because our ini Amoy kita is here back. I can understand why he's very happy.
What?
If that makes sense.
Then I get where you're coming from, but I don't really think so.
All right, fair enough. But at the same time here, we are going to be expecting the draft to start off. And as soon as we say it here, it is going to be the draft phase here. It is going to be game 2. This is going to be Homeboys on the blue side and Barracuda on the red side this time. And of course, Angela band? What?
Yeah.
Okay. Same bands. Okay.
And making sure that Barracuda doesn't have heroes that will give them like free early games, I think does make sense for the side of the Homeboys. Barracuda still giving a lot of respect over to that chip. Probably will get rid of the Nolan as well.
Wouldn't be too surprised about it, but I think Barracuda on red side, it's probably the stronger side, right? They also get rid of the Harrod this time around, and that's just like, yeah, never get to play this hero anymore.
Like, we got to see it last game. That was just a fluke. We get to see the Roger being banned out as well. So a good amount of focus on these gold laners. Wait. They just let Nolan through.
They just let Nolan through. They want Homeboys to play Nolan.
Do it.
What's their plan against
I'm not seeing a reaction out of Chibi. I'm also not seeing a reaction out of Pops as well.
I don't think they realize that the Nolan is open as well.
I think they know that the Nolan is open, but they also have to consider some of the other factors here, right? There we go, finally.
Okay, Chibi is shaking his hands here. He's like, okay, let's go. We've seen the iconic high GPM record-breaking MPL MY. He's finally reacting. He's screaming his lungs out. Let's go, Chibi.
I mean, good luck, because Matilda and as well as Natan have both been locked in for the side of Barracuda. Strong picks here. Let's see how Homeboy respond to it. For all we know, I mean, Udil could still get the Loyi if he wants to here, which is totally fine. How do they pair it up with?
I'm not gonna lie, seeing the face on Jesus right now kind of reminds me that Malaysia needs to have a new genre. It's called M-pop rather than K-pop.
I see, okay.
Yeah.
Excuse me?
Very random, like, I gotta ask, where did this train of thought suddenly come
I don't know,
from?
like, when you see the camera panning onto Jesus' face, it's like, dude, he kind of reminds me like a guy who's straight out from the movies, man.
So yeah, as in, like, because he's good looking. So,
what do you mean? what do you mean, brother man?
So like basically he's good looking, so we should have a M-pop band with Jesus. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, Malaysia pop. Because he's in Malaysia, man.
But he's
like,
not from Malaysia.
I know, but he's in Malaysia right now.
It would be called MP pop at that point.
Okay.
Farsa gets locked in for the side of the Homeboys, and I'm not sure whether Frederick should have been the pick for this one. They might have, I don't know. They still have plenty of EXP laners, but I think, at least for the Homeboys, it's pretty straightforward what they're going to be banning. Barracuda on the other side respond by getting rid of the Kaja.
Okay, just to make sure that there's no real way for the Homeboys to punish the Fredrin. I mean, I can see where they're coming from with it, because having the tank jungler would provide more utility against something like the Nolan, but Farsa and Carry do have pretty good ways of melting him down, so it's a risky choice.
It's about holding him still, right? I think that Barracuda might even consider getting rid of things like Franco, or arguably even just get rid of the Cho, something that we know Zorn likes to play, right? Single target lockdown is good, and it's even better when Homeboys has plenty of damage output to capitalize on it.
Yeah, I think Cho would be a pretty good, solid choice here. We do see that Hellcat is left open at this stage, but I don't think we're going to see it here unless like Homeboys decides to go double assassin for some reason.
Or just tell, I'm sorry, Hesu, you're gonna have to play the Fredrin brother, man.
Okay. But
EXP life. just oh, you don't
impossible.
want to play that in the jungle? I'll take it, good sir.
I think as of now, Barracuda has a very, very strong front line, right? Like, I feel like Chibi is gonna struggle a little bit to cut the backlines just because of how difficult, how tanky Fredrin and Matilda can be as well. So this is gonna be a very, very big test for Chibi to actually prove himself to be the best assassin here in Malaysia, because right now he's got the highest record, but I feel like this game is going to be very difficult for him. Very, very difficult actually.
Very, very smart. Dude, oh man. Please give Hesu this Fredrin. Please give him Fredrin and please lock in the Hellcurt. It's such a good game for Hellcurt right now. They just need to make sure that the Cho doesn't fall into the hands of the homeboys. And I think even then, there's still plenty of counterplay for AML and the Hellcurt.
No, they're not going to go for it. They're going to pick the Novaria. I guess they may consider flexing in here, but that's the thing, right? If they pick the Hellcurt right here, right now, who's going to play it? Eevee?
Excuse me, what now?
No, you can give it to Amal.
No. If you give that, okay, fair enough. Yeah. Amal plays it and then Fredrin plays it as. Okay.
I'm sorry. Now you're mixing up Amal and Hesu. I don't know about you.
I'm mesmerized. Shut up.
So remember about that systematic racism I was talking about earlier? Clearly, you're not a racist. I take back my previous statement. You don't see race anymore. It's clear.
He's confusing between faces here.
Yeah. Homeboys.
How are you supposed to have your MP pop banned if you're confusing the members from one another, right?
I don't know, man. Maybe I confused with AJ, man.
Hey,
AJ used to be that guy.
AJ is understandable.
The MP pop army is not going to be happy with it. Ooh, Edith and as well as Grok.
I actually thought Edith might be a good choice to lock someone down for Farsa and Nolan, but looks like Homeboys will go for that alongside the EXP lane Grok.
Is this an Edith role? Oh yeah, it is an Edith role. But it feels like now Barracuda has just one solution, just like get double purifies and that's it, right? Like they're not going to be able to chain combo this year. Mojito for Hesu.
No, ideally, yes. I would have preferred the Cho in this particular situation, but I get... Wait, hold on. They put the Grok... Okay,
wait,
so they
Edith
throw
EXP?
Edith in the EXP. Interesting. So they want to sandbag it, but at the same time, they need something tanky there that can wave clear. All right. At the end of the day, Homeboys are playing off of two main combinations, either with Subbot or as well as Zorn to find these initial pickoffs. With enablers like Udil, Chibi, Nets, one of the three in combination. They need three of them in the early game, two of them in the later stages of the game. Barracuda, straightforward composition, play front to black, make sure that Eevee is able to pull the right targets out, and most importantly, cancel out that feathered airstrike, and it's GG, well played.
Well, we gotta see if this is gonna be another record-breaking here in MPL NY as Homeboys decides to pull a pocket strat here against the Barracudas. And of course, Barracudas fighting for their dear lives. Can they get the point that they need to survive relegations? As we are going to be heading into the Land of Dawn, this is Game 2, Homeboys versus Barracuda Esports.
As Barracuda Esports marches into their respective lanes, there is but one question in their minds. What is it that they can do to make sure this is not the last time they witness the Land of Dawn for this season? We'll see, because Homeboys are the ones standing in their way. Anything unusual with the emblems? Doesn't look like it.
Yep, early rotation from Udil though.
Ow, okay, this is a lot of damage.
Oh, very.
That's dirty.
That's so much value here. Oh, AJ. Okay.
Dear God. Oh, dirty boy. So he basically takes 3 out of the 4 minions, gives the last one over to Zorn, rotates over to the top side to make sure that he can catch, Hesu before he hits level 2. Pretty smart. As an EXP laner, that pisses me off so much. Yeah, I'd be furious.
I get what you mean. That's perfect management of EXP resources, just to deny your opponent as much as possible. And we can even see on the opposite side of the map, and that is denying any gold lane access from Trav, not allowing him a chance to win out that lane like in game 1.
Yep, and you know what's the craziest part? Udil, he decided to rotate, taking 3 out of the 4 minions that he got from the mid lane, and still is on par with AJ at level 3. He missed nothing.
This is efficiency managed at its max here. Homeboys have practiced this opening multiple times just from the way you can see they're rotating right now.
That's the thing, right? Like, they need to get this 4 up before the first turtle. This has always been the objectives for Homeboys. They need to get those 4s before the first turtle. And as of yet, they're in position, but it seems like they're trying to punish rotations out of Barracuda rather than force a turtle. But seems like Amal already revealed themselves here. They don't see anyone, but GB is looking for the pick. But Eve says, I'm going to sidestep this. I don't care. I'm going to steal the purple buff instead.
He really waited that long just to lure Eevee into a false sense of security. He does give up the turtle in order to get purple buff, though.
Yeah, I'm totally fine with this because, again, a lot of the damage coming in from Homeboys, they probably need at least one item before they actually are able to pump up some real damage, especially for Udil. He needs 2 specifically. Chibi, just 1. Ideally, if he's even further ahead, 2. And Nets, he needs 3 items. So it's going to take some time.
Yeah, and as of now, seeing Sapat is losing a level against Hesu is kind of worrisome, but we've seen that before in the previous round with his Benedetta. But as of now, Zorn, he's going to try and delay aim out as much as he can, and oh no, he's not. Ball charge and they steal it under, right?
I was thinking that maybe even use the Feathered Airstrike. It'd be funny as well, but they guarantee it. Look, gee, he's already 2 levels ahead.
What? That was so fast. What?
It's actually, there is a reason why he has the highest GPM score on this hero. Like, they really haven't. Oh, wow.
Okay.
Wait.
Oh! First blood in the hands of Zorn, and now can he get out? Yes, he can with the help of Udil as Chibi continue to steal resources away, but doesn't want to risk his life at jeopardy. But as soon as I say this here, he's gonna get punched by Hesu. He's gonna go for the KO. Chibi! Oh my God, he survives, and he's gonna be okay.
Just barely. Oh, Nats could be in some trouble here.
Oh no, Nats.
Help!
Get, no, okay.
Need an adult!
Go.
I am the adult! They backed off so quick. What was that? What happened there? They didn't even get his flicker.
Why didn't they try to commit? But I feel like they had enough damage. Interesting choice here from Barracuda. We're definitely seeing them start to make some interesting plays because of the Homeboys pressure.
Well, I think it's because Udil disappeared off of the map and they basically knew that he had the wings by wings to actually close the distance. Worst comes to worst, they're going to have to try this dive underneath the Feathered Airstrike, which probably doesn't sound too ideal.
That would have been really sick if Zorn actually stole the buff away, but again, Turtle now in the hands of Amal. Again, Chibi very dependent on the purple buff. He doesn't have it this prior fight. They are going to try and stall this and force an issue here. Again, level 8 as compared to Amal, but the wall blocks comes in. He's going to try and burst down the Turtle before Amal comes in. Circle Eagle comes in. Chibi wins the Turtle trade. And now they are going to force the issue. Amal trying to get out as well. He's got the gliding wind. He's going to be able to zip out of there as Homeboys. They may have secured the turtle, but the bottom gold plating goes in the hands of Trap.
Yeah, this is going really well for the Homeboys, honestly. 2.4k lead so far, 66% in the first 4 minutes for our AI winning prediction. Even the bots can figure out that Homeboys are currently in the lead.
They're in a very comfortable spot right now and they can continue pressing on this advantage. The only consolation for the Barracuda side is that Chibi hasn't gotten that many kills yet, so at least his snowball is not too bad, but he's still 2 levels up on Amal, so it's going to be difficult to keep him controlled since honestly, Barracuda doesn't have that much CC.
Yep, speaking of which here, they're going to make it a dive here. Hazel dropping a little bit too low. Can he escape? No, he cannot. Chibi finally gets the kill. He needs to snowball out of control. Level 10 right now. 5 minutes, 30 seconds into the game. What? How? But now bottom lane is not over yet. Zorn getting being zipped away. Barracuda trying to pick them all apart here. Can they get out? Yes, they can. Chibi takes a turret up top while Barracuda gets absolutely nothing but a tier 1 down bottom.
This whole time, Chibi has been pushing on that top side, continuing to gain more gold and EXP against Amal, right? He's 2 levels ahead of him so far.
Oh boy, ouch. That's some serious damage here. AJ forced to recall back Chibi. Looking for the pick here. He's again 3 levels ahead of him. Huh?
He has played FSC.
3 levels ahead of Amal, and he's gonna one-shot Amal potentially. Oh, okay. You know, still surviving, and oh, okay, Zorn looking for the snipes coming in, trying to find people here. I thought the wall is gonna extend a little bit further, but not happening. Surpa now, half HP. No damage coming in from Barracuda. Ema still gonna force the issue. He's all by himself though. No, wait, why are you alone? He's gonna get picked off. He's dead. He's gone. Appraiser's Wrath not connecting. Here comes the Astro Echo coming in here. Do they want to force a fight? No, they do not. They just don't have the tools to commit to this fight. Subban getting pushed away by Jesus, but again, Chibi not getting the kills he's looking for.
That was an incredibly questionable decision by Amal there. There was no reason for him to chase that far, especially when he doesn't have vision on where most of the homeboys are and has pretty good reason to believe that they're gonna be near the objective. He just threw his life away for nothing.
Pretty much. And
oh no, Hazel looking for the punch. No, that's left as well. They're going for the counterplay. Get outplayed. And now AJ forced to get out of the map. The walk of shame home once again as Homeboys gets a very, very nice pick on Hesu.
Yeah, as soon as I saw the War Axe on Hesu, considering where they're currently at, and especially if he does miss the champion stats, Chibi is fine.
Yeah,
he'll get out of it.
I don't think they can kill him, man. Like, they just don't have the damage.
Not yet. Not without Trap, right? And Trap just got his Starlium Scythe.
Again, not enough consistency. See, if Barracuda is dependent on having Amal catch people with energy eruption, well, I doubt he's gonna be able to recreate the same success as Chibi.
Oh, Hesu now forced to back off as well. Oh, wait. The two-man taunt looks good as well. Subban needs to get out, and he's going to be A-okay unless he flickers out, and he will do so. And Udil now in an awkward position. This might be a dead Farsa, but with the help of Subban and Ness, he's going to be A-okay. Zorn looks for the kill. Amal getting bursted down. Chibi as well looking for the huge flag. He's trying to burst damage as well, but he's not doing enough. But Barracuda will be able to back out in tier 2. And here comes the snipe coming in from AJ. But it's not enough. Homeboy still very tanky. Purple buff in the hands of Homeboy. Snipe not connecting once again, but Hesu, they're bringing the full cavalry. They want to burst him down. Can they do so? Chibi going for a side step. He eventually falls. Hesu finds him at the last moment as Barracuda struggling for the longest of time, but got the biggest pick that they need.
Nicely done. Barracuda, at least they were able to, shut down Chibi, but I think the damage has already been done. He's 3 levels ahead of Amal, and Amal should only be able to close the distance by just 1 level before Chibi is back up and running, and that's why you see the Homeboys now. They're very protective of the jungle. You can see that even Zorn is positioning himself in no man's land on the top side river just to ensure if his buff is still going to be up, if he sees anybody deciding to cross that section of the map.
And right now, Barracuda are going to be hedging a lot of their bets onto Trap. He's only about 1k behind on gold compared to Nets. So on an Atan, that's going to actually add up to a good amount of DPS. They got to make sure he stays safe and has enough positioning and space to actually dish out damage.
Wait, what? Hostile Eagle, wait, what? They're diving Udil straight up with that play. Hesu will lose his life. They got Udil, but Subban now is isolating the rest of the team here. He's going to try and buy time, but again, he still has the Primal Wrath to do some serious damage here. Barracuda going for an all-in push, loses Hesu. That means Chibi, still alive, can still potentially threaten Trap. But it seems like they will back out for now. Chibi heading up top side instead to steal the orange buff and clear the minions.
Yeah, for the first time we actually see that Udil making a mistake, right? Disrespecting Eevee a little bit. Didn't realize Hesu was so nearby.
Oh, they saw Chibi up top. They're going to try to force the issue before Chibi makes in, but at the same time, it's a little bit too late.
No!
He's gonna die. They made a mistake. They didn't realize how quickly Chibi was gonna arrive, and now Homeboys mowing down the Lord immediately in the hands of Homeboys as Barracuda tried to make a play, and now Hesu tried to do as much as he can. He's gonna get mowed down as well, and Chibi with a killing spree. It might be over. It might be over for the Barracudas as Homeboys is gonna end their journey right here, right now.
Yeah, I think all momentum from Barracuda has been stifled. They were still able to make plays across with Hesu by picking off members like Chibi and Udil. He was basically the only consistent source of DPS they could find with that. But now that the Paquito has died twice in a row, he is gonna fall behind and not have enough pressure to do the same anymore.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going for the Hunter Strike despite going for Lethal Ignition here. I think that might have been it's a little sad. I definitely think it should have been a second item, but he still needs anti-heal at the end of the day. There's just so much raw damage from the side of the Homeboys to deal with, and now the siege is going to happen, and you know what happens with these artillery mages. I'm waiting for that Feather Airstrike to pop.
Oh boy, now seeing how this is happening as well, Barracuda holding on for the dear lives, managing to defend for now. Chibi a little bit too low. Homeboys No choice but to back off. Sabah taking a little bit too much. Do they want to dive this as well? They've got the vision. They should go. It's go, go, go. Here it comes. Circling Ego. They're focusing on Sabah. Somehow taking a long time to die, but will still get it here. Trap still trying to poke onto his nets, but will force to back out instead. They managed to find an opening pick, but still, it's a very, very difficult one for Barracuda to make a comeback still.
Huge buy coming in from Chibi. He now has the Blade of Despair, which is great, but right now he kind of needs Udil and as well as Nets to scale up a little bit faster into this game, especially Udil, who can actually safely pump out that feathered airstrike damage out. But the problem right now is that he can't really... Udil can't really cut through the main frontline tanks, right? Even Amal, he's taking significant damage compared to the rest of his compatriots, but not low enough for Chibi to kill him instantly.
Yeah, that's gonna come down to Nets here, and it's gonna be dependent on Zorn and Sabah to actually create the space that Nets needs to dish out damage. But we can see that the members of Barracuda, despite being 9k behind, are actually starting to scale up to be a little bit annoying. So doesn't look like it's a problem for the homeboys.
The try is like, wait. It's not correct yet.
BP.
It's still mirrored. It's still mirrored. They think that they're on the mirrored side now, even though they're on blue. Oh, that's funny. That is funny. And the Barracudas, they have to show their respects here. 8k ahead are the homeboys, and there's not much they can really do about this as homeboys slowly and surely will choke them out.
Well, speaking of choke right now, seems like Barracuda, they're recalling back to defend against the top lane here. Chibi just, very, very annoying here, going for a split push pressure here. They're so annoyed by the fact that they can't stop Chibi unless... okay, not gonna make an attempt here. Eve out of range for the Circling Eagle, just barely connecting to try and one-shot him.
We do have to note, once we get into the late phases, Trap actually matches up pretty well against Nets. The Natan is pretty scared.
Oh, wall charge comes in, connects on, forces the Purify to get out. Barracuda got absolutely no value out of the trade here. And this is going to be huge for homeboys.
Has Udil not been scaling? He's like 2 levels down on Nets. Are they just funneling all the gold into Nets when it comes down to the lane? Oh, there's the Holy Crystal. Okay, never mind.
Okay.
Just taking a moment because he has been roaming around the map with his team more than farming by himself. They've been leaving Chibi and Nets to get most of the farm.
Yeah, speaking of farm right now, Amal getting zoned out by Sabah here, jumping around, doing jumping checks in front of the Lord. Lord gets resetted. Wall blocking the back lines as well. Circling Eagle popping on Zor, not exactly sure why. He's going to try to get out and save Amal out. And it's going to be A-OK. Lord absolutely free for now for homeboys. Barracuda a little bit late for the reaction here. Wall charge connects the dot Amal. He needs to get out. Can he do so? Goes for the side step, but a better airstrike right at the edge. Catches him as well. Eve not having the gliding win for him. Mistakes, and homeboys capitalize.
Homeboys may be capitalizing here, but I feel like Hesu, as of right now, he's really scared of dying again, right? He's not even showing presence on the map just so that he doesn't get picked off. He knows he's the weakest link because he doesn't necessarily have the most reliable disengage mechanics compared to the rest of his teammates. But at the same time, I would have imagined that at least showing your presence to make sure that homeboys has to second guess their decisions at the very least, or put them at odds with each other.
Oh boy, now inhibitor comes in as well. Circling Eagle, they're trying to force a reaction out of this. Barracuda losing the inhibitors. Lord still standing here. Zor is still looking for the play, but Sabah looking for the catch. Ave sidesteps his way through. Can they burst down the Edith? No, they cannot. The Immortality still stands, but the wall charge from Zor stops their tempo. GB going for the burst, but they somehow hold on. Eve trying to pull trap into the play here, but the damage from GB too much. Gets the Eve in the process. And now Barracuda still trying their best to defend. Homeboys looking for round 2. But looks like they're just waiting.
Homeboys are just nonchalantly getting drive-by kills here. We're 16 minutes in, a 13, nearly 14,000 net worth lead for the homeboys. Among the biggest we have seen so far. We'll be very curious what Chibi's GPM is this game, considering he's nearly 8k ahead of Amal specifically.
Dear God.
Okay, Sapat looking for the stun here. Trap purifies away as well, but no! Udil getting one-shotted backlines as well. Ness trying for the fight as well. Trap, he got in for the backlines. He tried to fight the Nets, but this is the Wonder Boy we're talking about. And Nets was able to outclass them. 3v3, Sapat, Chibi, and Shorn. Now very, very low. Nets actually coming back from the sidelines, still has the immortality. It's up to EB and AJ. They need to find a break of play. Amal getting zipped away, but GB has been waiting for him. He goes in for the push. The winter truck gets swapped. GB still survives. Crystal is down. It is over for the Barracudas. Homeboys undefeated for thus far. 8-kill winning streak. 8 winning streak thus far throughout here in MPL MY.
Man, Homeboys woke up at the right side of the bed. GG, well played. Outclassing their counterparts in Barracudas. But man, they put up a good fight. I gotta give it to both teams. They put on a show.
Barracudas showing us that there's a lot more hidden potential than we would have expected before. And Homeboys continuing to demonstrate their dominance in their fighting potential. The way that they juggle the damage, the way that Chibi was waiting for the pull-out and just stopping there to get that kill, to get that win. It's a well-deserved victory here and means that Barracuda will have to fight for their lives against DX Origins. For now though, let's go ahead to the winners interview alongside Rose and Homeboys on stage.
Officially securing the upper bracket untuk playoffs yang akan datang. 2-0, 3 mata penuh untuk sang burung hantu, Homeboys. First of all, hi everybody, say hi.
Sihat, Alhamdulillah.
Yang lain tu busy cakap. So kita cakap dengan Zon dulu. Okay, so sekarang you guys dah officially secure upper bracket untuk regular season. So, pasukan mana yang you guys nak jumpa?
SRG.
Kenapa SRG?
Sebab itu salah satunya lawan kita orang kot.
Tapi SRG ni you guys boleh jumpa kalau dorang menang game dorang, korang menang game korang. So, maksud tu your first match korang nak jumpa siapa?
First match First match.
Sebab yang you guys kalahkan dekat first match akan balik terus.
Oh, Todak.
Kenapa Todak?
Tapi yang penting Todak kena keluarkan Ciku lah nak tengok dia punya Roma kan.
Wow! Okay, kita dah cakap pasal Roma ni. So, I nak tanya, Zon, kenapa first item grok awak adalah BOD? Ingat I tak nampak ke?
Dia sebab tak memang macam tu sebab grok saya daripada dulu sebenarnya kalau korang nak tahu grok first item. Bukan grok, BOD first item tapi rasanya macam tunggu timing yang paling kena lah. So macam lawan Barracuda kan. Barracuda baru best kan. Enemy bosan. Ya Allah. Sebenarnya enemy tu lah yang buatkan saya akan keluarkan bro BOD.
I see. So dia ikut situasi lah. Usually keluarkan kat rank, kadang-kadang dekat MPL. Betul. Siapa punya idea? Awak punya ke team?
Diorang semua tak setuju.
Oh, diorang semua tak setuju? Ingat kalah ke?
Ya, sebenarnya diorang was-was sikit lah, tapi tak apa kan. Barracuda.
Okay. Si Sepat ni tadi Sepat tengah menari. Sepat, sini sikit. Sepat. Minggu lepas Sepat cakap Mal akan keluarkan hari ni. So Sepat ni sebenarnya scam Rose ke? Apa jadi?
Sorry semua.
Macam tu je. So adakah Mal ni ialah secret weapon untuk Homeboys dengan playoffs yang akan datang? Ni member nak scam lagi ni. Korang record ah?
Mungkin. Saya tak nak janji apa-apa dengan korang.
Alright guys, kita sebelum continue interview kita, apa kata kita cakap dulu pasal MVP? Alright, so guys, Flame Boys, siapa yang MVP untuk korang? Okay, apa kata kita tengok MVP kita in 3, 2, 1. Jeng. MVP untuk game ni jatuh kepada Chibi. Alright. Wow. Okay, well, Chibi happy semacam hari ni.
Ya, betul.
Okay, Chibi. Tadi dalam video, orang suruh rate jungler. Tapi kenapa awak rate diri sendiri?
Sebab dekat Malaysia tak ada lawan.
Okay, dia cakap dekat Malaysia tak ada lawan. So sekarang, Chibi tengah pegang rekod GPM paling tinggi.
Betul.
Dekat international scene, you rasa ada boleh lawan Chibi tak sebagai jungler?
Yang tak tahu kot. Mungkin ada kot Kyrie ataupun Kyle lah.
Wow, dia aim high Kyrie ataupun Kyle.
Yes.
Kenapa dua tu?
Sebab dua-dua tu idol saya.
Wow. Alright. Okay, can we please pass it to Nets?
Nets. Angga Limo. Kumusta.
Wow. Dah pandai cakap Tagalog juga. Okay, Nets. Kanina bakit ka sumasayaw?
Pargoy.
So tadi I tanya, kenapa yang menari tadi? Dia cakap tak ada lah, Pargoy je. You guys ni ajar dia bukan-bukan. Dia Melayu. Okay, so Nets, we haven't yet seen you play a gold laner outside of the meta. Will we be seeing you play a different type of gold lane this coming playoffs? Or do you want to play a gold laner but Coach Pubs haven't bagi yet?
Coach lah bagi dari hero. Coach selalu hari cari.
Tengok dia bacot coach sendiri. Go, continue. Selalu bagi hari carry, you nak main apa?
Banyaklah.
Satu je.
Export gold.
Export gold. Arlot gold. Coach. Coach Pubs. Coach Jeb. Coach Jeb. Kejap, kita tanya boleh ke tak? Coach Jeb.
Dah.
Kita tanya. Okay, Coach Pubs sila jawab. Boleh ke tak Arlot gold dengan export gold?
Boleh. Next nak main apa kita bagi.
Okay, so kalau I rasa boleh lah kot kalau Grok BOD first item boleh jalan. I rasa Arlot dengan Xbox pun boleh eksperimen lah kan? Kan apa bracket ada dua nyawa.
Betul. Tapi kalau korang rasa Grok Hisham main Grok BOD tu dah pelik, korang tak tengok scream dia lagi pelik. Macam-macam hero dia buat.
Wow, expose terus. Okay, so sebelum apa, let's pass it to Udil. Pargoy. Wow, Pargoy Okay, Udil.
Ya kak?
I ada satu soalan.
Sorry, apa?
Dalam satu video, AJ kata, Homeboys kena hati-hati dengan Barracuda. Apa yang Udil nak cakap kepada statement tu?
Wah kak, aku ni lagi jaga semuanya positif. Sebab kami nak ke playoff kan. Lepas tu nak jumpa SRG kan. Kami tak nak ambil karma banyak-banyak lah. Cuman tadi aku tengok teammate-teammateku semua sudah kelakar doh. So tadi pun ada cakap dari AJ kan bahwa jumpa Homeboys atau bla itu. Kami tak bermain-main dengan Barakadut guys. Sorry to say guys. Tak ada Barakadut tuh bukan level kami. Bukan. So terus tengok ke bawah, jangan tengok ke atas. Kami ini burung hantu kuat. Ingat itu.
Wow! Alright.
Astagfirullahalazim.
Udil, okay. Sebelum I throw you guys off, ini adalah last match Homeboys for this regular season. So, apa yang Udil nak cakap kepada Flame Boys yang datang dan juga tengah tengok dekat rumah. And don't forget, suruh dorang support you guys dekat playoffs yang akan datang.
Okay. Kalian udah tahu lah guys aku nak cakap apa. Terima kasih banyak atas dukungan kalian. Ramai juga tiba-tiba. Terima kasih banyak untuk Flame Boys. Tanpa dukungan kalian, kami bukan siapa-siapa. Dan jangan lupa sokong kami di playoff. Sebab aku rasa kami takkan ada spirit, takkan ada semangat kalau tak nampak kalian di sana. So, thank you so much guys once again. Thank you so much. Gua sayang kalian.
Alright, terima kasih kepada Udil dan juga Homeboys. You guys may now go. Udah. Okay. You guys may now go celebrate your victory. Takut I bila Udil yang last pegang mic nanti tiba-tiba ada mic drop ke apa. Risau. Anyways, itu dia untuk seru Saturday kita. Wrapping it up with our upper bracket secured. 3 mata penonton Homeboys top 2 secured, meaning dorang akan main di upper bracket pada playoffs nanti. Tapi sebelum we wrap up our day, let us throw it back to the casters untuk mendapat tahu macam mana sang burung hantu tutup game dengan 2 berbalas kosong. Casters, silakan.
They may have clean gameplay in the Land of Dawn, but they sure have some spicy words to say when they're up on stage. The Homeboys secures their final victory of the Season 13 regular season, and we will get to witness their gameplay once again in the playoffs. Chibi being MVP of the match, very understandable once again, because honestly, is there nothing this man cannot do?
It's true. It's tough. I mean, look at that. Goal per minute 753, pretty average overall. Damage per minute a little bit lower than it usually is, but even on the Nolan, right? He's coming off with at least 7-2 and 14 total KDA. And remind you that at least 12 of those assists were from Fredrin, 1 death and 1 kill, both on Fredrin. Everything else, all this Nolan.
Yeah, and at the same time as well, Nolan doesn't have shoes at all. Like, maybe this might be the new build. Like, you have to play like a Fanny, no shoes, Fanny.
Well, that's because he had to sell his items at the very end, remember?
Fair enough. Oh yeah, he got the Winter Trunkin and the Immortality buff. Yeah, you're right.
He doesn't need boots when you've got like a 2-second, literally a cooldown of like a second worth of dash. He doesn't need the extra movement speed. He's already got the Hunter Strike. He's got everything underneath the sun, and he has a team that plays around him to help him get ahead.
You know, I was very surprised on how he was able to pull this off, considering how difficult of a draft Barracuda Esports had, right? Like, Nolan, you know, doesn't have the damage to actually burst EV at all, which is kind of surprising considering that EV doesn't go for any kind of defensive items throughout the early stage of the game. And I was expecting him to do more in the sense where, hey, he might be able to find AJ, he might be able to find Trap to a certain degree, but he hasn't been able to find those opportunities. And as soon as he did that, he's like, you know what, this is a waste of time. I'm just going to continue farm. And somehow he was just able to just get a 3-level lead against Amal because of it, which is crazy.
JB knows the rotations of Nolan by heart. He's clearly mastered the hero and is very comfortable with it. So you can see that the way that he rotates around, identifies his pathing throughout the jungle camps, is very clean. He knows exactly where he wants to be at any time, and the rest of the Homeboys will be around to try and deny Amal from farming his own jungle as well. That's how you can see the goal lead expanding so much between both these teams.
Yeah, I think, you know, the Homeboys, they understand if Chibi isn't there, it doesn't mean that they need to do absolutely nothing and focus on farming, right? There's always something to be proactively doing on the map, whether it be scouting for information on where Amal is or how many camps he has. Making sure that you have lane control is one of the signatures of Homeboys when it comes down to these drafts, right? If you leave Nets on an island against even an Atan, right? Put him in with a semi-decent matchup, he will make it work. So the rest of the Homeboys, as long as they prioritize their winning lanes, and more importantly so, they have pillars to rely on, which is Zorn and Udil in this case. Oh, well, I would even throw Subbot in that mixture, right? Edith into the Paquito, not exactly the most favorable for Subbot.
Yeah, and of course now, speaking of the damage output here as well, Trap, he definitely did his values 44,000 here for the team. But again, when it comes to overall real damage here, Homeboys, he's got nets here, 54,000. And this is crazy considering the fact that besides Amal, who's actually very tanky, besides him, who else is actually pretty tanky for Barracuda? So for him to do this amount of damage is pretty impressive for me.
Yeah, obviously, Carry isn't a hero that only performs well against bulkier heroes. Still is able to dish out quite a lot of DPS as well once Net has gotten those 3 or 4 items. And he was able to do so quite easily since he didn't end up dying a single time this game thanks to the space that was being created by the rest of the Homeboys. It was so comfortable for them that Zorn even went for that BOD first item and wasn't even punished for it. Like Barracuda, they tried their best. I think Jesus still being a big MVP for this team, for picking off people, being responsible for the one singular death on Chibi. But yeah, it's not gonna be enough. The rest of the team needs to pick up the slack.
Yeah, I mean, the cross-map movements from the side of the Homeboys, the way that they communicate, and most importantly, their set plays is what's honestly what sets them apart from a majority of these teams. These set plays that they have really benefit the downtime that you have when you don't need to actually fight for something. You're only just slightly contesting and testing whether there's holes in the wall of Barracuda. And if it is, that's great for your jungler.
You know, it's interesting to see how, like, Zorn is getting away with a Blade of Despair build just because of the fact that if you think into its consideration, like what does Blade of Despair contribute for Grok? Defense, right? It converts into defense for Zorn, but it doesn't convert magic defense. But based on the roster for Barracuda, they don't really have a lot of physical damage rather early in the game, whereas they've all got magical here. So for him to actually go that and say like, you know what, it doesn't matter, right? We've got squishy heroes in front of me, I'm just gonna out damage them instead. And this is a very, very weird thing to do. But because of this, everyone from Side Barracuda just cannot walk up unless it's Aimao. And Aimao can't exactly do that. He's a jungler, right?
Yep. And that's not even like considering Udil or even Nets being relatively nearby to kind of set this up and actually just blow up their front line or even back line if they walk up too far.
I think having Sapat around on the Edith as well allowed Zorn to play a little bit greedy here. Yeah, you definitely wouldn't go Blade of Despair first item, especially against 3 different heroes that do magic damage. But because they didn't become much of a threat until later on, and Sapat was playing the role of main frontline most of the game, allowing Zorn to act as a secondary initiator, it allowed him to take more advantage of a DPS item instead.
Yeah, from the beginning of the game to the end of the game, I mean, we'll look at the total healing, but I can't wait to see the highlights, right? Because again, when you are playing Grok, one of his most powerful tools is wave manipulation, something that I think more teams need to really take into consideration, because not only are you manipulating the waves to make sure that you hit level 2 safely, but it's what you do with the space afterwards, right? Like that early cheese gang coming in from Udil to really set the tone for Sapat versus Hesu on EXP side.
Yeah, and on top of it all as well, it's not just the wave, right? He just takes away so much space where Barracuda is forced in a situation where like, hey, if I force the gliding wind out rather early just to get out of this Guardian's barrier, boom, that's one escape out. And I think that was one fight because of that small thing that Zorn did. Ave was forced to use it on the top side, and Aimao wasn't able to use the gliding wind because of a little bit of mishap, and he was just stuck there and got completely picked off by Homeboy. So I think in this scenarios here, it all comes down to baiting reactions here. Yeah, great. Barracuda, they've got Purifies. Great. It's annoying. You know, if this was a roaming Edith, then this game wouldn't be this one-sided. But because it is an XP Edith and a roam Grok, Grok has so much more leeway to bait out Purifies and also zone out in early stage of the game.
We can see here, Rich Guy still gonna be cheapy, not quite breaking his record, but 921, still a very high score overall. Nets being both the carry and the best wingman himself, dishing out all that DPS, and Amal, again, forced to have to tank all of this damage for his team. I feel like this has not been a good season for him.
No, it really hasn't. I think as of right now, as a jungler, you are very dependent on your side laners, right? Not the other way around anymore. It's an interesting relationship to have, because in a 1v1 scenario, which is never a 1v1 scenario, especially in professional play, you're going to need your supports to get there quick. And when the supports are out, who else is there to reinforce you? It's your laners. Your mid lane, your EXP, and your gold need to respond as well. And whoever has more control over their lane means that they're going to reach there first, skewing the odds in your favor. Every single time, homeboys will always have a man advantage, and Amal just can't deal with that.
Yeah, and of course, you know, you have to give props to SGB, right? Like, what, by 5 minutes into the game, he's level 10. Look at this. He just got level 10 at 5 minutes, 30 seconds into the game. That's 2 levels per minute. And how will you deal with that? Like, he's not killing you, he's not shredding you, but considering that he's got so much of a level lead for total objective and even retry, what can you do at this point?
I think this was a big turnaround as well. Hesu had been making a good amount of space, but when they dived in that deep to trade 1-for-1 against Udil, then the Paquito kind of lost his pressure. We can see how easy it is for homeboys to split up these fights on Barracuda, and they play a front to back. They gotta be together. So they're just forced to abandon people time and time again.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Oh man, that Feather Airstrike is so good. I mean, I mentioned it right at the draft, right? Unless they have a way to guarantee cancel out that Feathered Airstrike, ideally with Eevee. I mean, it's there's nothing more that I can really say about it. What's done is done, and the homeboys are in a much better, much good. Well, I was about to say gooder, but that's not really a word. But homeboys still in second place, but with 20 points, with a nice, clean round number.
Yeah, win or loss, you know, it doesn't really affect their standing that a little bit much here. It's all about pride so far. Homeboys already calling out Selangor Red Giants. I'm extremely excited to see how that is going to be unfolding here. But as of yet, they will have that advantage going ahead into the playoffs for when it comes to start shelf here. But Barracuda, again, a little bit unfortunate here. It is going to be for them to fight for their lives for the next MPL, as they are going to be going up against another team from MAL.
Well, I mean, if they put up a fight like how they did against the Homeboys, I think they've got a pretty decent chance of doing so. I mean, these are the best of the best so far for a reason, and if MAL has something to prove, well, you got to bring it over to the Barracudas and talk to them face to face.
Yeah, I felt like they really tried their best. Like it's a little bit too late for EVA to join in, but they really have a very, very strong roster. And even to find a moment as well, I feel like that jump between Hexu as well as
Eevee?
No. The
Eevee, Eevee as well, with Trap as well.
Yeah, with Trap in the back lines, right? For like, because of one Winds of Nature, the Paquito could not do the damage to actually chunk down the nets, and that was something that I feel like was, wow, it's just one small mistake, and they could have just bounced back from that, which is crazy.
It's a small interaction that could have had great implications, but Homeboys were able to deny it, and now that means that the Season 13 regular season will only have 1 day and 2 matches left. It's gonna start with Team Hack versus King Empire, and then the whole season will close out with the Selangor Red Giants versus the Niners. So that's all gonna be happening tomorrow. Make sure you guys tune in because we got just a little bit left before it's time to go on break for the playoffs.
Ooh, 2 last best of 3 matches to close out this well, I was about to say season, but for the regular season here at MPL MY. It's been quite the journey, and I mean, obviously there have been these ups and downs. I'm just hoping that at least this Sunday, these teams close it out strong.
Hey, this Sunday is only tomorrow, and of course, when it comes to this match as well, it feels like Niners has got a lot of hot seat here to try and push up even higher. But for now, they're pretty okay. But again, still very close to fight to make it to the playoffs. That's 2 more spots away here. 2-0 for Niners would be really, really good. But again, this is SRG we're talking about. Like, oh boy.
2-0, that's not just a tall order. Honestly, even getting 1 point against the Red Giants is something worth rewarding, considering their performance this entire regular season. So a lot of eyes are going to be on the Niners, but at the very least, they'll have a little less pressure on them, knowing that this loss from Barracuda means that they will, at the very least, confirm their slot going into Season 14.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. That's something I want to see a little bit more. But again, we gotta wait for tomorrow, because eventually we will have to settle down the entire scores and brackets for the playoffs. And to be honest, there's a lot of people coming in here today. Like even Udia was saying that, hey, there's a lot of people here. So I've also heard a rumor that you need to get tickets for the playoffs, and trust me, you have to get it.
The playoffs this time, we will have a ticketing system, and some of them will cost a little bit if you guys want to get better seats, especially for the grand finals themselves. It's going to be an event you don't want to miss, so make sure you guys check that out before we get to that point. But besides the MPL playoffs, we actually have another playoff that's happening, and that is the MAL Season 1 playoffs. It's going to be happening from the 24th to 26th of May in Sunway Velocity Vanity Atrium. So if you guys want to watch a little bit of the MAL team, potentially get a look at the players that would be joining MPL next season, make sure you guys drop by.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's worthwhile for some of us, especially for the esports enthusiasts. Come down, have a look at potentially the next generation that might be joining us here for the MPL, because these guys are going to get definitely noticed by some of the other teams and bigger names here up on the stage.
It's not just for the fans as well, it's also for the managers, for the people who's looking to scout out talents here. Now's the perfect time to actually go and visit down here as well. Who knows, you might meet somebody you like here. But all in all here, that pretty much concludes today's match thus far. Any final words?
Well, I think that's going to be all from us. My name's Staffa, along with Gideon and ICBaby12. Thanks for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Nice.
Nice, Din.
Okay, Din.
Okay, Din.
Boom.
Nice, Din. Nice, man.
Aku hati-hati amazing ah, bro.
Nice.
Nice, man. Nak try lagi, guys? Boleh ya kalau kau nak try?
Sini guys.
Flash.
Dapat. Nice one. Kan kelelot, guys.
Rata.
Jangan aku. Aku. Akannya kepo.
Nice.
Nice B.
P. Apa?
3,
2, 1.
okey. Lama sikit. Mantap.
Ada biru.
Orang.
Auto.
Nice one. Alhamdulillah. Nice. Okey lah.
Syam.
Lari sini, Syam. Lari sini, Syam.
Sini.
Iya, see you.
Tengok. Mampus.
Wah, siap.
Oh, sedap cok mainnya.
Nathan ni, respect Nathan ni guys.
Asik duk.
Balik dulu.
Balik dulu.
Kasih dia. Nice, B.
Nice.
Aku tak tahu, B. Uish. Apa itu?
Apa aman bro?
Nice, alhamdulillah.